Я прошу прощения, меня слышно? Слышно?
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья! Мы с радостью приветствуем вас на 6-й международной конференции в рамках проекта «Kaleidoscope of Facts», который проходит 12 числа каждого месяца. Каждая такая конференция инициирована волонтерами, участниками международного общественного движения «AllatRa». И сегодняшняя встреча инициирована ребятами из Бельгии и Италии. Каждая из конференций мы более глубоко раскрываем темы, затронутые в передачах с Игорем Михайловичем Даниловым, а также в книгах Анастасии Новых. Друзья, мы очень рады, что сегодня вы вместе с нами. Участвуйте активно в обсуждении тем, которые мы затрагиваем. Оставляйте ваши комментарии, задавайте вопросы, ведь мы в прямом эфире. Сегодняшняя конференция транслируется на международных интернет-каналах AllatRa TV по всему миру, синхронным переводом на 21 язык.
with
Мы
simultaneous
благодарны
interpretation
нашей
into
огромной
21
технической
languages. We are
поддержке,
grateful to our
команде
huge international
переводчиков,
team,
благодаря
our
которым
international
мы можем
translators,
смотреть
thanks to
эту
which we are
конференцию
able to
во
watch this
множестве стран мира
conference in many
одновременно, все
countries in the
вместе.
world at the same
Спасибо вам,
time,
друзья,
all
за то,
together.
что вы
Thank you,
делаете
friends,
все
for doing
возможное,
everything
чтобы
possible
знания,
to make the
истина
knowledge
были доступны
and
каждому.
truth would be available to everyone. The topic which we will reveal today is the ancient AllatRa sign, the sacred meaning and its role in the life of a humankind. In the AllatRa book, it is said that signs and symbols are the keys to the spiritual treasury of the human society. This is a code to the complex processes which reveals secrets of controlling advanced physics as well as new horizons of the scientific knowledge. And today we have a unique opportunity to learn more about it. Let's watch now a wonderful, interesting trailer which reveals the topics which we will talk about today.
And if we take antiquity, where there was a sign writing, not a symbolic writing, now we are using symbolic writing. We write letters that make up words and the like, whereas earlier there used to be signs. There couldn't be any distortions in a sign. A sign conveyed the whole essence. It was convenient for conveying the knowledge about the spiritual world, for something so global and serious. After all, let's take even AllatRa, right? This is the most active sign. For instance, we've just talked about Tripilia. It was used at that time most of all, and before that time too. Well, until the last time. In fact, this sign was in every religion. Many don't know that it used to be one of the dominating signs in all religions. And what does this indicate? That is, a certain sound has its own sign. This is for understanding. You can create a combination of sounds that will be perceived by us already beyond consciousness. And they will enter us to such an extent and evoke the necessary emotion. What are particles formed of? Of a wave. A wave is energy. Energy is information. By controlling information, you create everything you need. AllatRa is God's love. And no matter what is it called, it is God's love, and everyone has it since you are here.
What one feels while being in contact with the spiritual world, this is also described.
These are infinite colors, love and joy. These are infinite shades of happiness, which never end.
Добрый день, дорогие друзья!
Hello, dear friends. I'm honored to present to you the sign that unites us for such a large-scale international conference. This is AllatRa sign. This is the sign that is a spiritual symbol of the Irats, adorns the oldest megaliths of Göbekli Tepe. It is found in the Hawaiian Islands on the sacred hill of Pululoa, underwater. They are strewn with icons, statues of delights and household items. It is impossible to count the number of stelae with AllatRa sign and the most ancient petroglyphs. We found the AllatRa signs in the Iki stones, which are a stones library of a very ancient and very advanced civilization, as a sacred relic of Bali Island, and even in the alphabet of many nations. What does this sign mean, which was so important for our ancestors, and how could we forget its meaning? Why, even forgetting its organic meaning, we continue to reach out to it intuitively and depict it in the modern art? What does the AllatRa sign mean for each of us? Let's watch a short video about the AllatRa sign on the artifacts of the world.
А сейчас мы хотели бы также анонсировать одно очень важное и очень радостное событие — общечеловеческую глобальную конференцию «О чем мечтали пророки», которая пройдет 20 марта 2021 года.
As the artifacts show us, the AllatRa sign existed in all cultures and religions. Also, at all times and in all nations, there was information about how to create a creative society, how to build a world with the truly human values. And the prophets spoke of such a world. They talked about people's relationship between each other, of loving each other, and the question arises, why do we still not live in such a world yet? After all, almost every person on the planet dreams to live in a creative society that is confirmed by millions of social surveys, which were conducted during several years, and every day they are being conducted by volunteers from all over the world. Let's watch the trailer of the conference one the prophets dreamt of.
unprecedented event of present history. Initiative that comes from people around the world. Main project of humanity. People stopped being silent about urgent issues of our society. How it all started. May 2019, International Online Conference, Society, The Last Chance. 140 countries of the world, hundreds of thousands of people online, hundreds of broadcast platforms, translated into 7 languages simultaneously. If we all want to live in peace, why do we have a world of violence and destruction? It is up to us to build a different world. How can we do it? December 2020, Creative Society. United we can. 180 countries of the world. Millions of people online. Thousands of streaming platforms. 35 languages simultaneously translated. People have voiced today's reality and what they truly desire. And it is the Creative Society. All cultures have an image of the ideal world people want to live in. A world that prophets talked about. The time has come when we can make it real. How will we use this chance? Let's meet March 20, 2021, 3 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time and 10 a.m. Eastern Time. International online event of global scale. Creative Society, what the prophets dreamed of. This is the day the world will unite to find out the truth. Join the entire humanity and spread the message.
Так, подожди, так, а джабра это же есть наушник. А джабра это все. Джабра это микрофон, да.
Today, we will consider together that values of the AllatRa sign have been preserved on different continents, in different cultures, traditions, legends, and we will start from special interest in such a moment, and we'll start from the religion, all this religion, Zoroastrianism, because exactly based on the Zoroastrian religion, other religions were based. Our participants from India interviewed a person within the framework of a universal grain project. She took an interview with Ramayan Karanjaya, an independent researcher of the history and ancient Iranian languages, director of the Zoroastrian Spiritual School, founder and director of the Akunava Academy, and asked him what AllatRa sign means in Zoroastrianism, because in the first place is the ancient religion, is the... Let's watch the video with him.
So yes, in this AllatRa symbol also, this perfectly fits the Flavashi symbol. And the crescent moon sort of a thing, it may or may not stand for wings, I'm not very sure. But a crescent moon in Zoroastrian religion was also a very auspicious symbol. Because the moon is the holder of spirituality. So the crescent moon may be a symbol of energy, maybe an emblem of God's energy. Like if you have seen the bas reliefs on the Achaemenid Astodans at Nakshe Rustam, at Persepolis in Iran, they always have the sun and moon together in one corner. So in this AllatRa symbol, definitely the circle is there which represents God. So according to me, that's my understanding.
We also contacted the scientific researcher of the Department of and teacher of Adavesian language, Rustam Tarsunovich, and we found his opinion on the meaning of AllatRa sign in the Zoroastrianism. In Avesta, the circle means the root of words Hvar, Chakra, Schar, Scharna, Vena, Hva, Vena, Jaini. The meaning of these words described in the book AllatRa. Var is a soul. This root is available in different languages. Soul, Yera, Gna, Jena, Jaini, goddess. Mazda, on the right hand, with the rod in the form of a rod in its left, he hands the ring to Ardashir. Mazda's head is higher than Ardashir's, and Mazda's right hand is higher than Ardashir's. Ardashir wears a crown with a crescent moon on his head. In Avesta, it means the moon means Maniocha. The meaning also described in the book AllatRa. Aspiration forward, and it also described in a different text of Avesta. In Avestian expression Mazda Yasta, the word Mazda means the highest supreme wisdom, and the word Yazda means aspiration, love. Mazda Yasna is aspiration to the highest inner wisdom. And by making conclusion of information which Ruslan Tarsinovich gave us, we can make a conclusion that the AllatRa sign in Zoroastrianism means the aspiration forward to the spiritual world. And right now, I would like to introduce the author of different books, independent researcher of ancient cosmology, Lord Scranton. Allat is a specialist in studying old signs and symbols of ancient people. We were really interested to know his opinion, his knowledge of AllatRa sign, which preserved by nowadays. Full version of this interview you can find on AllatRa TV YouTube channel. Right now, watch excerpt from this interview.
So, in trying to research the meaning of the word AllatRa, that's part of what I went through. That's the process I went through.
Вот, сейчас я тоже включила.
I can trace the meanings of the AllatRa symbol and understand what it means. I can trace the meanings of the phonetics of the word AllatRa and understand what each of those syllables represent. And by combining all of that with the views of various cultures, I can arrive at an overview or a concept of what the entire meaning must have been. One of the central themes of the symbolic tradition is trying to express the idea of non-material and material energies coming together, because it's that event that catalyzes all of the material forms and all of the process or all of the effects of creation that we experience. The earliest expression of that symbol that we know of is at the Göbekli Tepe site in southeastern Turkey. This is, for people who might not know, is an 11,000-year-old archaeological site that consists of many circular enclosures with large stone pillars that was deliberately buried in ancient times, and so preserved beautiful carvings of animals and of symbols that have, since the 1990s, have been excavated. And one of the symbols that appears on those pillars, we saw in the video. It's the image of the AllatRa symbol, expressed there in the figure of what looks like an Egyptian sun glyph resting above an arch, or in the English language, a parentheses. Now, when dealing with symbols, we have an inherent problem of interpretation of a symbol. 9,000 BC, 11,000 years ago, was some 6,000 years prior to the first written texts that we know about. And so we don't have any textual reference to go to refer to understand what did they mean when they placed that symbol. In ancient times, and in modern symbolic connections to non-materiality, meaning is confirmed through a process of self-confirmation of meaning by repeating the same message in more than one way. The same way I was saying, a good teacher repeats the same message in more than one way. We come to understand the meanings of symbols by recognizing deliberate confirmation of meaning in certain ancient symbols. When we find that confirmation of meaning, we can be confident that we're dealing with an original form of this tradition, because one of the first things that normally gets lost in translation as these concepts and symbols move forward in time are the aspects of the symbolism that confirm each other. Well, at Göbekli Tepe, on the same pillar where we find the AllatRa symbol, we find just above it what from a distance looks like the image of a stylized H, but when we focus in more detail on that image, we realize it's the carved images of two elephants. So just above the AllatRa image, we have a very strong suggestion that what's being represented is the dynamic of these energies coming together. Now, another way to understand the AllatRa symbol on that pillar is that one of the metaphors, there are metaphors assigned to help us remember scientific information. This is a concept called mnemonics. It's a memory device that if you can associate a concept with an image or with some other kind of action, that it makes it much easier to remember factual information. So what the notion of the star Sirius becomes an icon for non-materiality in the symbolic tradition, and the sun, referred to as Ra in Egypt, becomes an icon for materiality. In the Dogon tradition, they preserve a drawing that they describe as Sirius and the sun coming together that takes a similar form to the AllatRa symbol. To get to the meaning of the word AllatRa, we have to get back to original terms and the original meanings of terms. We can see that because the word AllatRa includes the word Ra, that its symbolism probably relates to this concept of the sun in Egypt. The name AllatRa relates to an Egyptian term that means, to a Dogon term that means to prepare or to configure. In the mindset of this energy, what's happening is the non-material energy creates a scroll on the non-material side that passes through a gateway, which is the shape of the Vesica Pisces. It's that almond shape that's created by virtual particles. And inside that almond shape, it becomes configured in certain ways that prepare the evocation of material forms. We know what way it's configured because there are certain ways that these energies relate to electricity and magnetism. And electromagnetism, when it encounters a surface, the interface between non-materiality and materiality compares to the surface of water. And when electromagnetism encounters a surface, it configures itself in particular ways. And so the term AllatRa relates back for me to that Dogon word, which means to prepare or to configure, which is one of the essential actions that happens in the space that's defined symbolically by the gap between the mountains where that sun sits. That's a difficult explanation, but that's the best way I can explain the term. Now we see phonetic similarity to the ancient term Ararat. Göbekli Tepe is situated in a region of southeastern Turkey that is quite near the mountain of Ararat. From Göbekli Tepe, you can observe the sun's motions against the backdrop of mountains in the directions of Ararat. So we can imagine that the naming of Ararat evolved from the same symbolism. It's the same set of concepts being given visibility in relation to the same phonetics. That's the best linguistic take I have on how the term AllatRa was arrived at. In the Islam, the name of the creator god Allah relates to all these same concepts of creation. And in Islam, they align ritual shrines using the same geometry as the Buddhists use. So we can imagine that the word Allah derives from the same phonetics as the term AllatRa. It reflects a core concept of that dynamic of energy by which processes of creation happen. It represents the center point of the spinning energy, which is also in many cultures the domain of the concept of deity. In Buddhism, the concept of deity begins with a word called Dhatu. And Dhatu in Buddhism originally represented the one structure in this entire continuum process that doesn't change. It's not subject to change. And so it comes to be associated with the concept of deity or the concept of gods, because gods are treated as a stabilizing set of concepts that don't ever change. These are the base rules that define the concepts of physics. We see in Dogon culture that those concepts are represented scientifically. There's very little attempt in Dogon culture to anthropomorphize those concepts. Very often we can take a Dogon definition and substitute it for a scientific definition and not change the meaning of the scientific definition. We can take the Dogon drawing and substitute it for the scientific diagram and not change the meaning of the scientific article. For the Dogon, it's science. For other cultures over time, that science was anthropomorphized in various ways that play out in several different forms. We see associations originally to animals in symbolism. We eventually see animals become avatars of deities in places like India. We see in Egypt an anthropomorphized figure with an animal's head representing a concept.
Спасибо огромное, господин Скрентон. Действительно, очень детальное объяснение. И хорошо, что вы затронули тему того, как...
Great that you touched upon this topic, how substitution of information occurs through physics, through symbolism, and how this information gets lost through centuries. And I was really interested to consider pre-Islamic time. And this is approximately 4th, 3rd millennium BC, and practically before the advent of Islam. And I found a lot of evidence that in pre-Islamic times, the signs Allat and AllatRa was common, and it was known that crescent is ancient symbol of god of the moon. Right now you see an image which proves that it was everywhere, and he was worshipped in Arabia and in all territory of the Middle East in pre-Islamic times, and very often crescent was depicted with a star or stars, and it was considered that star is like 3 daughters of moon god. That's how it looked like. The science and archaeologists discovered numerous statues and inscriptions. Very often, and the head of this goddess, they had the crescent with the moon and Allat sign, and it was considered that it was the symbol of this moon god. What is interesting is that in the Middle East at that time it was considered as a female goddess, but at the same time Arabs was considered as a male. And the variety of epithets they used to express the same meaning, it's also really interesting. For example, in Ugarit's text, the moon god was called Ur. The monuments was Ur was depicted with a symbol of a crescent, and in Palestine, in a small Harani, in the Bronze Age, the stele was found, and it was like a request to the crescent. It is also indicates that it was dedicated to the moon god. In Mesopotamia, this moon god was called in Mesopotamia as Sin, and we will consider it in more details Mesopotamian topic because it's really interesting. But we see that the same meaning was everywhere, but different epithets, different names, and depending on the city, depending on priests, and they worshipped the same god. And what is also interesting that when Prophet Muhammad was born, the Quraysh tribe that they also called him Allah, and they worshipped his three daughters, which they considered as mediators between people and Allah. And in the territory of pre-Islamic times, they also worshipped starry or moon's god, and it was believed that he is closely connected to the Venus as a morning planet, and the connection of Venus and moon, as Mr. Scranton just said, that it's personifies as creative power, feminine God's power. So the symbol was very common in the territory of Israel, and the question arises. The moon god is mentioned very often, that pre-times it is times of moon god, but what is this moon god is? By this way, the knowledge was given to people about one God, and this knowledge was present all the time. And right now we encounter this pattern which Mr. Scranton described, when the truth is distorted and slowly the substitutions takes place, and we know that spiritual world always conveyed the same knowledge about signs and symbols, and there also was there, but within a time people erased this knowledge. The knowledge was lost, and the AllatRa sign, the sign of a circle and a crescent, this is exactly the sign that the people had this knowledge, and this information was transferred through generation to generation about the spiritual world, about human nature, meaning of life. And as we see, at the end, it became just symbolism. The inner meaning was lost, and the attention was drawn to the external, and led to the fact that this knowledge within time was completely lost. The knowledge about one God, about the spiritual world, about the human nature, became distorted and twisted beyond recognition, and therefore, pre-Islamic times, there was many idols. There was idolatry, and knowledge was completely lost, but right now we see only traces and echoes of this knowledge. That's why the knowledge was given again. It was given to the prophet, to the best of people, through the Archangel Gabriel, and on basis of this knowledge, the religion of Islam was born. As we know that Islam, it is love, it is unity, and we see very often the AllatRa sign, and I would like to ask our next speaker, Ildar, to tell us more about this.
Thank you, Alina. Thank you for opening the topic of Allat in Islam, and you have touched upon a very interesting topic, very important one. We know that during difficult times, when people lost the essence of the knowledge that was given to God to them and passed from generation to generation, they were plundered in polytheism and idolatry, and they started to deify material objects. And that was the time when the Holy Quran was sent down through Prophet Muhammad, and it was significant in terms of reconciliation, and it was a renewal of what was already lost as knowledge. So it contained the information about the universe through signs and symbols, and it has been preserved till the present days. We will show this as an example of AllatRa sign and other symbols that we know. Also, we know that in Islam, the recreation of images and pictures is forbidden. Why is it done? It is done in order to preserve the essence of knowledge, and therefore, in architecture, in cultural objects, we see abstract patterns. And what lies in the basis of these patterns? These are signs and symbols: circles, stars, semicircles, multi-petal flowers, and leaves that look like lotus. And this all is evidence. Well, actually, we are treating it as some kind of cultural heritage of the past, but it's important to understand that this has a deep meaning and content, the transfer of spiritual knowledge by our ancestors. It is the sign of creative power of the Almighty, is the AllatRa sign, and it is from the times immemorial. We have found a lot of evidence on the example of artifacts from different epochs. We have gathered this information, and I would like our tech support to show the video about the AllatRa sign in Islam. Thank you. As you could see, based on the historical relics of the past, and in the Islam today, we meet AllatRa sign everywhere. And like in our region, Shamaili are present. For example, one of them you could see behind me on the wall. So this is one of the most common artistically designed three final surahs of Quran, and they're decorated in the form of crescent and the shape of the crescent and the circle located above. Also, one of the symbols that got mostly widespread is Allat and the AllatRa sign. So the crescent is probably the most popular symbol in Islam, and we would like to say that the initial variations of this symbol were with horns lifted upwards. We can see this in scrolls, different photographs of main Muslim shrines, and you could see that there is a sign with horns pointed up. The explanation of the meaning of this sign of Allat is given in the book AllatRa. We actually see it is the symbol of a person who liberated during his lifetime, spiritually liberated during his lifetime. Another component of the AllatRa sign is a circle. It is also very widespread in Islam as the symbol of the soul and the spiritual world. That's what the circle means. It's you can see that in different Muslim architectural holy objects, and also you can see that Kaaba is being rounded in circle. There is a circle is many places. It's also very widespread, and we should also understand that it is exactly the symbol of the soul and the spiritual world. Also, another variant of the sign AllatRa is found in Islam. It's the one with the star above the crescent. So, according to the AllatRa book, in essence, a star above a crescent is strengthening of what is already strong. This is Allat in Allat. But the star could be 5-pointed or 7-pointed and 8-pointed, which was drawn either in a geometric figure with pointed directions or simply as rays radiant from the center. So we can see such signs and domes and decorations of mosques all around the world. So we have just touched upon a very visible part of the role of signs and symbols in Islam, as well as in other teachings and religions, but actually it is a very, very large research field, and it is impossible just to explore and discover all this during a very short speech, but it could be a separate topic because it's a very interesting topic. But I would like to end my speech with a quote, which is the 33rd ayah of Al-Qiyamah Surah, and you can also find it in Al-Bukhari and Muslim. You can see it on the screen. So I would just like to say that for a Muslim to see the face of Allah in the paradise is the highest reward that can ever be. I appreciate you for your attention, and I'm giving the floor back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Ildar. And right now, I would like to look at AllatRa sign in different culture, Armenian culture. Armenia is one of the oldest nations, the cradle of civilizations. The AllatRa sign has been present in this culture throughout centuries. I give the floor to Narine, who will tell us more about the AllatRa sign in Armenian culture. Yes. Hello, everyone. Our people of Armenia have preserved the AllatRa sign from the depth of centuries. The sign is present everywhere, on the most ancient scenic petroglyphs, on Göbekli Tepe, or as it's called in Armenian, Portasagar, on jewelry, on karchahars, on traditional clothing, carpets, in architectures. In ancient times, our people have carefully preserved the knowledge of the AllatRa sign. One of the symbolic meaning of the AllatRa sign is in Armenian culture is rising sun between the sacred mountain of Ararat. In one of the books, Armenian scholar Hamlet Martirosyan writes, the sun god rises to heaven from a sacred hill, decides the fate on a sacred hill. This fact identifies the sacred hill with the two-headed dawn mountain. AllatRa TV recently released a film about Armenian culture. Let's now watch an excerpt from this beautiful film where it is said about the AllatRa sign.
The AllatRa sign. Since ancient times, this sign implies creative power. Among the ancient peoples of the world, it meant a spiritual connection with the Creator, light, life, and eternity. It is this sign that runs like a scarlet thread through the entire Armenian history. Symbolizing commitment of the Armenian people to creation and affirmation of the best things which bring peace and good to this life. Its original depiction is an empty circle with a crescent moon with its horns up at the bottom. In the cultural traditions of the world, the circle represents life, fullness, unity, supreme perfection, continuous movement. Since ancient times, the symbolic meaning of the circle is associated with the sun, light, and sky. Circle with a dot inside.
This sign of life was actually depicted as a circle with a dot inside. It is life. Yes, while without a dot and with a crescent, it's AllatRa.
At the dawn of mankind, thanks to the primordial knowledge, people knew about the One, of the One who created everything, denoting his manifestations by the sound Ra. The creating power of Ra, the divine feminine principle, the mother of all, was initially called Allat. Sign Allat. Allat is the creative power of the feminine principle. This power was indicated by a crescent with horns up. From there, among the initiates in spiritual knowledge, the name of this primordial sign, AllatRa, went as a designation of the creative power of the One who created everything.
Hello everyone, dear friends. As we already know, the AllatRa sign is God's love, God's power, and the next topic I will talking about is the topic of Christianity, the sign of AllatRa in Christianity. Of course, the AllatRa sign is present in Christianity since the very beginning of this religion, and Jesus Christ, the Son of God, He brought the AllatRa sign. We found many confirmations of that, of the fact that the AllatRa sign is present in the ancient Christian sources. We found the fact that Jesus is associated with sun, while the Mother of God is associated with the moon. There are the following words, but for you, who revere my name, the Son of Righteousness will rise with healing in its rays. It's the Malachi chapter 4, verse 2, and on the first slide you can see here also a depiction of the monastery of Saint Catherine in Sinai. It's the 4th century AD, and here we can see a AllatRa sign with a cross in a circle. The next slide, please. It's the work by Stefan Jaworski, the Archbishop, and he has the same words there, that the Savior Jesus is the sun, while the moon is the Holy Virgin Mary. The next slide, please. Another mention of the AllatRa sign in ancient source is Origin. He lived in the 2nd and 3rd centuries of AD, and the combination of the moon and the sun for him is a symbol of unification of the church with the Christ. The moon is the church of Christ, which is filled with the Son of Jesus as the Son of Truth. What does this epithet mean? The Son of the Truth, it's the true love, the love of God. And what is the notion of church in this case? The answer to this question, this is we found in the book by Anastasia Novykh, Sensei, book 4. On the next slide, we can see the following words. And Jesus told her, "You are blissful, Maria, because not your blood of flesh opened this up to you, revealed this to you, but my Father, which is in heaven. And I tell me, you are the Magdala of my church, and the gate of hell will not overcome her." So the notion of the church is associated with Maria, with Mary, the Mother of God. Also, we know from the book AllatRa that on the cupola, on the domes of the Cathedral of St. Sophia, there were crosses, special crosses with the crescent pointing upwards, and this cathedral is dedicated to Archangel Gabriel and the Mother of God. It was built in the 11th century AD, and it is dedicated to the Annunciation. Here on this slide, you can see these crosses. Number 1 is and number 2. These are the crosses of Mary and Archangel Gabriel. Also, we found an ancient map of Kiev city where these are the fragments of these maps. It's the Cathedral of St. Sophia, and here we can see on the left that the crescent is present on all the crosses, but on the next depiction, next image, which is on the right, we can see that the crescent is present only on the central dome. So, who benefited from that, from removing the AllatRa sign from Christianity and from the tops of churches? With time, the tops of the St. Sophia's Cathedral was changed as well. And on the right, you can see a very interesting image as well. We don't know for sure where it comes from, but it looks like the Mexican image of Virgin Mary. Here we can see the AllatRa sign. It's the circle behind her head and the crescent, which is under her feet. And we can definitely see the AllatRa sign, which differs from the cross on the neighboring cupola on the right. So this depiction also confirms that the AllatRa sign is associated in the Mother of God in Christianity with the creating feminine principle. The next slide, please. And the cupola, the domes with such crosses were numerous in the Christian culture, and the AllatRa cross, the AllatRa sign, was the dominant symbol in Christianity. Now we still have some crosses like this, but they are not preserved with the circle in the middle. The next slide, please. And the question is why the AllatRa sign is associated with Virgin Mary, with the Mother of God. Of course, we can find this out from the book AllatRa, because Virgin Mary, the Mother of God, serves as a divine conductor of spiritual power and help for those people who follow the spiritual path. Secretly possessing this knowledge, kind and clever people did everything possible on their positions in order to convey this truth to the next generation. That's why in the Revelation by John, chapter 12, verse 1, there is such a word in that, and a great sign appeared in heaven, a woman clothed in the sun, and the moon under her feet, and a crown of 12 stars on her head. The AllatRa sign, as a conductor of God's power, was depicted in a great number of icons dedicated to to Virgin Mary. In Orthodox Christianity, such icons are very widespread. Also, in Italy, the orange image also is quite widespread. Thank you very much. Thank you, Lena. Dear viewers, today with us we have Irina Siemens. She's the researcher of ancient cultures. We already had an interview with her within the framework of the Universal Grain Project. We discussed what unites all people in art and culture, and we discussed the point that the sign language, the language of signs and symbols, was very widespread in ancient cultures. Irina, greetings, and could you please tell us about the ancient AllatRa sign? Yes, that's better. I greet you all, dear friends, and first of all, I would like to thank all the organizers of this conference for such a happy opportunity for me to be here and to be present, to participate, and to share my view of signs and symbols, which actually, there is an analogy of this at all times, in all cultures, in all continents. It's for sure, it is definite. And you know, we have gathered here because we all have changes. We have changes for ourselves, for our relatives and friends, for the society, because we would like to come back to the sources and we would like to have a decent life. Since this topic is very deep, profound, and inspirational, I already heard a lot of things which are in the same scope of, in the same plane, but that's why I would like to make an emphasis on the meaning, on the semantic meaning of this sign, of the meaning of this sign and symbol. And as a red thread, I will trace it from the sources from the very beginning, and I will make an emphasis on certain cultures and time periods. Is it possible to technical support? Could you please turn on the images? We all know that when studying ancient monuments and finds, here we have the sun symbol in Georgia, also a cross in an oval, very famous, the tree of life. So, through signs and symbols, the ancient not just conveyed the meanings, they conveyed the knowledge, because in these symbols there was the knowledge of the divine laws of existence. And in ancient times, here can you see AllatRa, which is very delicate and tender, the AllatRa statuette. And in the ancient time, the main principle which was among people is Allat, is reverence of the not just the goddess of rain or sun or something else, but she also was associated with the heart and the soul, which is very important, because in ancient cosmogony, everything was created. Could you please stop at this image, please? Everything living was created by a mother goddess, by the aspect of the feminine energy. And it was depicted as the primordial sound Ra, as the initial power of creation that vivifies the entire world. We can see that it's the circle surrounded with a crescent pointing upwards, and that's the image of the primordial sound. And thanks to this primordial sound, everything, according to the ancients, was in its place and in perfect order, while ancient Egyptians said that God rests on perfect balance. God fills the entire universe. He is everyone, and he can manifest himself in any point of the universe. So it turns out that every item, every point in our universe is coming from this divine light, and from this very point, creation begins. From the center, the creation goes around, goes outside, and from the center, the creative principle is manifested. Can we move further? And it's in Egypt, it was called the Ark of the Balance, the Ark of the Balance. Technical support, could you please turn on the slides, the next slides, please? We know this wonderful AllatRa, and it is close to here. We have the dancing Allat, and here she's on the camel. The main aspect of this goddess and the main symbol was a lion as well. I will talk about it later. In Egypt, for example, here she rests on the lion. There are two lions. A very wonderful AllatRa. In Egypt, they used to say that the lion is a fiery image of God. That's why a lion in ancient depictions was always present next to the Allat goddess. In ancient civilizations, the sun was the carrier of the main law, the law of the divine love. And most of the ancient cultures, the major cultures, the sun and the moon were like symbols of the creating principle. But if we talk about the feminine principle, it's more African, New Zealand, Oceania, and Egypt cultures where it is presented. We know this Ra and the creating power of Allat. In ancient Egypt, they used to say that if the sun is split into 4 parts, if this whole circle is divided into 4 parts, we will have the 4 chambers of the heart. If we split the great circle into 4, here we can see an AllatRa from the Oxford Museum of Antiquities. And the sun split into 4 parts symbolized the chambers of a human heart. And human heart, this is where we emotionally make our choice and feel the consequences. And here you see this symbol. It's this Om sound, which is also depicting a point and a crescent. It is disclosure, revelation of the creative power from the center. According to ancient Egyptians, intention is coming from the heart. You can move on with the slides. There are also symbols because since God is everywhere, He is present in all kinds of manifestations. God is present in plants, in objects. Here we see the chambers of the heart, and intention coming from the heart definitely to the eyes. According to an ancient Egyptian king, Amenhotep, he said, "Don't treat your heart carelessly because the heart is the symbol of compassion and God." Everything begins with a circle. Could you please stop for a second here? A circle is a circle of by Giordano Bruno here. The circle had multiple meaning in ancient times, since it was a part of the breathing universe and the sacred geometry of existence. It was present in all natural objects. The revelation, the opening up, unfolding of any creation from the center. Could you please turn on the slides? These are the famous circle of King Arthur with 12 knights. We can also see a circle in temple symbols, in attributes, megalith, in all types of art. Here you can see sacred geometry depicted, a wonderful melon, totally sacred, and all types of art, in music, in architecture, in art, in paintings. It was all filled with the understanding and with the vibrations of the primordial sound. If we talk about the symbolism of creation, we will go back to the Arabian Peninsula. It was already mentioned in terms of Babylonian, Mesopotamian, Iraq, and the feminine principle was revered there a lot, worshipped there. And one of the epithets, could you please move forward where we will see the AllatRa? These are the megalith in a circle shape. Go further, please. Stonehenge. Further. Skip the slides. Go ahead. Here, wonderful. The decoration of the houses. Can you see the beautiful suns? Ancient inscriptions, I'll tell about them later. It's from Hatra, from the Sun City, which is already destroyed. It was destroyed in 2011, very recently. Going back to the Arabian Peninsula, in this particular inscription of the 2nd century, we could find a lot from about AllatRa, and one of the epithets was the mistress, for local inhabitants of Iraq. When could you please stop here? There was the city Hatra, and this goddess was not just the powerful creating goddess, but she was the one who created everything. So when we are talking Father while praying, actually this Mother Goddess was this God to whom they prayed, and everything is written here in this inscription. In various parts of the world, in Petra, in Palmyra, in Hatra, there are inscriptions about the worshipping of this goddess, Allat, together with her sisters Al-Uzza and Manat. And to the north of Iraq, to the south of Mosul, there is Palmyra's, there is an Al-Hadr city, Hadr in Aramean, and Greeks called it Akrad. Hatra was a temple complex fully dedicated to the AllatRa deity, and the main shrine there was the Shamsha temple. It's a sun deity of a feminine principle. Here she is. It looks like a man, but basically it's a feminine principle. You can see You can see this crescent, kind of half moon. And here is also the Trinity, man depicting the feminine power, the Allat. And here she is again. It's a wonderful bas relief in AllatRa, which was destroyed in 2011. She's standing here with her sisters, Allat, Al-Uza, and Manat, and they again standing on a lion. They were called the Mother of Gods and the Eye of God. And her shrine used to be a shelter for those who were escaping from persecution. Worshipping of the feminine principle was typical and characteristic for many cultures, and it is manifested in, as we will see, with Athena Pallada, the Greek goddess. And here we can just see the three sisters standing as like lady shepherds. Could we go please further? Again, the sun, the Helios god. Here she's Ishtar, the Mesopotamian goddess, which was associated with Venus, and her sign was an 8-pointed star. Let's remember it because it will be found in many other cultures. And again, we have the lion symbols because the lion is the fiery face of God. It's power, prosperity, and protection and guardianship. And it's the symbol of Ashtar, or Inanna, as she was called, the Great Mother. Can we go to the next slide, please? She was the creator of demiurgs. It's very important. Before that, please. Yes, here, right here. It is interesting that Jan Damaskin, he associated the Kaaba word. It mentioned that she was also called Kaaba. This goddess was called Kaaba. And Jan Damasky was famous as Mansur. He associated this word Kaaba with Kubar, which is the 8-pointed star of Great Mother Goddess. And the Arabian philosopher, 9th centuries, Al-Farabi, he also wrote that the Creator is a microcosm in her unity, and he emphasized the feminine aspect of Allat. And Kaaba was created, this shrine in Mecca was created actually especially for this black stone which symbolized Allat, and it looked symbolically as a female yoni. Yes, right here you can see the black stone which symbolizes Allat. It is inserted into a cube, a black cube, which is in Mecca. Of course, that's not all, because there are universal symbols and signs dedicated to Allat and AllatRa. They are found on in many complexes in many historical times. Now we will move to the 5th century of AD, Sri Lanka. It's a Buddhist place. It's a Mount Tigray, the Lion Mount, as it is known. The Lion Mountain used to hold a temple and palace complex built by one of the kings. And the entrance to this mountain, yes, here, right here, the entrance to this mountain used to store a big lion stone in the shape of a lion. That's why this rock was called the lion, the Mount Lion. But now we have only poles. You can see them, while the head was destroyed with time. But Sigiriya Mountain, Lion Mountain, became famous by its frescoes. On another image, we can see the female images just paws of a lion, no head. But it's very interesting that inside it there are frescoes, and out of 500 frescoes, only 18 have been preserved. These are wonderful. I've been there, I saw it, and the energy which is coming from these frescoes is incredible. And on these frescoes, female figures are depicted of various ages, with a number of decorations and adornments. And Buddhists believe that this basically the Tara, the heavenly goddess, which is depicted in many aspects, and the main attribute of Tara is the lotus flower. She's depicted with lotus as a bud, as an opened lotus flower. We know that lotus is a symbol of spiritual awakening, and it's the symbol of purity of Allat in the depiction, in the form which they, as they depicted it in Sri Lanka in 5th century AD. It is mentioned in Mahabharata, and the symbol of lotus was present everywhere there. It was possible to see decorations and adornments looking as a sun or a circle of flower. And on other frescoes, we can see numerous adornments which symbolize and accentuate varying points. They accentuate. Yes, could you please go to next slide? Can you see wonderful colors? Just incredible colors here. Here you can see the decorations, which are rounded oval, and they are located near the heart chakra, anahata, or the next image will show the symbols which point at the head chakra, sahasrara, and the place where the point in the body where a human is merged with the divine, and the person gets enlightened. It's actually the image of Allat, and it's totally clear. We can see that this Tara has the features of a creating mother of the heaven and earth. It is protected by the lion, and many artifacts in Arabia and other ancient cultures. Lion is like a husband of Allat who protects her. That's also the depiction of Allat in Buddhism. It's a relief on a vase, very nice, very beautiful, with some ornaments, vegetable and animal ornaments. Irina, our interpreters kindly ask you to slow down a little bit, because this information is very valuable and they would like to have enough time to translate. This is a triple depiction of the goddess again. You can see these three goddesses, three of them, and here there is another meaning which feels the symbol of Allat is this Trinity, triple symbol. The next image I would like to show to you, it's the Trinity. Yes, could you please stop here? It's an example of the Roeric's banner. According to a legend, they actually came from the pro-civilization from Lemuria, and it was used to be an emblem of Lemuria. As we can see in the circle, we have three red circles, little circles, spheres, and they symbolize the eternity, unity, and harmony. And one of the symbols of the ancient AllatRa sign, or Allat sign, was eternity, unity, and harmony. When we are talking about the creative society, we should understand that harmony is the first sign feature of the creative society. When we are creative society, everything is in harmony. Whatever we do every day, the Heavenly Mother is eternal. It's eternity. The Heavenly Mother, Allat, unites. It expands, it creates, and it is in harmony. peace and harmony. And probably this was the proto sign of Lemuria, which actually got to our civilization as well. We can proceed with the slides. Could you please go back a little bit? There are also two signs. This sign with circles also is called Triratna in Buddhism. Let's go back a little bit back. Other direction. One more step again here. Yes, right here. This symbol in Buddhism. And a little bit further back. Yes, right here. You can see this symbol, the eternity, unity, and harmony of the heavenly goddess Allat. And now we will proceed to totally another epoch, to the medieval France. It's the Templar period, the Templar age. The Templars are a separate topic. Why I bring you here? Because there are so many meanings. This cathedral, which is dedicated to the heavenly goddess Notre Dame de Château, Our Lady of the Shutter, and there are so many symbols that worship the Allat goddess. But in totally different interpretation of that time, and based on the knowledge of the secret order of the Knights Templar. So, Shutter, it was the first cathedral in Europe, the Mother of God. The next was in Cité Island in Paris, which is the Notre Dame de Paris. Actually, Templars built about 150 cathedrals in Europe, and each of them were dedicated to AllatRa. This cathedral is unique because it wasn't ruined during the French Revolution. It is remarkable because everything was ruined at that time. It's a whole encyclopedia in stones regarding the meanings and secret knowledge. Could we please proceed to the next image? This cathedral was built in the 12th and 13th centuries. And it was not just a masterpiece of the French architecture, but it was very mysterious in architecture and its meanings. In this, there is a metaphor, an allegory of the connection with the divine goddess Allat. In this complex, there is a song of the triumphals, love of the Heavenly Mother. In this cathedral, there was the shroud of the Mother of God. That's why this cathedral was called by the Mother of God. It is quite logical if we stop at this image. It is logical and symbolical that in the center we have these nice mosaics with the rose. What is the symbol of the Mother of God, the Mother of the world? It's the rose, the symbol of the heaven. There are 3 roses like this in this cathedral, and we can proceed to the next slide. Why rose also? Because the rose is unfolding, and this leads to the point that the rose became a symbol of spiritual unfolding. Just as in Buddhism with lotus and Tara goddess, where these subtle energies which are unfolded, this divine sound Ra, which maintains this unfolding and revelation. The creation is going on from the middle, from the center. And this rose is also unfolded from the center. Now we can go and look at other mosaics, other window mosaics, but we can... This cathedral, as I said, it's the symbol of rose, and nobody has disclosed this secret after the Templars. It's a famous glass with blue roses. We know that the blue is the symbolic color of the Mother of God. Again, it's the color of the heavenly wave of prayers of the Trinity. Here you see these marvelous images. Secret knowledge of those who erected those cathedrals. This is again the rose which is unfolded from the middle. Such beautiful flower. The secret knowledge of those who built the monastery was also the choice of the place, because before that in this place there was the Isis cult place. It was a site dedicated to Isis, and this whole place was oriented to the cardinal points. There was a legend about a young girl who wanted to become a mother, and even before Christianity, there was a temple dedicated to the mother aspect of everything, which is in creation. Many researchers associate her with Isis. Here we again see this succession of traditions of conveying ancient knowledge, according to which any sacred building or place or site should confirm the central place of a human in infinity. Once upon a time, in cryptas, in underground chapels dedicated to Allat goddess or the Mother of God, actually the statues of black Madonnas were found, which are still worshipped at a high level. We can recall Kaaba, the black cube. Everything was associated with the demiurge, with the Allat goddess. It is interesting that the mound, the hill on which this whole cathedral is built, they say that researchers say that there are mighty vibrations which also influence the building, and this remarkably harmonizes a person and influences a person with the good energy, and a person undergoes a positive transformation. Here we can see this goddess, the black Allat, so to say. And the last point I would like to talk about in this part of my presentation is the mysterious labyrinth. One of the particularities of this cathedral, which distinguishes it among everything else, is the labyrinth. According to the tradition, before entering the cathedral, you have to go through the labyrinth, and then you go further. And then further you can go only after finding your way out of this labyrinth. It was a mosaic which was laid on the stone floor, which is not typical for Gothical cathedrals of Europe. It's one of a kind. It reminds of an antique labyrinth of Crete, the Minoscene, and we know the Minotaur labyrinths from the Greek legends. People were afraid to go along this way because the labyrinth is always difficult. We don't know what is behind it. But those who were brave, they understood that if you come to the center, you can find the source of inner power, which is knowledge, and the knowledge of it. It's the knowledge of the Great Mother, which from her. She provided it to everyone with joy, and it can rid us of any monster, of the dominance, liberate us from the dominance of the beastly nature. So in this center we feel, in this center we find our lost happiness, lost paradise, which every person's soul is longing for. After that, the labyrinths were changed. Here you can see the Crete labyrinths. It used to be like this in the ancient times. The tangled labyrinths, which are known to us nowadays, it's a distortion. But before that, it was different. In ancient times, the labyrinths were not such tangled. They didn't have dead ends. And this symbol shows us that the laws of destiny and life are not logical, and you should follow these laws by your feelings, not by logic, because in ancient times people did not live by logic, they lived by feelings and images and divine ethics. But unfortunately nowadays we live according to the laws of consumption and morals. Why am I stopping on this particular sign? This is one of the very the oldest stamps of seals of Knights Templar. What do we see here? It's a crescent and an 8-pointed star. Everything very simple, again, from the sources, from the beginning to the end. That's what we actually intended to prove. Could you please stop a little bit on this seal? Yes, I'll finish about the labyrinth. Regarding the meaning of the labyrinth, it's the symbol of the heavenly and earthly mother and the return to our sources. Exit from the labyrinth is the end of life, which actually metaphorically meant death, but not final death, but the beginning of a new life in spirit. Until when a person understood these symbols, reading these symbols was very easy and very clear. It was like, another source of power for a person and gaining of true life. And of course, it's again the meeting with the divine ethics. Can we proceed further? We have just a little bit ahead. Actually, we see again that this cathedral charter is actually, it contains about 10,000 sculptural images, and they're actually dedicated to this heavenly maiden and the laws of the existence. If we don't know the laws of destiny in life, life seems to us chaotic and unfair. But the ancients believed they knew different information because they knew the laws according to which the world exists. By knowing these laws, we can understand our mission, decide and solve any task, and actually determine our destiny and make our own life deep and meaningful. And remember about the spiritual aspect, of course. At this point, I would like to end my first part of this speech. I apologize for being so long, but it is so interesting. That's what I have, actually. Irina, thank you very much. This is such an interesting selection of artifacts. You conducted a tremendous work. Thank you very much. It is so interesting. Then, I have next meeting with you. Yes, you have a wonderful selection. We actually covered all the cultures, all the epochs, all the continents. This is just wonderful. Thank you. Thank you again, Irina. And now, dear friends, especially for the Kaleidoscope of Facts, our friends of Lithuania, they prepared a video report where they will tell about the AllatRa sign in their country.
Hello, we are AllatRa IPM participants from Lithuania. We participate in the International Internet Conference Kaleidoscope of Facts, the ancient sign AllatRa. The AllatRa sign is found on all continents of the world in all eras and time periods. We began our research with the works of the artist ethnographer Czeslavas Kontrimas in the book Lithuanian Iron Crosses. Czeslavas Kontrimas dedicated his life to Lithuanian ethnographic research, pedagogy and art. He traveled with his students around Lithuanian towns and villages and painted works by folk artists. These works made it to the above-mentioned book. We were very surprised that the AllatRa sign was found in 7 of the 10 crosses depicted in the book. The summary of the study of the works of art presented in the book makes the following things clear. Lithuanian folk artists were making crosses and other works of art and acquired knowledge and teachings that appeared significantly earlier than Christianity. According to the book by archaeologist Maria Gimbutas, titled Ancient Symbolism in Lithuanian Folk Art, it is unfortunate that most of the Lithuanian homesteads that had these works weren't preserved. The author states that throughout the years 1912-1932, 43% of all folk art monuments disappeared. One of the reasons is that there was a sharp decline in people's interest in folk art traditions. Later, the speed with which they were disappearing accelerated. Lithuania lost its independence and they practically disappeared. Fortunately, even before World War I, some pillars and crosses on the roof were partially registered and were preserved in written sources. The circle and crescent with horns pointing upwards are often mentioned in the works of Lithuanian ethnographers as both of the sun. I'm now in the center of Vilnius near St. Casimir's Church. The sign AllatRa is depicted on the upper cross of this church. There's a circle and a crescent with horns pointing upwards. I give the floor to my colleague from another city. Hello, my name is Raimondas. I'm a reporter of the international internet television AllatRa TV. I'm currently in the western part of Lithuania. The town is called Skaldvile. Behind me stands the Catholic Church of the Holy Cross. This church was built in the 18th century. The facade of the church is decorated with an iron cross with the AllatRa sign. Until the last century, AllatRa signs were a common phenomenon in Lithuanian crosses. This can be found in Czeslavas Kontrimas's book, Lithuanian Iron Crosses. Eventually, with renovation of the churches, the crosses were replaced.
Thanks so much to our friends from Latvia, and I would like to express gratitude to each of our speakers because it is seen how responsible, how concerned they have while preparing the information, and there are such excellent videos. Editing of videos, everything, all of this leaves anyone indifferent. It expands our horizons and enriches us. Thank you so much, and we would like to give the floor our next speaker, Kenneth from Ghana. He will tell us about AllatRa sign, which is seen in the culture of Western African tribes. We give you the floor.
Dear friends, this is Kenneth.
Thank you very much.
From Ghana, West Africa. And it is indeed a great pleasure to be able to join today's online conference, the Kaleidoscope of Facts, talking about the AllatRa sign. We would look into one major symbol, which is closely related to the AllatRa sign. And this symbol is known as in Akan, is known as Osram Ne Insroma. That is, it literally translates it translates to English as Osram means the moon, and then Insroma means the star. So Osram Ne Insroma means literally means the moon and the star, and this is one key symbol. It's one key symbol used by these groups of people who have still been able to preserve a little bit of the essence of these symbols and have been applying them over a few hundreds of years. And this very symbol, which is depicted as a crescent moon with the horns pointed upwards, and then with a star at the center of it, means love, faithfulness, and harmony. And this is applied, or this is practiced right from the marital homes, where there should be faithfulness, true love, and harmony between the husband and the wife. Faithfulness, harmony, and true love between children, between the families, between the tribe, between the group of people, between Ghanaians. This is how the meaning has been preserved over so many centuries. So this is just one This is just one of one among hundreds of symbols, hundreds of Adinkra symbols that relates to the AllatRa sign, one way, directly in a way. Thanks to such programs as the Kaleidoscope of Facts, we get to research more into these signs and symbols. We get to delve deeper into their true meaning and their true essence, and get to share this awareness with humanity, so that people will be abreast with this, with what their symbols and the signs in their cultures truly mean, how it relates to them in ways beyond their material nature, beyond their physical nature, beyond their physical understanding, and how we can make the most of these signs and symbols as people who strive to become humane in every way, one way or the other.
Just wonderful words of Kenneth. And today with us, Speaker Kanu Alikeh. He is a teacher in Council of Arabic and Islamic Education. He will tell us also about AllatRa sign in culture inhabiting South Africa and Nigeria, from where the Kanu is. Hello, Kanu, we give you the floor.
Hello, dear friends. Thank you very much. My name is Kano, like she said. I would like to share with you some surprising but very pleasant discoveries I made about the AllatRa signs in West Africa, parts of Nigeria, Mali, and Burkina Faso. Could the technical team please show us the slide, the first slide from Nigeria? All right. This is a kola nut tree from Igbo land. The Igbo people live southeast of Nigeria. The carved slice, as you can see, forms a boat, and on the center is a knob. Could we have the second slide, please? The second slide, please. Yes, this is the second slide. It's also another kola nut tree, but this time from the Yoruba people who live southwest of Nigeria. You can also, if we trace the crescent formed by the tail of the cock and as well as the cuff of the head, we can see the AllatRa sign. It is significant that in Africa, traditional African culture, especially in Nigeria where I live, the kola nut represents life. The Igbo have a saying that he who brings life, who brings kola nut brings life. And it's very, very interesting that this tray on which kola is served, you know, has the sign of AllatRa on it. Can we look at slide number 3, please? Also from Nigeria, yes. You can see the raised hands forming crescent, and then the sphere is hanging on the hands. That ball is easy. We can trace it as the AllatRa sign. Well, among the Yorubas, I must also tell you, the calabash represents the womb. That is, we regard it as the life incubator. And we will move to slide number 4. We are going to Burkina Faso. Yes, that is the slide number 4 from Burkina Faso. It's a mask, actually, and it belongs to the people of the Boa. They call it Wantantayo. Well, Wantantayo represents dead ancestors who have become supernatural forces. The people of Boa employ them to ensure health and their well-being. This mask is usually worn during funeral ceremonies, during festivals, as well as initiations. If you look at the mask, we can trace the symmetric pattern of the crescent in white, and then there is the sphere that is that is on that terminating black semicircle. We can see that it has the sign of AllatRa on it. And then let's go to let's keep on that that slide. There are painted designs on the mask. These designs are said to be secret knowledge. They are coded language that communicate secret knowledge that are only taught or mediated to initiated ones in degrees. Let's go to slide number 5, please. We are going to Mali. Yes, in Mali we have this tribe that are called the Dogon. The Dogo, they are the neighbors of the people of Burkina Faso. You can see the picture of this young lady. If you look at her carefully, on her ears, she's wearing very big earrings. If you look carefully at those earrings, you will see that they make out the symbol of a crescent. And then there is the ring that terminates into a ball that completes it into the AllatRa sign. Interestingly, the Dogons use monumental bowls, that is containers, to show gratitude to their ancestors. Let us look at slide. Yes, that is slide number 6. We are also looking at these Dogo men. If you look at their clothes, there are signs of the AllatRa, the sign of the crescent, and the stars. They are lying vertically. If you look carefully, you will see them. That is the sign of the AllatRa. And then this is a shrine. If you look at it, the conical wall by the right, you see the shrine object. It is called a ladder. The ladder is believed to enable a dead man's soul to climb to the hereafter to join his ancestors. And then this particular ladder we have here, it looks like a forked stem and has a ball that
Thank you so much, Kano, for your interesting story. It is so interesting. Are you continuing?
Well, the first thing and the most important part of ancient Egyptians is that they were concerned about how we got here, biology, and what happened when we left, cosmology. And so they didn't have a word for death. So the messages we get from religion about what happens after we die are not really what goes on. And so the spirituality was very deep and profound for them. Well, for example, there was a ceremony of the weighing of the heart when someone dropped their earthly body. And the idea was that they measured the weight of the heart on a scale against the feather of truth of Mot. And that meant that you were light of heart, which meant you were free to go between the different dimensions. And so the idea was if you were heavy of heart, if you'd done something immoral, they didn't want you on the other side. And so what it was doing is it was teaching people how to live well. When the initiates would go to the temples, there was always a winged disc. And that's similar to your symbol here, the AllatRa symbol. And the idea was their lower self would surrender to their higher self. And so when they walked in the temple, they were doing the work of the spirit, not the work of anything in the workaday world. And so you'll see that winged disc in between each hypostyle hall in the temples of Egypt.
In the headdress of Isis, we see the ancient sign AllatRa, which is found in other cultures around the world and denotes the spiritual power of God, of the spiritual world. What is the spiritual significance of the AllatRa sign in the Egyptian culture?
Well, the simplest way to look at it is it's the sun and the moon. The fact that it's literally all over the world, which I think you've done a really good job of demonstrating, is showing a universality and a simple dichotomy and blending. So, I mean, it's a really powerful symbol, and there's a lot more going on Isis's headdress as well.
Right now, we have seen an excerpt of exclusive interview, especially for AllatRa TV, with Dr. Carmen Bolter, professor of University in Calgary, the participants of the project Bosnian Pyramids, and director of a popular TV series, The Secret Code of Egyptian Pyramids. Dr. Carmen many years have studied Egyptian and the feminine principle for many years, and as we see, she made a conclusion that for Egyptian, spiritual knowledge came first, and the understanding that you should live by conscience and make good deeds, because Egyptians knew that death is not exist as it is. The body just dies, but soul goes to another world. Yes? And the AllatRa sign itself, we can't find the description of it in ancient Egyptian texts, but we can come and approach to this from the other side and look which characteristics gods possessed. The various entities had them, so the most famous is Isis and Hathor, the goddess Hathor, house of Horus meaning sky. It is goddess of heaven and love in Egyptian mythology, who was worshipped as a heavenly crown and represented the universe. Another ancient Egyptian bearer of the sign is Isis. It's a Greek name, but in Egypt it was called Iusas or Iusases. The work of Egyptologist from Cairo, Mustafa Galuha, director of the Houthi Research Foundation, it is really interesting. He is the author of several books of ancient Egypt and supports the idea that the ancient Egypt religion was not polytheistic but monotheistic, from the world one. Various people worshipped the god, and its various attributes were called in Egyptian as Neteru, divine powers. In his writings, he describes Isis as feminine incarnation of Ra, Our Lady of the beginning of time, the prototype of all things, the greatest of Neteru, divine powers, the queen of the divine forces, the light bearer of heaven of Ra, the greatest among those who come forth. Isis is the energy that comes from the whole, the feminine principle of the universe, the first of the goddess, the mother goddess. That is the divine power that gives life to all living things. About the god Ra, which hieroglyph was a circle. In the papyrus of Hunifir, an ancient Egyptian scribe a chord of Pharaoh said, "It is said you are the only one God who was at the beginning of time. Be glorious. Whom the goddess Ma'at embraces morning and evening. You travel through the sky with a heart full of joy, and be the great depth of heaven. Hold this." The boat of the sectet, stylized image of crescent, catches horrible wings, and the heart of inhabitant of sanctuary rejoices. And Nadezhda will tell us more about this. Yes, friends, we will now look at what bark means in ancient Egypt. Bark is looks as a crescent, is a component of the AllatRa sign, the lower part of Allat in general. So in Egypt you can find this symbol everywhere, and we can find it even in such places which is really far away from water, in cave temples and rock inscriptions in the interior of the country. Author Weigel, acting chief inspector in Antiquities of Upper Egypt, noted that the boats in the depths of the Red Land had nothing to do with reality, but were purely occult phenomenon. Sacred barks, which were in ancient times formed such an essential part of the Egyptian religion ceremonial. Let me remind you now that a symbol is an external expression of an inner idea. The writer Thomas Rollestone interpreted the bark as a symbol of a new birth of the day, or as a symbol of the emergence of the world. It is also known that Bagdasarov also mentioned that water vessels, whether their purpose initially embodies the idea of human life, its translation to other worlds. The Spanish writer Jorge Angel Livraga gives this definition. A bark is a symbol of the moon. A bark is a symbol of the sun. A bark is a symbol of everything that flowed pristine waters. In pristine waters, the bark is a symbol of ourselves. We are like bark, where the falcon rules the rudder and the bark goes to this course. And what is written in the so-called Book of the Dead, by the way, the real name of this is the chapters about coming to the lights of the day. And we only call it the Book of the Dead because it was found in tombs. And here we see again that the bark is a symbol of ourselves. These chapters about coming into the light of day were compiled of papyrus and placed in tombs in order to help the deceased overcome the danger of traveling through the other world and find prosperity in the afterlife. This is a book about overcoming death, about overcoming it, and at the same time about how to do it. There is another monument of ancient Egyptian literature. This is a book of Amduat, the book of what is Dat. Dat is the afterlife. The book consists of hieroglyphs on the walls of tombs. It tells about the journey of the sun god on the solar bark. Also, it was called bark of million years or bark of eternity. You can see right now in the image hieroglyphs from this book. So the god Ra travels for 12 hours from sunset to sunrise. Remarkable is the connection between the number 12 and the bark, which is a symbolic image of the crescent Allat, the creative power, movement, overcoming, rebirth. Aspiration to the spiritual, as we already mentioned above. And such conclusion can be made that depicting this symbolism, we make a conclusion that the Egyptians had knowledge about the world, not only about material world, but spiritual as well, about the spiritual path, spiritual liberation, as well as how each person can achieve this. And we also find plenty of symbols regarding to this, and Polina will tell us more about this now. Yes, spiritual liberation, it is closely connected with work on oneself and inner transformation of a person. And what is inner transformation? How it's related to the AllatRa sign. So, after all, nothing physically happens to a person. All processes takes place inside a person in his inner world. His attitude to himself and to other changes, his values change. A person acquires the values spiritual world, which were to the sky in Egypt, and in Egypt the scarab is considered a symbol of spiritual transformation of a human. Why scarab? In Egyptian it's called the Khepri. This name was of a god of rebirth, and he was depicted very often as a scarab, and really often the scarab was held in his paws, AllatRa sign, and really often it is depicted as a falcon with wings, which means transformation, aspiration to the spiritual heights. Researcher, a candidate of technical science, associate professor from Odessa, Prokhorovich, he told how the small little scarabs are born. The scarab collects manure and makes a ball of it, inside which the female scarab lays eggs. Inside this egg, the eggs ripen as an incubator for exactly 28 days, like a moon cycle, and on the 29th day, the dawn, man pulls this ball out in the hole, throws it into the water, and in the water there is already been born young scarabs. If we look at the essence, the scarab creates life inside the water, recycled material, and this makes sense, as we know that in our body, like everywhere else in the material body, consists of tiny particles, the same in the universe as a whole. And within this material structure, within temporal life of man, the true eternal life and love, joy, kindness, all those accompanied during the lifetime of constructive feeling and thoughts, who personalized as Isis. And what is interesting, that the scarab is between the AllatRa sign. He is between the circle Allat and the crescent, which looks like hemisphere. That is the creature that already belongs to the spiritual world. So in order to achieve the spiritual liberation, what AllatRa sign means, work on oneself necessary, required, and exactly of such a work on oneself was symbolized as scarab. And what in Buddhism AllatRa sign means, the next speaker Dilara will tell about it more.
Hello, dear friends. It's a very interesting information. I will add that in Buddhism until today there are also symbolic AllatRa signs. First of all, we can see them on stupas, on lamas' attributes, in inner decorations of the temples and clothes. And also in Tibetan Buddhism there is a Bindu sign, which denotes a source and gates, and also it is connected with the source of life. If the technical support will show this picture on the screen, we will be able to see it. You can see here on the top the AllatRa sign. And of course, more information about stupas. Now we have nowadays we have 8 types of stupas, which symbolize the Chinese knowledge of the stages of spiritual path and the remarkable significant stages in Buddha's life. Number 1 stupa is the lotus. Stupa was built when Buddha was still alive, and the main part of the stupa depicts lotus, and it denotes the birth of Buddha. Such an interesting fact. And of course, stupas are very significant monumental structures which are widespread all around, and I can give a Secret Manfred's quote. He's the researcher of stupas. He said that stupas are monuments which contribute to preserving peace in the world, and their perfect structure depicts the pure nature of mind and enlightenment. There are thousands of stupas already built in Asia, and thanks to their structure, they influence positively the energy field of the universe. And from the previous Kaleidoscope of Facts, which took place on December 13th, about the pyramids, we know that stupas, temples, and pyramids, thanks to their precise orientation in space and mathematical proportions, also can accumulate and transform energy in a particular way in the energy field. So it turns out that symbols and signs which are depicted on stupas are not just like to remind us about the righteousness and commandments and about some rules or rights, but it's also a positive influence and help to the people and harmonization of the space. Buddha himself transferred this knowledge and this vision. On next slides we can see this structure, stupa structure, which kind of identifies and shows the state of Buddha. On the next slide we can see a modern interpretation of stupa, and can you please note that on top where there is the symbolic AllatRa sign, this space is now usually called the white space or white cosmos. Now, to support, I would like to ask technical support to launch the video by Batu Lama. It's a fragment of the interview for the AllatRa TV, where he told us about that.
Много где у вас знак полумесяц с ложками вверх и круг. Что я так понимаю, что это символ, да, вот правильно? Что он обозначает? Вот именно.
This crescent means the crescent moon. The circle means the sun. And there's also fire on the top. Right. The crescent moon and the sun means the universe in the sense of going beyond. And the fire means the light of knowledge. There's a heart sutra that is called Prajna Paramita, which has such a quote, a mantra. Da deta om gata gate patara parasat gate bodhisvaha. This is in Sanskrit. The approximate translation into English is go beyond, go utterly beyond, and strengthen yourself in enlightenment. The sun, the moon, and the fire is exactly this.
Such an interesting, deep understanding, and it turns out the stupas symbolically showed a person's aspiration to achieve Buddha's state, Buddha's condition. I would also like to quote one of the ancient texts, which was recorded by Buddha's disciples before Tripitaka, and there are certain stages of enlightenment. If the technical support helps me and show us this slide, we will be able to watch it. Can it be put on the screen? Okay, then I'll read it out if you allow me. Buddha said the following: I achieved perfection in 6 paramitas, in compassion, kindness, in calm, in 80 types of wonderful qualities. I was surrounded by golden light. I adhered to the 4 laws of behavior and know 18 signs which nobody knows. And I know the divine insights. At the end of this quote, there is the mention of 18 signs. And by the way, AllatRa sign is one of the most active working sign among these 18. And I also mentioned that Om sound was present almost in all Indian teachings. In Buddhism, Om is interpreted as follows. It's a unity between heaven, earth, and underground life. Since Buddhism was widespread in India, first of all, these understandings actually are intertwined with Hinduism. There is also the trinity of Vishnu, Brahma, and Shiva gods. And we still can find Om sign, Om symbol, just like the AllatRa sign on temples. Here you can see Om, which is inscribed. The AllatRa sign is inscribed in the Om symbol, and here you can see how it looks on temples. Basically, it's the top of the temple with this unity sign. I also recalled another interpretation of the symbol Om. It's of the symbol of the sun and the moon. It's also from the Buddhist text that the moon is the symbol of the relative enlightened approach or attunement, and the moon is compassion and absolute enlightened attunement. And most very often AllatRa sign in Buddhism is symbolizes fire, and it also refers to the knowledge of divine nature. And if we summarize, we can understand that people basically strove to talk about, to tell about the same thing, but it's very difficult to tell about it with our restricted mind, about anything that is beyond our mind. So major knowledge is conveyed at the other level, at the inner level of feelings, in this language, which is understandable to everyone, because in this language we can feel that we are in God, we are in love, and we are united, and God is united, God is one, and this truth is one for everyone. I know that the next speaker also has something to add about the Om sound. Thank you. Greetings. We would like to share, together with the team, international team dealing with China, we would like to tell you what we found in China about the AllatRa sign, since Chinese culture is very ancient. Now, as of today, indeed, in the Chinese culture, the AllatRa sign has been preserved. We found it in ancient culture, which existed 6,000 years ago. This culture is called Davenko. Could you please show us the first slide? Yes, here you can see that the symbol of this culture is exactly the AllatRa sign. The main symbol is this sign, the crescent, with its points pointing, with horns pointing upwards at the top of the mountain, and we can see that in museums it is still present, and there are many exhibits which are depicting this main symbol, the sign. This Davenko culture was located in the territory of the Shandong province, which is in the east of China. And it is interesting that modern scientists interpret this sign in the following way, that it's the sun, the moon, and mountains. Yeah, here right now we can see how it looks. And also it is interesting that today in this specific territory, in this province, this sign is worshipped, and it is not only present in museums, but it can also be seen as a monument of this ancient culture in this city. And it is also interesting that we found such a point that they still make such T-shirts with the print of the AllatRa sign in this shape. Also, I would like to share another piece of information that while searching for the information about the AllatRa sign in Chinese culture, we found an article where the author, it's a news article actually, where the author already performed such analytical work, and he wrote that in their culture, in the culture Davenko, this symbol is found in many other cultures as well, in Egypt, in other cultures all over the world, and he found this parallel, and he provided these little images and information where also he found this. It's interesting that in China there is already this analytical work that has been done and published. And also I would like to tell that one of the participants from Tibet, he's the Tibetan, he told us that in Tibet there is also this sign, AllatRa sign, is also found, and he actually recalled the first thing that there are garden decorations on houses, and these garden signs include this AllatRa sign as a major symbol. Yes, if you look at this slide, we talked to this person and he said that mostly the symbol is placed for the purpose of guarding a house against any climate disasters. So this symbol protects a house against various dangers and natural disasters. And also it is interesting that in Tibetan language and Tibetan script, there's a hieroglyph which includes the AllatRa sign. Basically, there are two hieroglyphs. It's Om and Hu, and there is a very interesting mantra which is considered to be the main one in Tibetan culture and Buddhism. It sounds like Om Ahum. Here you can see how it is written in Tibetan language. It is pronounced in Sanskrit, but this is how it looks in Tibetan. And this hieroglyph is found in many places. Here we can definitely see the AllatRa sign, and in various depictions of this hieroglyph, it is clearly seen that there is a circle and a crescent. Regarding the Om sound, I would like us to tell more, so I give the floor to Olga. She will provide us with more information. I would like to share what I found regarding the Om sign in Hinduism. In Hinduism, the Om sign means the unknown name of God, uncalled name of God. It's the symbol of all scriptures, and it's the primordial vibration of creation, the starting, the primordial sound which created the world. It's a symbol of the infinity of spirit, the sacred of a world, of what is in the world and in a human. It maintains an order after chaos and maintains a connection with the divine essence. It is also a depiction of the divine triad, Vishnu, Brahma, and Shiva. And on one of the Shiva's hands, you can see the Om sign, Om symbol depicted on his palm. And in Hindu text, it is described as the connection with the Ajna chakra, which is associated with intuition, omnipresence, and omnivision, and it's the opposites of the Holy Spirit or one God. Ajna chakra is located where the third eye, and in the physical body it relates to the pineal gland. It also looks like AllatRa sign, interestingly, and what also is known about the pineal gland in India. Several years ago, it was very interesting that scientists started writing about pineal gland, and now they know that this gland is not just an clairvoyance organ and memory of previous life, but it's also the chakra where there is a concentration of major energies. There is in Buddhism there is an ancient tradition where disciples were for the so-called rings after the body of their teacher was burned, and they considered that the more spiritual person was, the higher spiritual heights he achieved, the more the greater piece of ringse or the brain sand of pineal gland was. It's a very interesting piece of information, I think. And now I would like to present to you a video. We managed to interview a professor of Technological Institute, Professor Joy. He, together with his students, he has been studying ancient civilizations for a long time, and they found the sources of the universal culture and knowledge which used to exist on the earth. This knowledge is what he wants to share with us. Let's watch it together in the video.
You find this symbol, I mean, in a lot of ancient temples, you know, in Assyria, in Egypt, in Sumeria, and of course in India. And if you come to Bengal, where I am, and if you go to a place called Ganga Sagar, where the Ganga comes and meets the ocean, there is a very ancient temple of a sage called Kapila, and it's a very ancient temple. So if you go there, so Kapila is sitting like this, and on the one hand you'll find the sun, and the other hand you'll find the moon. The sun and the moon. So what does it mean? It means that Kapila is a rishi who has taken full control over the Purusha and the Prakriti, between the solar principle, which is Ra, and the lunar principle, which in Arabia, ancient Arabia and Assyria, was known as Al-Ilah. 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 Ilah means, in Vedas, Ilah is the moon goddess. You know, Ilah. I-L-A-H. Ilah. Al-Ilah. So, and she's also known, I mean, before the pre-Islamic days, she was known as Al-Uzza, Usha, which means the sunrise. And she's also known by another name, Al-Manat. Manat is man, which is mind. So mind is moon, you know, like lunar is lunatic. Mind is moon. So Mana is moon, and Sala, soul, is sun. So sun and moon is mind and soul, is exactly mind and soul. So yoga is a combination of the solar and the lunar principle. And I was telling this to others like Olga when I met her, and especially Marina when I met her in Atlanta. And I was fascinated to see this as an emblem of AllatRa, you know, because it is the crown of yoga. And that is why what Dr. Sreyash is saying, so when the two orbs, which you see in the Omkar, so in the Omkar, you just see this portion, the descending, and you don't see the ascending. Why? Because the descending is coming from the invisible to the visible, so you see it. And the ascending side is going from the visible back to this. So you don't see the other side of the 8. And when the 2 collapses, then you get what is called Chandra, which is moon, and Vindu, which is sound. And that is exactly, in music, it's called Nad, which is a root of the word node in wave mechanics. And Bindu, which is the root of the word bond or binding. That means everything is binded, bond, Bindu. That means it's a convergence point. So in sun, everything converges. So sun can afford to give energy for millions and millions of years. You know, it does not ask for a tax, you know, pay me millions of dollars of tax, I'm giving you energy for about 5,000 years or 50,000 years, you know. It just gives you free energy. And this is what Nikola Tesla talks about, the free energy in the cosmos. It's available. All you have to do is just plug, you know, with an antenna and touch that thing. So the symbol of AllatRa is the connection between the navel, the solar plexus, the Manipura chakra, and the fountainhead, which is the fontanelle, the 1,000-petal lotus. So the symbol of AllatRa is a combination of Al-Ilah, which is Allah, Allah. So the Islamic word Allah, it actually is a moon word. So that's why in Islam, knowingly and unknowingly, the moon is more important. You know, people don't know why. And they celebrate the moon with the Venus, you know. But here the moon is not like this. The moon is either like this or like this. So it's the moon it's the second moon after the dark moon. It's the second moon on the dark moon. In Indian religion, it's called Ditya, Dua, which means double moon. So in Islam, this is accepted as the crescent, but much before Islam, this was a symbol of Anatolia, the Hittites and the Hurrians and the Mitannis had this symbol, and somehow it reached Islam, and then it became this. So this symbol is actually the foundational symbol of an ancient Greek notation, which is the double serpent. So one serpent is going from the visible to the invisible, and one serpent is going from the invisible to the visible, and they're going like this, and they're touching here. So this is the lower level, tamah guna, what Dr. Sresh said. Where they're crossing is rajas, and where they're finally mating each other head to head, that's swatik. And when they do that, it's there in Greek mythology that Zeus is mating Demeter, and then the sun is born. In Sanskrit, you call it Kumar Sambhav. The sun is born, and in Greek mythology, and Dionysius or Bacchus is born. And this is what later became a Christian theology. The Son of God is born. So the entire story of the Son of God comes from ancient Greek mythology. It comes from those ancient sources. Perhaps in a very ancient point of time, there was a connection between ancient Europe and ancient India, and they're probably the same group of people who are all together. And then in the later times, we started fighting, and then somebody saying the Aryans came from here, and the Aryans came from there, the Aryans came from Russia. Somebody said, no, the Aryans came from south of India. And then some people had the First World War in the name of Aryans, and the Second World War in the name of Aryans. But I think today, again, the AllatRa is becoming a foundation through which we'll recognize that we belong to one thought, one common humanity of sound, like talking to each other, communication, and light, which is clarity of thought, as is that. Good communication, which is the moon, and good clarity of thought, which is the sun. So at a very simple level, that is what AllatRa is. So you can see the symbol of Caduceus, which is the WHO symbol, the double serpent, the original serpent of Hippocrates, is exactly the Omkar, So there's a fantastic similarity between the Omkar and the double serpent of ancient Greece.
Dear friends, I would like to remind that today, right now, we are live, and the live broadcasts are being translated into 12 languages, and it is broadcast in many international channels, and it is organized by the initiative of people themselves, by volunteers. And as each Kaleidoscope of Facts, our broadcast is based on the knowledge which is given in the videos with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. And today, we already revealed the meaning of AllatRa sign in many cultures, but many interesting facts is still awaits for us. We will continue our journey to India, Mesopotamia. We will go into the roots of etymology of AllatRa sign, what is more interesting of the manifestation of physics of AllatRa sign, and we will consider the results of the unique experiments with the sign. And I give the word to India, and let's listen together what AllatRa sign means in this culture. Hello, dear friends. I would like to tell you a little about the symbolism of AllatRa, a sign which I met in India in southern state Kerala, where I lived for several years. And I remind those celebrations and festivals which were held in Geralta every year. And I'm sure many of you have seen beautiful elephants, colorful decorated elephants, and in Kerala this festival where more than 100 elephants participate, and this festival is really famous. What I remember, it is decoration of front of elephant. It is we can see there are such thing as etipatum. There are different figures, circles and semicircles depicted, and we can see the symbolic AllatRa sign, which is, we can see it 11 times, increasing in its size, and it's shown the sunrise, like the sun arises from the horizon. And locals, they put this to the walls of the house, or they put it as a talisman in the vehicle, in the car. So in this way it emits positive energy and everyone feels this. Also, you can see symbolic AllatRa sign in costumes and makes up of performers of such ancient art as Teyam. Teyam decorate their heads with particular symbols, and where we see also AllatRa sign either on the head or also as a part of a makeup in Upa, in the third eye area, where is also AllatRa sign depicted. And here we can see above on the headdress and the AllatRa sign. Here we see the part of a makeup, and in the middle of forehead AllatRa sign. Also in this image. Also, where I've noticed the symbolic AllatRa sign is a part of a costume, such a dance drama as Katakali. Here we see a dancer with an apron with AllatRa sign depicted on an apron. Here we see as well on the apron of dancers the sign. Tatiana.
Hello, dear friends. Thank you, Irina. Today we've heard so much information, rare information about this AllatRa sign in various cultures, and I would also like to share the information which has become a real discovery for me, is the fact that we encounter the AllatRa sign in Bogomil images. It's the religious movement which used to exist in the Balkans in the Middle Ages, in the 10th, 11th centuries, and such tomb depictions may be found in Bosnia, in Montenegro, and I would kindly ask our technical support to show these images. Here you see the tombs, the Bogomil tombs. It's 11th, 14th centuries. In the book by Bulgarian researcher, which is it's Rudolf Kutzli, Traces of the Bogomils. It describes the presence of various signs and symbols on tombs, and we can see AllatRa signs in various versions on these tombs, a lot of them. The meaning of this sign is interpreted in this book as the solar disk, solar wheel, and the moon. But on the next image, we can see, on this particular image, it is interpreted as the sign of the Grail. I would like to say that the topic of the Grail was discussed in the episode 4 of the Kaleidoscope of Facts when we were talking about Knights Templar. And the Grail was associated with the creating power of the primordial sound. That's why the depiction of this the AllatRa sign as the Grail shows that Bogomils knew how this sign is manifested in the physical level, on the physical level, and about the physics of the sign we will talk more in the next blocks of the Kaleidoscope of Facts today, so please stay with us. Also, we can see the depiction of this sign as the Grail. It is on these particular images, it's the crescent and a cross. And we can also find these images in Rudolph's book. On the next image, we can also see that AllatRa sign is found along with other symbols as cross and other items. From the book AllatRa, we know that people sometimes brought certain interpretations of the AllatRa sign in order to reinforce what is already strong and powerful, or to emphasize some meanings or some elements or items. In this particular case, we see an equilateral cross, which is the symbol of a human. And on the next image, we can find this following description. Let me read it out. A human figure which is stretching hands as a sign of harmony and agreement. Above his head, he has particular symbols, as if a person is dissolved in a sphere which is above him. And on the top, there is a sun and a moon boat. And a human is open up to everything that is descending on him from heavenly worlds to his heart. So we can say that this sign is associated with something divine, with which is flowing from heavens, meaning the divine energy and God. And since there is no precise information what this sign meant for the Bogomils, we actually decided to study what the Bogomils were, what was their philosophy and worldview. The Bogomil movement appeared in the 10th century in the Balkans, in Bulgarian territory, and it spread widely in Europe and also in ancient Rus. You can see how it was widespread. The followers of this movement were Cathars in Germany, Publicans, Strigolians in Russian, and the last records of the Bogomils are found in the 17th century. The basis of their teaching was the admission of the dual nature of a human. They believed that a body was created by devil and God imbued a soul inside a body, and that's why after death of a person, the body goes to earth and the soul goes to God. They believe that there should be no mediators between God and the human, and they professed lack of any excess, and they adhere to equality. So we see that people who depicted the AllatRa sign were spiritually oriented. They knew, they were aware of the primordial knowledge, and the Bogomils were such people. Thank you very much for your attention. I give the floor to Allah. It looks like there is no corner of our world where the AllatRa sign would not be depicted in cultures. It is just striking how different cultures and peoples, and even those who are located quite far from each other, they are united by this sign. They are united as an invisible thread which combines and joins all the processes of the universe in one harmonious pattern. Now we will continue studying the geography of the spread of the AllatRa sign, and now we'll go to Mesopotamia. even there was this unique sign. And now we give the floor to Olga from Ukraine, who will share information about her amazing discoveries. Yes, indeed, the AllatRa sign was very widespread in Mesopotamia, and what is interesting is that it was the cult of a moon deity. The names were different, but the symbols and the meaning was the same. And as history shows, before Islam appeared in Arabia, they worshipped the moon deity Allah, which was married to the sun goddess, and Allah used to be a pagan god in Arabia, but along with the goddess of the sun, they gave birth to three goddesses. In Mesopotamia, they also they worshipped this deity and called him Ur. And the researchers of the Orient admit that the cult of the moon deity was widespread far beyond Arabia. And this very cult was the most popular in ancient time in Mesopotamia. The ancient Sumerians worshipped a moon god who had numerous names: Nana, Soen, Asibaba. And it is interesting that the Assyrians and Babylonians, Akkadians, they turned the Sued word into Sim, which was their favorite deity, and he was depicted all the time with the moon, with a crescent, growing moon or full moon, or a full moon inside a crescent. And he had a deity wife, a divine wife, and the stars were their daughters. And in ancient Yemen, whose culture existed several thousand years before Christ, they worshipped god Astar. It was also a moon deity, and it was depicted as a disk, a Venus, which was depicted above the crescent. It is interesting that Allah had three daughters, and God's Sin had three daughters, and one of Sin's daughters was Ishtar. Tatiana will tell us about goddess Ishtar. I give the floor to you, Tanya. Thank you, Olga. I will add regarding Mesopotamia, Ishtar goddess. Ishtar and Inanna actually is the same deity in Sumerian and Semite version. It's an ancient depiction of Ishtar is a woman in a divine hairdress, looking like a hat with wings and a glow, which we can see behind her shoulders. Now we can see it in the picture. It is interesting that Ashur and Ishtar are basically the same word. Ashur, according to some Egyptologists, is a version of the Osiris's name. So we can see an ancient prehistorical combination of the Egyptian and Mesopotamian traditions. So Inanna and Ashur, and Isedan and Osiris. These are the beings which combined, although they have different genders, and gender indicates what the main accent was done by these peoples on going from the material world like Osiris in Egypt, or in Mesopotamia there was Inanna, is an entrance of divine powers into the world. When we consider the Oriental and Eastern goddesses, the Ishtar is associated with Hathor, goddess of Egypt. They are compared because they have the same features, in particular the AllatRa sign, which we can see in the images here. We know that this multitude of divine names are just different names of one and the same God. So Sumerians worship Inanna by different names and images. I would like to read out a very beautiful hymn which was popular at that time, in the Gan time. It was published in the Sumerian religious texts. Could you please show it on the screen? I'll read it out. The great Queen of Heaven Inanna will I glorify you. You are the Queen of Anunnaki. You are the greatest Queen. I glorify you. You are blissful. You produce the worship. You are worshipped in heaven and earth, and have big horns. The eldest child of Suen, Inanna, I glorify you. Your power, your greatness, your entrance on the night star, your glow, you shining in the sky, your position in the sky, just exactly as the moon and the sun. It is famous in all countries from south to north. It's the greatest of the sacred mistress of the heaven and governor of the heaven. In other legends, Inanna is also called a great cow, which makes a big way, and we can see the AllatRa sign above her head. It is interesting that in Egypt, Isis was also associated with Inanna symbols and epithets, although at that time there were no wild cows in Sumer. In many artifacts, Inanna Ishtar is depicted with a jug, as we can see here, or with a jug where the water is pouring from it. The water is an allegorical symbol of energy. It's the energy coming from the one God. That's the interesting image of Inanna worshipped at that time. Also, it is known that at that time, God's name almost never was pronounced aloud. It could only be depicted symbolically as a combination of the sun and the crescent, half moon. And if somebody had to pronounce his name, they rounded the lips to pronounce O as a sun around a circle, and then there was Om as a crescent. So its Om is a depiction of the AllatRa sign. The sacred sound Om, which we know from many Oriental religion, now we can see on the screen that in Istanbul Museum, I went to that museum and I was very interested what was widespread in Mesopotamia. It was AllatRa sign in many versions, as we can see in these images. This indicates that at that difficult time, people yet didn't lose spiritual knowledge, and we can see it on various artifacts. Thank you very much. I give the floor to the next speaker. Thank you very much. From the artifacts which we as humanity have managed to preserve, we can see that the AllatRa sign is present in all religions and cultures. Moreover, it was worshipped, it was revered and respected in all cultures. It was depicted on altars as a reminder of the main place in the house. And also it depicted, it portrayed the divine beings, the essence of whom was love. The AllatRa sign depicted the highest state of enlightenment and conveyed the knowledge about the creative power of this world, the power of God. It was placed on stones in order to convey the knowledge to the next generations. And before we proceed to discussing what is the etymology of the AllatRa word, I suggest that we watch a fragment of the video with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov regarding the meaning of the AllatRa sign.
Where there was a sign writing, not a symbolic writing. Now we are using symbolic writing. We write letters that make up words and the like. Whereas earlier, there used to be signs. There couldn't be any distortions in a sign. A sign conveyed the whole essence. It was convenient for conveying the knowledge about the spiritual world, for something so global and serious, but it was inconvenient to use it for trifles. That's why symbolism had to be invented that would describe who owes how much to whom, that is, the consumer-based format. AllatRa is a synonym for the Holy Spirit if we speak the language of Christianity, the language of religion. And what is the Holy Spirit? It's exactly God's power. And what is God's power in? In His love. It is that power which transforms this world. It's a component of all religions. It's what gives life. It's what God sent here and endowed everyone with. From time immemorial, people knew that it was called AllatRa, and the sign was just like the one on this book. That is, the very notion of the Holy Spirit was depicted this way. Allat and Ra mean the power of God. This has been known from time immemorial, and these symbols are present in all religions, because it was a fundamental symbol in ancient religions. While before the time of religions there was a clear understanding that this is, pardon me, the Holy Spirit, what we now call this way, and mean by this notion. It's just a synonym for the Holy Spirit.
Oksana, we cannot hear you. The sound was absent, but there was such an understanding that the sign language was actually a unified language which had a universal source. Philologist Svetlana Nikitina, in her interview told about the etymology of the AllatRa word in Slavic languages. Could you please turn on the video, a piece of this interview?
AllatRa. Al, the old Russian root Al, has the meaning united altogether, the highest, the best, the bright, the finest, hence the words altar, allatir, almaz, which is the diamond in English, hallelujah, and so on. La is a seed. When we walk, we sing la la la, we sow. La is a seed endowed by nature with a program for development and growth. And always from a seed. If it's a child, a person will grow up. If it's a carrot will grow. If it's an an oak will grow. La is a seed. T, tverdo in Russian, is the earth, the firmament, our material world in which we exist. And Ra is the light of the sun, the speech of conscious speaking, when everything is clear and understandable, affirmed here on earth, meaning in our communication. Therefore, the stress is on La, a seed endowed by nature with a program for development and growth, for unification of all the best, bright, and pure, in order to establish the light of knowledge, peace, and joy here on earth. This is according to our syllabic matrix of the Russian language.
If we talk about the only source from which the word Allat has came from, this is the part of book sensei Anastasia Novykh. Could you please show this part? So speaking of, in essence, the concept of Allat is one. This is generally a word of extrasensual origin. It came to us, as I said, from Phaeton, from Sirius, and it came to Sirius from more highly developed civilizations. In essence, Allat means a common unit of the forever time. Oksana, thank you very much. It's very interesting to discuss the phenomenon of the word Ra. So when people pronounce the word, they have understood the meaning of it. And so Ra came from ancient Egypt, and in ancient papyrus, the words Amon Ra, the god of light. Amon is hidden. Amon is an epithet of God the Creator. you cannot see the God with the physical organs, but you can feel it. Let us carefully read the lines of the scroll of the Book of Dead. Amon-Ra is the good God, the divine soul, the great God. He's one. He's the only one, and he's creator of all things. In chapter 13, we can find that Amon-Ra is the great God, and he pronounced the word, and the gods start being the great love. So the meaning of God it was pronounced by word Ra, and when word Amon added to sound Ra, it means the golden name. Xana, could you please continue? Yes, of course. And sound R, we have this sound in every language, and it's a very ancient sound. It was for ages, and this Ra meaning we can see in many different languages. It's the ninth letter of Arabian alphabet. It's the title of the 28th letter of Armenian alphabet. It's also a very old letter from Arachman language. And also we can find sound Ra in Japanese in Japanese language, in language of Devanagari. So Ra is very spread language, and we can find it very many times. And it was very interesting that Ra is one of the ancient names of the Volga River. And Claudia Ptolemy told about that. And it is also an ancient name of the Volga River. It's also still can be found in Finno-Ugric language. And word Ra was used by different tribes, and they call water with this sound. And as you can see on the picture, so we can also this sound is in such words as Iran, Teguran, Tsitrani, Durani, and different other languages. In many Slavic languages, Oleg Trubachov, the scientist of the Slavic languages, he found out that from ancient Indo-European and ancient Iran language, Rauta means water, river or river flow, and it is still having these meanings in different rivers. Yes, Oksana, thank you. And the word Ra we can find also in Sanskrit in a meaning of fire of the candle. So it's very interesting that it may be a symbol of the sun. And in Slavic mythological, Ra is a symbol of the sun or fire or light. And it's interesting that in Egypt, ancient Egypt, the fire is related to the name of Hor. But when I have seen the ancient papyruses, that the eye of Hor, it's the left eye, and the left eye is symbolized a moon for ancient Egyptians. And the right eye symbolized the sun, and it was symbolizing the sun. Yes, thank you. And continuing the topic of the sun, I would like to say that the rainbow, it's connected with the sun. It's very beautiful physical effect, and it means that like water bow. It's dear viewers, we would like to ask your opinion of what is the meaning of word Allat and Ra in your language that you're talking, and please write your letters at the email info@allatra.tv. Thank you very much. Thank you, Oksana. Yes, thank you. And according to the information that we have learned, I would like to summarize and to read one more part of Anastasia Novykh book, AllatRa. You can see it on the screen right now. Somewhere a long time ago, people used the term the entire higher that was sound Ra, and then the god Ra disappeared from the flower of lotus and rised up from the world ocean. Yes, indeed, God has different names, and we just have seen the material because God has different names, and names of God is just epithets of the meaning of one, the sacred name of God, as ancient Egyptians thought. Because ancient Egyptians thought that Amon-Ra is the only one, the only God. So the 3rd millennium BC, people have already known that the God is one. And also we can find this in 17th chapter of the Book of Dead, that I am the one. And Osiris, it was the name of the god of old Egyptians, and in Egyptian it called Usir, but Greeks use the word Osiris. It means the one who is topper, higher of all the people. It doesn't mean that everyone wear alpinism and climb on the top of the mountain. It means that these people, they climb the top of their self-development. And Ahura Mazda also was the only one god for an ancient Indian people. So yes, indeed, we can see that the god is one. And why we are talking about the sign AllatRa now? Because we see in this sign the essences of life. I was the teacher of history telling you that that I like life, living. It's so interesting to learn something new, to create, and learning the meaning of the AllatRa sign. It's also some new research. We have a possibility to do something new, and our top value is the life itself. Thank you very much. Let's summarize. As Bert Granton told in the interview, to understand the meaning of the sign, we have to make a deep dive in other meanings, because as a good teacher, the good teacher repeats the same knowledge for his students to understand better the meaning. And so the meaning and the understanding of the AllatRa sign was given to us plenty times by the representatives of the spiritual world. And we have discussed different ideologies, religious, and the etymology of the word AllatRa, and we have seen that they had changed, but we can see the only meaning, the only and this meaning was described by different words and contexts, but the main idea is the love of God. Signs as symbols are always have many layers of knowledge. And we have a question. Have our grandparents knew something more about the world's how the world was created, or had they maybe they had a knowledge how to come to the God, or maybe they knew something more. What is the difference between the sign and the symbol? Let's continue discovering together.
Yes,
Natalia?
Olga, there is a difference, and it's wonderful that we are talking about this. Let's refer to the notion of a sign. It's an abstract and material object which represents a state of a person or an object. As an object, we consider any item through which we can convey not like I'm conveying information right now, but we can it depicts something on an item, and this picture, this image will contain information. It's like invisible communication, and this item becomes a sign in a special situation. A sign plays a role of a mediator. So, as Olga said, information is transferred this way from culture to culture. A famous philologist, Morris, identified intellect with the functioning of signs. The whole combination, the whole variety of signs make up a material form of storing information. And the meaning of the AllatRa sign in this context is the transfer of information in the material world. It's lines, whether black or white lines, and in a certain way they depicted these lines on the surface. In order to convey the depths of the sign, they used additional forms of expression. Like in our head, we have a certain idea with which a person tries to manifest this idea in the external, but this can be an image or a sound, because a person, initially it is materialistic. A human is materialistic. Where this sign arises from? The word sign goes from the word znak, which is widespread in Slavic languages, and znak is kindred to the verb to know, znat, which comes from the znati, which means to know, to have information. And this very interpretation relates to the meaning of the sign. In Arabic language, the sign is meant alamutun, and it originates from the verb meaning to know, to understand, as you can see on the screen. Also, the meaning of the sign is based on the quality of what we can feel. And this item, for example, a rock, and we already have an image of a rock as firmness. A spiral, we have an image of movement of something that is not seen by a human. A sign depicted something which is transferred through feelings. And when a person described his feelings, internal feelings, he described what was happening inside, what I feel inside, for example. And a person understands the meaning and uses this material item as a meaning for the image which arises in our brain. And this image should be perceivable. The inscriptions were denoted as a transfer of information for the next generations, because in this life everything is transient except spiritual values. So that's why our ancestors placed signs to emphasize that this particular information should be known. The sign script, the sign system can give a certain spiritual surge. When a person is in a state of freedom and love. That's why we are talking about working signs. We already heard in Dilara's speech about working signs. Working signs are the ones which can can influence the physics while being activated. They influence the physics laws at the invisible level, and this actually denoted the state of the invisible state of the spiritual person. People depicted this as a spiritual rise, the unfoldment of the spiritual nature, and people practiced this knowledge. The AllatRa sign was like a conductor of the creating power of God. Now let's proceed to the symbols. As we can see on this screen, you can see ancient artifacts, the unity of forms and meanings. The significance of an image is concentrated by depicting the expressiveness of certain elements and means. And such, items with depicted bright signs. When you look at certain image in our brain, we have information very fast. This means that this symbol is unfolded. Symbols were placed on certain items as an information sources and for fast reading of this information, and it was needed for the transfer of spiritual experience to the offspring. Symbols are depicted on some items, and the deep meaning is allocated to these symbols. And these symbols only indirectly relate to what is visible. If we see a snake, this doesn't mean a really living creature. Meaning, a snake has some meaning. For example, in Egypt, it denoted the protector of God Ra. And if we see a bug symbol in Berber's Mayan culture, in Göbekli Tepe 12,000 years ago, in their script and also in the Easter Island script, it's very interesting, and especially it's interesting how to distinguish signs and symbols.
О таком интересном знаке египетском глазом, если можете показать его, пожалуйста, где зафиксировано действительно не только символизм, он несет и слой знаний как бы символический.
You can see here the sign of the symbol of glass of an eye, and it is in ancient Egypt. It denoted that every part of this symbol of this eye is a mathematical figure. It's like 1/3, 1/8, etc., etc. So if we combine all these elements, we will get 1/64th. And it's a very interesting point how mathematical information was denoted in symbols. This fact shows that at certain point Egyptians received very complex knowledge, which is fixed and detected in signs and symbols. And now you already, as you already noticed, we already approach the next topic, signs and symbols and the physics which is hidden behind the manifestation of signs. In order to figure all this out, let us look at the fractals. You probably heard that everything is fractal in the world. But what are fractals and what is the basis of fractals? A fractal is a geometric shape where one and the same motif is repeated consecutively in smaller and smaller dimensions. Not just straight lines are fractals, there are more complex fractals like Koch's snowflakes and Moltebor's fractals. And by the way, French mathematician Benoît Mandelbrot actually discovered fractals. When he was a student, he was listening to the professor who was teaching algebra, and Mandelbrot had these shapes in his head, and this way he understood how he can transfer algebraic forms, shapes into images. And Maldeboard received a very beautiful picture which repeated itself, and it is called Maldeboard fractal. Based on this fractal is a surface, is a circle, and no matter how close you look at this image, you'll see similar shapes, and it will be repeated. He continued his study, and he depicted various mathematical shapes graphically. Probably now you have a question, why am I telling you all this? The same question arose to Maldeboard. The whole scientific world, scientific community just didn't accept him and criticized his work a great deal, but no, well, he transferred mathematical shapes into graphic depictions. What does it have to do with real science? They asked. But everything stopped after his book was published, which is called Fractal Geometry. Look at these miracles. In the past, you could see signs and symbols surround us everywhere, but these are like architectural shapes, ornaments, some paintings. No, friends. Our whole world is idea, complex geometry, and these are signs and symbols. You can see fractals in clouds, in mountains, in the shapes of broccoli leaves, in seashells, and the surface of moon, and even in the human body. When we look at the surface of an object, it looks very mathematical because we can see the whole complexity of the structure. But if we discern and scrutinize the forms which any shape is consistent, we can see the geometry of self-repeating objects. After fractal geometry was discovered, there was a whole breakthrough in computer graphics because images became more realistic, what we can see in many computer games and computer graphics and movies. This is created not by designers, but more by mathematical formulas. Of course, this brings us to certain reflections. By means of fractal geometry, we now can already predict the movement of clouds, the change of the river flow, and fractal geometry, and maintain the breakthrough in the electronic communication means, because antennas with fractal geometry not expanded the range of radio waves, and also it is used in information technologies for processing and compact storage of information. Also, fractal models are used, just think of this, in nuclear physics, in astronomy, for studying processes on the sun, and even the distribution of galaxies in the universe. Fractal geometry makes it possible to predict heart attacks, to diagnose cancer at early stages, to predict brona particles, which used to be chaotic, considered to be chaotic, but now it also reflected in fractal geometry. So behind in chaos in the universe, there is a real, ideal, perfect order. The most interesting thing about fractals is that mathematical formulas are the basis of the geometry of fractals, and our whole world is a complex geometry which is reflected in the external part of our universe, in the basis of its creation, and in the basis of all the complex physical processes. If we, for example, assume that our whole world is a very complex computer program depicted in various beautiful shapes, as we now see on the screen, then in this program there are special codes and keys that can change this program, and these keys are also information, just like any information. These mathematical formulas which Maldeboard discovered in graphics, they have geometry, they have geometric depictions. So for our perception, they are two-dimensional images, meaning signs.
Thank you for this wonderful excursion into the world of fractals, these self-similar structures. And let us, friends, consider another structure with similar properties, a hologram, using the example of laser holography. Holography is a technique based on the light interference to record the information. The interference is a phenomenon that occurs when two or more waves superpose. Let me give you an example. If you throw a few pebbles into the water, then the ripples of waves form a complex pattern, or an interference pattern. At some points, we observe an increase in the amplitude of the waves. At other points, we see their weakening. If such an image is obtained from light waves, and if we record it on a photographic plate, we will get a hologram. So schematically, the process can be represented as follows. A laser beam is passed through a special optical device, the splitter. As a result, two beams emerge from the one and the same source. This is necessary to create coherent, matched light waves, without which there will be no interference. The rays are then passed through a diffuse lens to obtain even illumination. This is done in order to make this light real fine. So the first beam is directed by the mirror right under the photographic plate. The second ray illuminates the object, and as the light reflects from the object, it falls onto the same photographic plate. Then that's when we get an interference picture. It looks like a chaotic alternation of light and dark stripes and spots, and it is completely dissimilar to the original object. In order to restore the original image, then we will need to illuminate the image with exactly the same laser beam that was used to create the hologram. And this, when the light waves passing through an interference pattern create a complete illusion of existence of an object. So if we cut a holographic plate into two parts, we will see two absolutely identical images, just smaller in size. No matter how many times we divide this plate, we will be still getting many identical images. Such fractality repeats itself at all levels of organization of matter, including the micro level. Now we will watch a video about the basics of the structure of matter according to the primordial AllatRa physics. Please, friends, pay attention to the following point. A cosmic grid, where all the material universe exists, is actually a limited, very flattened brick. Its thickness is 1/72 of its length. Compare this information with the interference pattern of the hologram and with the microwave of relic background in space. This is a relic background in space which astrophysics are studying today. The holographic pattern, at the basis of which is science, is located on the second dimension. In order for an image to come to life and acquire volume, we need to direct our attention to it. This unique, huge power, the power of Allat, which comes from the spiritual world. So let's watch the video.
At the core of the material universe, there is a specific spatial frame, non-material structure, the isosmic grid. Any resident of the three-dimensional world would perceive this energy structure as a very flattened object, in appearance similar to a flat brick, with a psi height of 1/72 of the size of its base. In other words, the isosmic grid has a flat geometry. The ability of the material universe to expand is limited by the size of the isosmic grid. As it was stated in ancient sacred legends of various nations of the world, there is the spiritual world,
a qualitatively different world which has nothing in common with the material world, its laws and problems.
Isosmic cell, a basic minimal element in the structure of the isosmic grid. In the third dimension, it has the form of a cube, with sides representing the isosmic membranes. In the center of the cell, there is one real unchangeable stationary Poe particle.
The phantom Poe particles, which make up all the elementary particles in the material world, moving spirally, can go through the isosmic cell. In the isosmic cell, there is an important process of partial redistribution of energy and information, subtraction of some part of energy by the real Poe particle, and reading the information from the moving phantom Poe particle, and also various collisions of two phantom Poe particles under the influence of the real stationary Poe particle on this process. All this determines the future development, transformation, or elimination of matter, which consists of the phantom Poe particles.
Isosmic membrane is a unique non-material structure. It represents the size of spatial cube of the isosmic cell. As we have already said, there are 6 isosmic membranes in each isosmic cell. The main action, which gives life to all the material system, the process of isoosmose, happens through the isosmic membrane, its center. It is characterized by so-called paradox of dimensions. In three-dimensional world, the isosmic membrane has practically no thickness, but at the same time it really exists, and its inside space is infinite. The septon field is a common universal field, thanks to which all the fundamental interactions in the material world take place. It is at the core of any phenomena, process, object and their components. Both the objects of macrocosm and the objects of microcosm have their own septon field. This is a common field which unites them in their essence, as the real Poe particle and the phantom Poe particle consist of the elements of this field, septons. The word septon derives from the Latin word septem, which means 7. Such name was given due to the number of elements in this structure. Septon may not be ascribed even to the smallest indivisible Poe particle, as it is what creates the Poe particle itself, both the real and the phantom one, but it is not the Poe particle in its basic essence. The structure of septon consists of an inclusion of the force of Allat and surrounding 6 antipode reflections, anti-Allats, that is, overall 7 elements. As a figurative example, taking into account many associations of the three-dimensional world, we can say that it is some kind of a mini-machine, a mechanism which transforms the force of Allat into anti-Allat, which allows the whole material world to exist.
Any material object consists of a set of chemical elements. If we speak of a human, his body holds the entire periodic table and many other undiscovered chemical elements. But what is important is that if we delve into the microcosm of a human, we will find that the number of chemical elements will decrease and their interaction will become more complex. For example, if we get as deep as the size of a molecule, we can see that the number of chemical elements is reduced to just a few. With further immersion into the microcosm of the atom, chemistry disappears, and quantum physics at the level of elementary particles remains. Elementary particles show properties of the boundary condition here. One and the same particle can be matter, particle, under certain conditions, and it can also be energy, wave. Besides, a number of hidden surprising properties are revealed, the interaction of particles regardless of distance and transfer of energy, and much more. But quantum physics, we can say, is also limited. It stands on the threshold of 2 worlds, where matter, particle, transforms into energy, wave. With further immersion, quantum physics disappears, and a brand new, yet unknown world begins, the multidimensional world of energies, and still further, the world of information, of the very fundamental building blocks of information referred to above, which creates matter, form, and life itself.
Form a structure that represents a local point. Some object. We put it in the middle of a room, in which a multitude of mirrors is placed under a certain angle in such a way that it is reflected in each of them. So the object is in the middle of the room, and it is reflected in every mirror. Also, we see it, and therefore, information about it exists in our minds. In short, the information about the object exists simultaneously in several places. If we remove one of the mirrors, we will not observe this object in that place. But when we return the mirror, it will reappear. So, in fact, information about it has not disappeared. It is just that we see the object under certain conditions of manifestations of information, and once conditions have changed, we no longer see it. Objectively, however, this object continues to exist in that place in terms of information. The reflection may have a continuous flow, so it means that this object exists in each point of this room and, incidentally, not only of the room, but also of the space outside the limits of the room, regardless of whether we see it or not.
In ancient times, along with the knowledge about fundamental particles, individual fundamental particles, about particles, also there were mentions about omnipresent, all-pervading fundamental principle of this material world, and in ancient Indian sources it was called Akasha. One point I would like to mention is that Akasha has one characteristical feature. It is the sound, and the sound in the meaning of very fine, subtle, invisible vibrations. So Akasha always resounds. Why do we mention Akasha here? Let's recall what the sound is. These are waves, disturbances that propagate in a certain medium, for example, in a metal or air or water. Besides the sounds that we can hear, there are also inaudible sounds like electromagnetic ones. We also know that the sunlight also can propagate both during the Earth-like medium, but also in the cosmic medium. But how does the light travel in cosmos? We think that there is only vacuum there. So this vacuum or this emptiness is actually our Akasha. So in the beginning of the 19th century, it was called the luminospheric ether. That's what Nikola Tesla spoke about. Physics first rejected this theory, but then they opened it again and named it like a dark matter. But in essence, this is the environment, the medium of the same properties as ether. In the primordial AllatRa physics, we have seen that it is indeed this case. But this medium is consisted of the informational bricks, and they comprise different forms of matter. And as Oleg has mentioned, they can be described by the means of mathematical fractals, and the basis of which of these mathematical fractals are signs. That is, signs are actually condensed information. Friends, let us watch a fragment of the video with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov regarding the sound.
And we have the question regarding do the signs has sound?
Everything that falls into resonance with a sound, meaning any resonance, is an audible or inaudible sound of some sort. And that's why surely there is sounding. Well, let's recall those very cladny figures, right? Well, those that are formed by sound. Well, these are all the same effects. That's why any sign naturally has a sound in general. Let's say any interaction is certain vibrations of some kind. Vibrations are sounds. Well, it can be put this way too. It's just that there is a sound which we are unable to perceive or hear. However, the whole universe is nothing else but a sound. And there is the sound which has created matter and can control it if we consider this from the highest possible perspective.
Friends, I think now is the time we delve deeper into the role of the sound and how it created matter. Actually, in the context of origin of the universe, the Big Bang theory has been much discussed, but this theory does not answer the question how an uncountable number of particles lined up in a certain order to create the matter around us. Researchers say that denser objects started to attract less dense objects, thus gradually planets were created. But this hypothesis raises many more questions, including why there are so many different chemical elements. How were the ideal living conditions created? How to explain dark matter? And perhaps the main question is, how did the universe appear orderly and with a certain set of physical laws and restrictions? If there are laws of physics, then there had to be someone who wrote these laws to make them work in every possible situation. This leads us to the presence of the Creator, who created this universe and all the beautiful, complex things in it, the structure of which we are just beginning to comprehend. There is ample evidence that sound waves played a key role in the creation of the universe. We have already spoken a lot about the myths and legends of the ancient people, but today I suggest we consider the physics of these processes. Actually, we need no proof that sound waves can be used to create anything. A sound wave cannot appear by itself. There must be a source, some sort of generator, another argument in favor of having a creator. We have seen that sound waves can order matter through the example of Chladni figures. This occurs when the natural vibration frequency of the plate resonates with the supplied vibration frequency of the speaker. We also know that sound can destroy matter. When a singer, for example, an opera singer with a voice picking up the frequency breaks the glass, when the natural vibration frequency of the glass resonates with the frequency of the singer's voice and amplifies to such an extent that internal connections in the glass structure are destroyed and the glass cracks. These two examples show that sound can affect even at the level of large, visible, material objects. But what is also very interesting is that in both cases there is such a thing as the natural frequency of vibration. In physics, this concept is also known under the term normal vibrations. As we know, elastic bodies can perform quite complex vibrations in which they compress, stretch, bend, and twist. However, vibrations of any elastic body can be thought of as a combination of overlapping simpler normal vibrations. So this image shows how, so now you're seeing it, so this image shows how several normal vibrations of the simplest elastic body look like, one-dimensional stretched string. And each normal vibration is represented by a standing wave, which, unlike a traveling wave, stands still and has its own pattern of vibration amplitudes distribution in space. So the next figure clearly shows antinodes, points where the amplitude of oscillations reaches its maximum, and nodes, the fixed points at which the amplitude of oscillations is zero. Also, every such wave oscillates at its own frequency. So, in case of a string, the vibration frequency of a standing wave increases with an intense in the number of nodes and antinodes. Now let's have a look at a two-dimensional system. the example of which is a thin elastic membrane stretched over a rigid frame. Normal vibrations of a circular membranes, of course, look more complicated than in the case of a string, and instead of separate point nodes, there are nodal lines along which the membrane is stationary. And the next slide shows normal vibrations of a circular membrane with fixed edges, and in the green you see the nodal lines. So the circular membrane, the nodal lines, which are circles and segments along the radii, can intersect at right angles, and if the edges of the membrane have an arbitrary shape, finding the frequencies of normal vibrations and pictures of the nodes and antinodes turns into a problem that can only be solved with the help of a computer. But let's get back for a moment to our Chladni figures and see how grains of sand line up in symmetrical patterns. As has been mentioned before, in the general case, body vibrations are a combination of a whole set of normal vibrations excited in it. The phenomenon of resonance allows us to selectively excite any one normal vibration we need. For this, we need to rock the body with the help of external force with a frequency equal to the natural frequency of the normal vibration. And in case of Chladni figures, an elastic plate is attached to the center of to a generator of a mechanical vibrations, most often a speaker, the frequency of which is gradually increased. Normally, vibrations of a plate with its own patterns of nodes and antinodes are excited when the generator frequency resonantly coincides with the natural frequencies of these vibrations. So we see the pictures of nodes and antinodes due to the fact that air currents near the oscillating plate blow away grains of sand to the nodal lines of the standing wave. Thus, the Chladni figures show us pictures of the nodal lines of normal vibrations of an elastic plate. So here we see that the symmetry in these examples is broken by a circular plate in the center. We can also see, as we can see from this image, we can see how the form of the plate influences the changing pattern. But it is worth noting that Swiss and American scientists in the field of nanomechanics and nanofluidics have experimentally proven that the smallest particles will no longer be attracted to the nodes, but to the antinodes of the standing wave. And I think we have figured out the Chladni figures, which we have mentioned so often in the previous issues of the Kaleidoscope. And so far we have talked about two-dimensional systems. If we consider the propagation of waves in three-dimensional space, then here too nodal lines can arise, along which the amplitude of oscillations is equal to 0. So this image shows the examples of such intersections. Actually, at first glance it doesn't look like the world around us, correct? In physics, these phenomena are described by the quantum chaos theory. Only there is a caveat. In physics, the term chaotic does not mean random, because chaotic systems are deterministic. These are systems whose motion is described by strictly defined equations, and they are not affected by random factors, and therefore are predetermined by initial conditions. This has been mentioned at the very beginning. So, we add to this that everything, including atoms in molecules, vibrates at certain natural frequencies and enters into resonance with each other. In other words, waves interact and affect each other, and thus their characteristics change, such as frequency, amplitude, vector. They scatter. They enter into resonance and transform in every possible way. So the interaction of waves creates interference patterns. They have also been mentioned. And even at those frequencies that we can perceive by ear, interesting geometric shapes are built. And what's interesting is that the higher the frequency, the more complex the pattern is. But if we extrapolate this idea and imagine how complex the drawing is when the vibration frequency exceeds the range perceived by our eyes and ears, but at the same time, grains of sand will not be practically lined up, but the smallest particles that make up our three-dimensional reality. Isn't this proof of the wave nature of all matter? Now let's see an excerpt from the video interview with Yuri Lear, a scientist.
How does the sound get transformed into a sign?
First of all, it can be seen in practice when we conduct an experiment on the effect of sound waves, for example, on a metal plate. A sound generator is connected, sand or other granular substance, sugar or something else, is placed on the plate, and a fixed frequency is applied on the plate. And then we see how a figure or an image is being formed. Just now the substance was all scattered, there was nothing, and then all of a sudden a figure got formed, or a moire pattern, or as it's called. Is that a fact? Yes, it is. This is where a system of interaction of the visual apparatus or the acoustic apparatus of the hearing system with certain phenomena comes from. Because these are waves and those are waves. And images, in fact, can be broken down into separate components, so to say. Such software exists, and such a program will eventually deliver sound for you. When a sound effect is made, and we are talking about sound waves that can be distinguished in the Chladni figures, right? A certain frequency sounds there all the time, you see? All the time. This is a tonic. But ether responds to this tonic. This is what should be talked about. These are resonances that occur in ether, and this ether has unbelievable cosmic energy. It is attracted by the wave parameters of a particular tonic, and in this etheric field, in volume, some complex structures appear which have a certain cross-section or reflection on the plane. This is what actually happens.
And this cross selection is a sign, right? This cross selection is therefore a sign, and we can see a 3D image, but
Yes, we
2D,
see a two-dimensional image of a 3D process.
like a cross of the wave.
Of course, when we are talking about waves, dear colleagues, dear listeners and friends, we have to leave behind our primitive, flat perception of the world, because the world has volume, and this means that any source of a wave phenomenon is a source of spherical waves, which, when interacting with any objects, any obstacles, or with anything else, produce their own projection onto this object, and then our not fully developed visual perceive this as a flat phenomenon. But in reality, any phenomenon which happens in one of the ranges which I mentioned regarding the cell, these waves definitely always have volume.
And now I would like to offer for viewing a fragment of an interview, but with an Italian scientist, Mirto Frandino. He is the president of the International Association of the Semiotics, a certified specialist in the field of semantics, spectrochronometry, and field of radio electronics. Mirto works in Italy to study sounds and science and their effects on the human body according to the methodology of the outstanding Russian scientist Pyotr Gariev. And let's have a look at the fragment about what effect sound on the matter of our world.
So if we talk global, can we say that sound can create a matter?
Yes, more specifically, it's not just creating, but we can say modify and influencing matter. What is the specific about the sound is as a morphological entity, as in invisible, and exactly what I was saying before about the invisible is the source of the visible. If you think about the sound in general, back in the days, nobody knows what is the shape of a sound. In sematics, we study this kind of phenomena. So we are able to understand, for example, the geometrical pattern I have behind me is related to the C of the third octave of the piano. This is possible to visualize very well, especially when you are in the spectrum of the audio or the audible. Because if you are above or beyond or even below, means infrasound, ultrasound, we can see geometrical patterns, but we need like a kind of microscope, or everything is going to micro, because geometrical patterns follow the rules of the fractals. Means from the cells to the galaxy, same patterns, same kind of geometry, same kind of shapes, which means same kind of frequencies, same kind of, in general, of waves, but everything related to the meaning of fractals, which means that micro is exactly the same of the macro.
So can we say that we can also affect human body with a science influence?
Yes, because as I said earlier, we are antennas, so it means that our body, as full of water, can emit and transmit waveforms, but also the same kind of shapes can emit different kind of waves. At this stage, you can visualize in this way. We have waveforms in the visible, and we have different kind of waves come from the forms, from the shapes, in the invisible. That's what exactly we do in our association, related to research and different multiple perspective of approach. And what I'm going to share now is that what we know about meridians and nadis nowadays is called like primo vascular system. It's a kind of anatomical and histological entity that is also related to what is light and sound in terms of photons and phonons, because we have sounds as a morphological entity, and then we have the light that actually live inside these kind of structures created from the sound. And as you can see from the picture below, the geometrical characteristic peculiarity of meridians or nadis is a tubular vortex, carry on lots of different kind of information in terms of electricity, which means frequencies, so waves, not only electromagnetic waves, also scalar waves. But the other thing is we have liquid crystals inside the microparticles of DNA. And this kind of system is called primo, because it's the first, after the fecundation, starting to growing up as a kind of electrophotonic net around our body, which explain most of the phenomena in the invisible world of waves related to biological entities that for a long time has been like related only in the invisible world, or I don't know what it is. Maybe I believe in this kind of stuff. But nowadays you have the picture of the meridians, so for skeptical, any kind of people, I mean, like in any kind of fields, if you believe in what you see, now you can see it. So thanks to Bong and Kim, There was a research from Korea around the 60s. So if you think about what it is, the research from Gariev, from all the other people around this kind of field, the key word is about information. Because information connect energy, connect vibration, and connect frequencies as well. And of course, the phenomena that bridge this kind of keywords is the resonance.
And I would like to add a little bit of information about the flight figures that under the vibrations and sounds on the plastics we can see sights, and what we see at the moment, these signs can be created from the water after the vibration. And if the dimensions are higher, so this picture, they can be more complicated constructions and more symmetric. I would like to say about interesting experiment about the sound that shows us how the sound can build the matter. Could you please show the picture with the leaves of the trees, so we can clearly see how the sound can form, can make form. And on the picture below, you can see such leaves of the paper that are created by matter forms. And this example clearly shows that the information is always primary. Information creates matter in the form that we're used to see it, and any wave is based on the information. As was mentioned in the video of the physics of AllatRa, each matter consists of a set of chemical elements. And if we make a deep dive in the world of quantum physics, molecules disappear and elementary particles appears. So we have the state of energy, a wave. So in the basis of everything that we can see in our world, it is the wave nature. And yes, friends, our body also has the wave nature. And Alexei Prutkov will tell us more about it.
Yes, thank you so much. And let's just speak about the wave nature of the human being and of DNA as well. In general, the understanding of the wave nature of the universe and of a human being gets to the completely new level when you start to actually go through the works of Peter Graev, who was nominated, as you can see on the screen, to Nobel Prize in Medicine in 2021. What was the most important and interesting, the theoretical models that seemed impossible at the first glance are actually supported by the experimental research and trials. It has all started in the mid-1980s when our Peter Graev was only known in narrow scientific circles when he actually worked in the Institute of Physical and Technical Problems in USSR. Academy of Science, where together with his colleagues he was engaged in DNA research. The institute employees took the DNA from the cells of the thymus and by placing in the spectrometer, they irradiated with the red laser beam. In this process of DNA irradiation, the photons were actually scattered, reflecting by the properties of the drug. You can actually see the scheme on the screen in front of you. So in that way, Graev and other scientists try to answer the question of how does the microscopic sets of male and female chromosomes direct the creation of an entire biological system. And by this spectrum of light scattering, one could actually judge about the sounds that emanated from the nuclei. The fact that the nuclei actually perform the oscillatory motion that generates the acoustic waves. So, figuratively speaking, under the influence of the laser, the nuclei actually danced and sang. So when the Soviet researchers has filmed this spectrum of scattering from the intact nuclei, they sang calmly and in low frequencies. And some authors actually call those sounds the anthem of life. However, at that specific moment when nuclei were exposed to the unfavorable factors like a laser, they began to shrill, like calling for help. And so when heated strongly, the liquid crystals on which the hereditary DNA information was recorded, it actually melted. And only a dead matter remained that emitted the sound of chaos. So in 1985, the Gurayev removed the test tube from the equipment and through an attentiveness irradiated the already empty cuvette that was under the melt from destroyed nuclei. He quickly discovered that he made a mistake, but nevertheless he glanced at his monitor briefly, and he saw that the spectrum of an empty space were looking similar that has been recently taken from the DNA. Only the signal now was slightly weaker. So in other words, on the screen you have the phantom. And so in other words, the molecules were no longer there, and the trace was still there, still existing. And so he has decided that this kind of result can be connected to the fact that traces of DNA has been remaining on the super cuvette. And he repeated the experiment with the perfectly clean test tube. However, the molecules continue to scream in the same specific way as they screamed during the cell nuclei being destroyed. And in many years, Gurayev admitted that I could not believe my eyes. The laser beam acted as if he was passing through the DNA sample. And meanwhile, the results of this random experiment was confirmed by a number of subsequent experiments. Moreover, that the spectrometer has registered the DNA phantom during 40 days. And this is how long under religious beliefs the soul actually remains in your diseased body. Continuing to conduct his work in this direction, so there was a linguistic wave genetics that has been established. The central idea of which was the wave functioning of genome, which on the level of synthesis and usage of DNA and RNA proteins of protein text or instruction is the quantum biocomputers. And we can look at now how it works. So in general, the DNA and the RNA and the proteins are the text, not in metaphorically speaking, but text in the real sense of the concept. So in the chromosome DNA of a human being, there's a trillion of letters. In hereditary information in the DNA is written accordingly in the same principle that underlines any type of modern languages. So the molecule has the memory that is able to transmit the information to the place where the DNA sample only has been located before. So we have this genetic text and genome, which is biocomputer, which is its level reading and understanding this text. And what was extremely important to substantiate this elementary intelligence of genome, that natural, and no matter what kind of language, human text and genetic text have similar mathematical, linguistic, and statistical characteristics. This actually applies in particular to a concept which is fractality of distribution of the density of frequencies with occurrence of letters in the natural and genetic text. So for genetic text, the actual letters as we understand are nucleotides. And another confirmation of the linguistics interpretation of coding functions of genome was obtained by an American researcher of Montana and colleagues in 1994. They were working with the coding Coding meaning the recording of the information about the amino acid sequence, and non-coding DNA sequences. And so the authors came to a conclusion that contradicts the dogma that the sign functions are concentrated only in protein coding parts of the DNA, and they applied the methods of statistical analysis of the natural, so our regular texts that we are reading and the musical texts as well. They used the method known as the law of the Tips-Mandelbrot law. And the principle of Shannon that actually calculates the redundancy of textual information, and it's used in compression of the data. And it turned out actually the non-coded regions of DNA are much more similar to the natural languages than the coding ones, and that would perhaps meaning that non-coding sequences of the genetic molecules and information are basically the basis for one or more maybe biological languages that we have in our bodies. So what does it show you in the practical life? So to put it as simplified as possible, the information from the DNA can only be read by a specific laser, can be recorded, and transmitted over the distance and reuse it. So the Graves team demonstrated a long distance through many kilometers the wave transmission of real, controlled genetic information from the donor or the living tissue to the body of the recipient. So in fact, it was a quantum teleportation. So, and there are reasons to believe that the genetic processes of higher biosystems is able to be quantum non-local, so to be able to teleport, which enables the cells and the tissues and the body as a whole to be in a supercoherent state. So this definition has been used today, but under the coherence is actually understanding the coordination course in time and space of a few of oscillatory wave processes, which actually manifests when you have its superposition, and all of that is supported by the theory of the wave genes. And the key understandings here of this theory is that the chromosome apparatus of the biosystem actually exists together as the transmitter and the receiver of the laser, gene, and soliton and holographical fields. We have spoken about the holograms and the laser. I understand that everybody understands that, but the solitons are actually the structurally stable wave that behave themselves just like particles. So those are the waves from the particles that with the interaction with each other or other different obstacles in the environment, they're not disrupted but continue to do with having their structure and change. And this property can actually be used to transmit the data over long distances without any interference. So the solitons exist both in crystals, in magnetic materials, in optical fibers. And so the optical fibers that you can see me through the internet because I'm connected to the Earth's atmospheres and in different planets, galaxies, and even body. Tsunamis, the nerve impulses are also solitons. The chromosome apparatus actually produces the physical electric fields of really low power, which are a fast wave information channel connecting the chromosomes of individual cells of our body into a network that works like a biocomputer. At the end of this theoretical part, we will briefly work the main portion of information of the theory of the wave genes. So the first is the solitons and laser fields of DNAs and chromosomes are the optoacoustic and electrical non-linear wave process that records actually and reads and transfer or genetic or other regulatory fields of information in the space-time of the body. DNA and chromosomes and the proteins of the biosystem operates in the antenna mode receiving external acoustic and electromagnetic fields while the properties of such antennas change. So that the properties of the cell itself changes, that actually does the control effect on the body. And so the liquid crystal chromosome continuum, which is a non-linear optical medium, so just like optical cables inside of us are able to, under certain conditions, function like a laser with the tunable wavelengths. And it is well known as the laser unsolitons, or also called the Fröhlich models or modes. And the chromosomal DNA, being a source and a receiver of laser radiation, which actually polarizes and actually transfers into the radio range. In this case, the radio waves generated by the mechanisms of quantum non-locality or teleportation are isomorphically or signs polarized in accordance with the polarization of the photons. Such radio waves can actually serve as the carrier of genetic and metabolic information both within the biosystem and also outside of the biosystem. So there was an also really interesting experiment carried out by the Guraev's team. And in the chamber made from the permalloy, which a material that does not transmit any type of electromagnetic wave, they had all the necessary conditions for the emergence of the tadpoles from the eggs of the eggs. Was created the temperature, humidity, day and night changing, composition of water in the atmosphere. And the same conditions were created in the another chamber with the ordinary material made without any type of shielding from the electromagnetic waves. In both cameras or chambers have been placed with the fertilized frog eggs, and in their ordinary chamber, development proceeds normally, and the hatched tadpoles turn out into frogs. And all of the tadpoles that has hatched from the egg in the permalloy chamber that was shielded has been freaked and died. So in the fertilized germ cell does not store all the necessary information for building of the organisms or the body, but this is only the information on the synthesis of various proteins like building blocks of the future body. But how to lay these bricks or building blocks, this information comes through external channels, and as we already know, in a waveform. So basically, when the egg of the frogs did not get this information, we was shielded, they were not able to develop properly. And based on everything mentioned earlier, we can actually make one very simplified but an important conclusion that through the DNA, as self-reading and the introspection of the body actually occurs. So the information is read from the general torsion field. And how can it be used, you might ask me? So these kind of technologies can actually perform many previously incomprehensible functions for genetic apparatus for solving problems in biology, healthcare medicine, and agriculture, for example. And specifically, information about the healthy body is read by a laser, and this information can be rewritten into the living body that has any kind of damage to restore its original shape. And it was already done. The Guraev's team demonstrated the precedent of quantum regeneration of one of the dog's teeth. To transmit the quantum genetic information, it was read by the rudiment of human tooth using a frequency stabilized helium neon laser. And this specific laser you can't buy in the store, sorry. This information is potentially converted into the modulated broadband electromagnetic radiation. Symmetrically, teeth of the dog were removed behind the cannons, and after a week in the experiment, in the place of the removed teeth, they made an injection of human stem cells that was actually exposed to the secondary exposure to the laser, but having the phantom information on the actually being the part of the tooth of the second portion was not the second portion of the dog's mouth. was exposed to anything. And after the 9 months, a complete regeneration of dog's tooth has been observed. In the control area, not treated or not exposed, there was no tooth observed. So what did we get out of that? We have the precedent of the quantum regeneration of the tooth of the dog by the methods of the electrical linguistics, and the precedent of recoding of genetic information into the genetic information in the actually two cells. And by similar methods, the Graves team also successfully proven the possibility of regeneration of damaged spinal cord with the same technologies, so linguistic wave genetic technologies. The patient Matthew Cohen, born in 1985 from the South Africa, in 2004 received a serious spinal injury. And it was the cervical portion of the spinal, C6 and C7, and regular medicine was not able, powerless. And in 9 years, his spine has dried by the therapy of the sound wave genetic matrices of Graves, and patient listened to encoded information in the form of music. This therapy using the stem cell processed was the wave genetic neurogenesis quantum program. And in the period starting from 2013 to 2016, Matthew Cohen lives his full and active life, and everything's documented. Another important application in the regenerative medicine, which is the syndrome of the diabetic foot, a severe frostbite, burns, all of these severe injuries could not be treated by any traditional methods but the Graves team had a wonderful and amazing result using this liquid quantum information matrix. So it's a liquid medium for the cultivation of human cells, enriched with the micro and micro elements, vitamins, and quantum programmed for the treatment of various lesions of tissues and organs of the human body. It acts both as the material portion and through the information. So on the affected cells, the regenerated tissue is being exposed to, and the wound is treated. It was the composition with the matrix, and it has itself the regenerative properties. And also it transmits information about the healthy state to the affected cells. The effect of a cell distortion stops, and the rapid regeneration and growth actually starts, and the affected area is fully restored. And it's supported with documents. And so I really hope that now you have no doubts that everything, including our bodies, has a wave nature and an information nature, and for all of that, influences. So now let's look at another excerpt from the video interview from Yuri Lear.
Any cell, let's start with the cell, is first of all a generator of acoustic waves. That is, the inner environment of a cell, in which various events take place, such as the movement of certain organelles and their interaction, create acoustic phenomena, or waves. Then, I've already said about the radio frequency range. It is an absolutely proven fact. There are specific structures inside a cell, which are analogous to the elements of a radio engineering circuit. There are structures that play the role of magnetic coils and a capacitor. Largely unstudied is, for example, the structure of the mitochondria, which in its cross-section looks like a comb filter in radiolocation. I'm saying this as a person who knows aviation and radar equipment. I studied it in detail. This means that a cell is also able to receive and somehow respond to radar wave ranges. These are millimetric waves. A cell also has thermal radiation. As an alternative material, I'll give an example from an article in a magazine. I can't remember if it was Technika Molodeži, Technology for the Youth, or something like that, in which a very respected scientist talked about his vision of a human cell being a thermonuclear reactor producing cold plasma, meaning plasma of relatively low temperatures. This has been absolutely proven, based on the full analogies with modern technologies which are known to our science. What is happening around the chromosomes, in reality, is not just one kind of luminosity or one uniform light field. This is a combination of multiple types of light emission. There is also a plasma component there. Now, as for the luminosity itself, this is, of course, already a fact simply because, being in an inactive form, chromosomes are nothing more than voluminous Mobius strips. That is, a strip with only one side. This is a paradoxical phenomenon in the world of mathematical anthropology. And a chromosome, in its inactive state, I emphasize this, looks like a complex combination which can be described as a voluminous phenomenon. In the center of this strip, as soon as it conjoins, appears an energy point, an extremely important one. This point connects our space and time with a more subtle plane, with that very plane which we call etheric and which Tesla talked about. So, when we have a volume, then this point receives an additional energy dimension. It can be said like this, because the time changes its course there as well. When a chromosome is not excited, it bears a colossal potential of energy, which manifests itself by a calm and steady glow, which has certain parameters. As soon as some excitement occurs, for one reason or another, by the way, Gerlich talked about this in 1923. He described it as some unstable state of chromosomes, energy field, and the like. So when excitement begins, first of all, the intensity of the glow changes, and secondly, the spectrum of emission changes as well. This is, of course, all physical. It has its own explanation in the framework of the still existing natural scientific paradigm.
And returning to the information of researches of Garayev, the precedents in the Garayev experiments came very close to scientific proof that our world is a kind of hologram, and information from which can be read and transferred, so we can be back to the past. It's a pity that world community does not give general publicity to these experiments, because they could solve a lot of problems and help many people. To sum up, the Garayev's technique is based on reading information and transmitting it to another object using sound or a sign. Also, I would like to add my understandings of the science work in fractals that I have gave after the work of modeling of bridge structures. And if we take the model of metal constructions, we can modeling it by a similar method or a more complex. We can model them on paper just with clicking of mouse. So it's not a this process is not a drawing, it's a programming. So we draw only one cut, and it can be the same as a fractal. And we put in the program how many times this fractal should be repeated, and the fractal can make a turn in some place, or it should be mirrored. And if we need to change something, we can change only one fractal, and the whole construction is changed at the same moment. And it's an example how the science of the fractals can work when one small edit can edit the whole system. So science or keys to the programs, we can see them in different figures, in Chladni figures, in planets. And in micro world, microcosm, we also can see that, and Svetlana will tell us more. Let's take a look. Hello. To continue the Ola's speech, I would like to add and to tell more about the microcosm. We know that all matter consists of elementary particles, and in base of these elementary particles, we can find signs work or not work, and we can see a video that we have created about that. Could you please turn it on? And on the webpage AllatRa Science, there is a constructor of elementary pieces, and you can model and visualize the 3D arrangement of photon particles in a photon, neutrino, proton, and other elemental pieces, and we can find out how many phantom pore parts has the elemental part. And if we see on the picture, when we will see it's on the video, we can see that the photon parts pore are separated in an order to each other, and on the they create a sign on the 2D model. And so the elemental parts are also in constant movements, and these signs in the complex of elemental parts, they are changing every time, and the more complex is the elemental particle, the more complex the signs. On the AllatRa Science site, there is an article about the primordial AllatRa physics. There is this article about spiritual structure of the electron, and interesting how it was how this was structured, how it was constructed. So if everyone would like to try himself in constructing the elemental parts, you can use the website, the allatrasign.org, and to see it. Why it's important to know more about this elemental science? Because they show us more details about our universe, our world. And we have the only one foundation of everything. And also, if we lead this direction, we can discover more in these areas of science and technology. Okay, let's summarize the information about the science. And information is the base of everything. The sound forms the matter. And based on these facts, we can assume that each object consists of certain sound that created it. And it's a sound that was a sign, and it's like a wave on a plate. And we see the proof of it in different experiments. And here you may have a question: how works the AllatRa sign, the sign denoting the power and the love of God? Let's watch an excerpt from the program about magic with the participants of Igor Mikhailovich, and then the team of AllatRa sign will share their results. Please be with us.
But if we look at the roads, there are places where accidents happen constantly.
Yes.
Why? Well, a geomagnetic zone. The location is such, a reverse flow is formed. But this is only on those roads where there is active traffic. A stream of people, a stream of energies, some kind of anomaly, some kind of dead end, where, let's say, predators can be present. But it's enough to place the AllatRa sign and the order is restored, let's say, on that very road.
That is, in this case, the signs will work right towards positivity, towards creation.
They will work, yes, signs will work.
Hello, dear friends. My name is Yuri. I participate in the project International Experiment of the AllatRa International Public Movement. It is no secret that in the world today the number of road accidents increases, and this is related to geopathogenic zones located all over the world. In such anomalous areas, the number of unexplained road accidents always increases. So let's focus on what happens in such places. So the following happens in the consciousness of the human being: substitution of reality, destruction of attention, difficulty in making decisions, and chaotic actions. As a result, the risk of getting into a road accident increases. When people know this information, people decide to create the experiment, the road experiment. And the purpose of this area is to reduce road accidents in places with an unexplained high concentration of road accidents. The project participants analyzed a lot of information and identified places with a high concentration of road accidents. After that, on these areas, white signs against the background of AllatRa were placed, and it was done officially. Authorities provided their agreement, and also all the experiments were taking place according to the initiative of participants themselves. The experiment took place for a year, and there were statistics before the AllatRa sign was installed and during the time when the AllatRa sign was installed. And the participants managed to analyze the data, and very interesting results took place. I would like to repeat that the experiments were taking place in different countries of the world, but today we're going to present the results that participants in Ukraine, in Kiev district, received. More information is from the participant of the experiment, Anna. Anna?
Thank you so much, Yuri. And before I tell you about the results of placing signs on emergency dangerous road sections, I would briefly announce the statistic information. which you can find on Patrol Police website, according to which only in Ukraine over the past few years more than 150,000 cases of road accidents were recorded annually. After the words on the we see that an average of 90 people were injured and 10 died every day on a global scale. According to the World Health Organization, more than 1,350,000 people die from road accidents every day. So we were really interested to really find out how such a simple action as placing an AllatRa sign will accident rate decrease, and the most important, people's life will be saved. At the same time, to summarize the result of the experiments, the information provided by the relevant state bodies and services on the places of accident from 2018 to 2020, as well as data from criminal proceedings, court decisions, and media information were studied, and the results were very impressive. The accident rate has significantly decreased or even reduced to zero. Here are a couple of examples for the Kiev region. One of such emergency places where two AllatRa signs were placed on advertisement billboards was a section of the highway Kiev-Odessa. Since 2018 and before the installation of the sign in November 2019, on a 70-kilometer stretch of the highway, 28 people died in accidents and 81 were injured. In more than 9 years of further experiment, one person died and 2 were injured, but at a distance at as much as 5-6 kilometers from a first sign, means very far from it. And on the road section on the reverse side of the sign, 3 people were injured, but the image of the second side lost integrity several times due to the peeling of parts of the poster on which it was located, and just at this time accidents continued to occur near this sign. Also, accidents with injured of 2 people were recorded at a distance of 5 kilometers from the second sign, and 1 fatal accident. We don't have data on the condition of the sign at the time of the accident because we didn't know about the accidents immediately. Another experiment was the 5-kilometer section of the Gostomel highway where one AllatRa sign was located. Since 2018 and until the installation of the sign in November 2019, on this section of the highway, 9 people were injured during an accident and 38 people were injured and 9 people were killed. After these words, over this 9 months, no one died. And there was only 2 people were injured, and that occurred on the reverse side of the sign. If the sign was damaged due to the posting of the poster, and after the removal of the sign, the accidents also resumed. But after replacing this sign in the same time from October to the end of the year, again, no one was injured. Thus, the fact of reducing the accident rate on roads during the placement of AllatRa sign on a black background was experimentally confirmed. Also, about experience of placing the sign in the city of Ternopil, Olga will tell us more. Hello. I heard, thanks to the road experiment, there was possibility to investigate and study AllatRa sign. I was really happy about it, and I joined the experiment. First, we took statistics of the most emergency places of the Ternopil city, and then we chose one section of the road where often car accidents took place with fatal and accidents and injured people. To have a good opportunity to explore the AllatRa sign white on a black background, we placed a 3 by 6 meter banner on an advertising structure that looked and was close to the emergency place. To compare the results of our research, we took more accident statistics for the section 2 years before placement of the sign. By placing the sign, for 12 months we was looking at statistics of this place and from newspapers, and we ask official statistics from authorities, and in Ternopil we did it from Zluky Avenue 1 to Prospect Zluky 31, and comparing statistics to installing the board, and after we really saw that after placement of these boards there was no cases of injured people or death tolls. You may find more information now on but on the previous image. Yes, previous image. Okay, I'm gonna continue. And the most interesting was that when we have already conducted our experiments and removed our billboard, I continued to investigate and study, and I took statistics from different places about the emergency situation in our city. The situation, the accidents in our city actually decreased, and we will show you the graphs right now, exactly which you've seen just before. If you see this graphic, here's a statistic for each 8 months from January to September. And if we take the city of Ternopil and number of deaths in road experiments, we can see that in 2019 10 people died, and 2020 is the year when the AllatRa sign was placed. On 3 people died, and if we compared it to 2019, then in 2020 the car accidents with fatal accidents decreased by 70%. And it turns out that we not only investigated one emergency place, but we were able to understand the research investigation in one place. It gives us opportunity to actually make a research on a statistic of crime and fatal accidents in a city in general. This is really important and interesting, and how we see that thanks to the AllatRa sign we can save human lives. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much, Ola, for such valuable information. Also, the results of the experiment that are very interesting were by a team from the road experiment in St. Petersburg. This project was run together with 2 taxi fleets in the city. So let's watch a video together. So, it is very important to remember that all the participants of the road experiment and all the people who place the AllatRa signs on cars, people who place information about the project on their cars, have a great responsibility, because we all are example for other participants of the road traffic. Another interesting information is that the IT team of the project have developed a mobile application for iOS. It can be downloaded from the App Store. This app is called Road Experiment, and it has the function to notify about accident places on the roads. In the end, I would like to invite researchers and scientists to participate in the project, and also all those people who are interested in this area. Now, I would like to give the floor to Yulia. She will tell you more about another very interesting area of the study of the AllatRa sign. So this area will focus on how AllatRa sign studies the psychophysics of the human being. Yulia, the floor is yours.
Companies from our city decided to take part in the social
So
research
two
project
taxi fleets
Road
from our
Experiment.
city decided
This
to
was done
participate.
in order to reduce accidents with cars in their
Decided to
fleet.
participate
To this
in
end,
this road
the
experiment.
AllatRa sign, white on a black background, was placed inside
Emergency
the car,
rate
on the rear view mirror, and
at
outside
this.
on the rear window. And everyone,
So
sure, would like to know
everyone
about the
is
results of the experiment.
wants to know
During
about the results of the experiment. During
statistics
the
were kept.
experiment, we
I counted
had
12 cases
statistics.
of road accidents, where 7 are not the fault of the driver and 5 are the fault of our driver. If we take into account that it was a winter period and the number of cars on the line 100 was more and more frequent, then I can say that the number of accidents compared to the previous period of time has decreased a lot. In addition, I would like to emphasize that the nature of the accidents has changed. That is, there are no such accidents that directly cause damage to the taxi company. Let's take the statistics for the period when we already started the experiment, which is from November 2019 to spring 2020. So, during this time, our small taxi park had 16 vehicles. So for all this period, our cars had 3 accidents. It was only once because of the driver's fault, which certainly made me very happy as a manager. Dry numbers reflect a fairly clear pattern before and after. It turns out that the decline in accidents during the experiment is very noticeable.
Hello, dear friends. For sure, the road experiment is very good, and we decided to continue our research further on. And the participants of the team actually started to put the AllatRa sign at home, at work, in places with traumatization. And what they noticed that the state of the person changed from the emotional to sensual, and the teamwork became better, more organized and coordinated. So we actually we're really interested in learning and research, and we decided to ask questions to the scientists. And right now I would like to suggest you to watch the video where the scientists answer the questions and the participants share their experience.
With the AllatRa sign, one of which was, for example, the road experiment. So we have been measuring, and the accident rate dropped to 0, basically. Would you have an explanation to this?
Well, I find that amazing anyway, and what excellent work. I mean, that is doing humanity a favor, saving lives. I mean, this is the thing that I love when I meet up with people like yourself. You know, you're out there, you're experimental, and you're doing something, you know, and that is truly amazing. Well done for that. Again, it's the power behind something, you know, the energy being emitted behind something. And I also feel that when, you know, it's like in Western magic, when you draw a symbol, and if you put your intent into it as well, you know, and, you know, you're resonating with that energy, whatever that energy you want to put into it, makes it have that magical force in a way. And I really do feel we're on and these sort of experiments are so important, because a lot of people are theoretical, you know, and theorize a lot, because it makes me now think about some of the Egyptian symbols. You know, if you take it out of context again, you took that out of context and you thought, well, a symbol may have a practical application. And, you know, we may be in a library of life-changing symbols for humanity to use.
What you're saying makes sense to me. give you some comparative examples to try to put you in the mind of how it might work. The idea of this gateway between universes relates to physical things. It relates to the physical geometry of the universe. The Buddhists say that this geometry that describes that overlap, it replicates how space actually emerges. And so those gateways exist at every point in space and time around us. One of the first things a person in my field of study learns is that there are things going on that we can't explain yet. I've had many of those things happen over time. Some of them are very objective with many witnesses, and some of them are very subjective. But I have to allow that these unusual things happen, and they happen in ways that I don't have an immediate understanding of how or why they happen. I can believe that by placing those signs in those places that draw the attention of very many people to the sign might foster the attention of non-materiality on that place. That's the best non-scientific explanation I can give you for why I think it happens. I also know that in the Egyptian tradition, those gateways, those actual physical gateways, still function. The idea being that with the shifts in energy over long periods of time at the centermost point of that great year cycle, when non-materiality and materiality are most closely in, let's say they're in a relationship of least resistance to each other, that expresses itself as actual physical presence, and that over time, what we see in literature is commentators saying that, well, our grandparents used to have a much more fundamental belief and connection to the fairy tradition in the UK than we do. And we know that their grandparents had even a stronger connection to it. In every Celtic land, you have the same traditions, regardless of how remotely situated or how far distant they were from each other. They all had the same experience and wrote about the same things. So energetically, it seems possible to me that what you're talking about.
So one of the components of its influence, let me underline this, one of them is the maximal stabilization of the evolution process. And from here, we move on to the concept of stabilization of the human psychophysical parameters in the conditions where some kinds of so-called disturbing influence occur. And as a result, we have another indirect proof that all this works.
The COVID infection hasn't passed by my family. My husband and children recovered quickly, while I had a fever and pain in the whole body. First, I decided to experiment with the AllatRa sign. There was a large AllatRa sign on my wall, the white sign on a black background of the A3 format. I sat in front of it and set the timer for 24 minutes, focused my attention on it, and started observing my state. In 5 minutes, I got an amazing feeling of happiness, love, and joy. And in 10 minutes, all the pain in my body was gone. I mean, it just miraculously vanished.
In our group, we use the black sign on a white background. We've had it for over a year. And I've noticed some positive effect of the sign as the guys became more united, more responsible. There's a feeling of mutual help, and the mood in the group is always good. I've noticed that the sign has a positive effect. It neutralizes negativity, while positivity and best human qualities are strengthened. With the permission of the management in the hairdressing salon where I work, we placed such AllatRa signs. And what's interesting is that before the signs were placed, there had been such unpleasant situations as our clients' discontent while they were waiting for their turn for a haircut. Yet after the AllatRa signs we placed, such situations significantly decreased. I noticed that there were a lot of suicides in this area, and so I placed a big AllatRa sign on a banner outside of my balcony, I observed a very interesting thing. After that, there were no longer any suicides at all, and people started to treat each other differently. As of now, there are a lot of people who want to live in this district. As for suicide cases, they have completely disappeared.
Hello friends, we have already heard about interesting experiments about the positive effect of the AllatRa sign on humans. We were interested to expand experiments to the effect of the AllatRa sign on human, and as the basis of the changes we took the changes in human blood when exposed to the AllatRa sign. Why exactly blood, you ask? Because blood is the source of the for the life of human body. It unites the entire body by providing metabolism in all the cells of all organs and tissues. In addition, the blood escape. Also, it is very important that blood is capable of sensitively reacting, changing in response to the influence of both external factors and changes in the state of the person himself, for example, sensory emotional. In experiments with the effect of the AllatRa sign on blood, we looked at the change of the state of erythrocytes in a blood smear under a microscope. I will talk briefly about these cells itself. So erythrocytes on their surface they have negative and they are separately. When they are under the negative influence, as you can see on the next picture, when there are negative effects on the body, the electrical charge on the surface of erythrocytes decreases, and thus the red blood cells stick together in so-called red coin bars. So the transfer of oxygen and carbon dioxide decreases, and it negatively affects the human body. So, as a norm, erythrocytes have the shape of concave disc with a flat surface. Again, with a negative effect on the body, the form of erythrocytes can be often changed in so-called into the other shape, which can be seen in the picture, with many such protrudes on the surface and looks like a round hedgehog, and altered form of the blood cells also decreases their functional role. I would like to highlight that the good function of the blood and the function of erythrocytes we can speak when under the microscope we see that all the blood cells are located separately from each other. There are no blood erythrocytes or other altered forms of erythrocytes. So these are the basic forms I would like to start, and Yulia will say further how the AllatRa sign affects a person and what changes are in the blood occurs.
Thank you so much. So we decided to take blood on the experiment. So we did a couple of analyses. So actually, different analyses about the influence of the AllatRa sign on the human body. So one of the first experiments was there was like 40 participants, around 40 participants. So the experiment was where the participants had blood taken from their finger, and then it was recorded. The result was recorded, and then the person was exposed to a white AllatRa sign on the black background for 24 minutes, and the results were recorded on camera, and then after that the person sat in front of the black AllatRa sign on the white background. So right now you can see the blood before the exposure to the sign, and you can see the difference like depending on where the person puts his attention to, and you can see that the red blood cells kind of get the charge, and they push away from each other. And this similar experiment was conducted in Kazakhstan, and then in Kazan, and then also in Ukraine. So right now I would like to pass the floor to Kazan, and Lilia will share her experience. Hello, everyone. Yes, our team from Tatarstan also decided to take part in the experiment on the influence of AllatRa sign on the human body, after we saw that in Kazakhstan they conducted such an experiment. Please turn on the video with the results. So the conditions of the experiment were identical. The results were evaluated by the qualitative changes of red blood cells in blood. So the participants did not experience severe stress, were not diseased. One of them was had a chronic disease in remission state. Before the experiment, it was found that the process of red blood cells adhesion was established in almost all participants. And during the experiment, it was found that after the exposure to the black AllatRa sign on the white background, the severity of the red blood cells aggregation reaction kind of became less. And after exposure to the white AllatRa sign on the black background, most of the participants' red blood cells coin columns kind of disintegrated. And the results of the experiment confirmed the positive effect of the AllatRa sign on the human body. So I know that Julia has some interesting information about the experiment. Yes, thank you very much, Lilia. Yeah, and we were really interested in to see how the blood reacts before the exposure to the sign. And also it turns out that the sample of blood and red blood cells depending on distance also changes. So you can see the evidence that the AllatRa sign also has influence on the blood and red blood cells on the distance as well. So we decided to take another experiment, and what we did, we decided to check how the blood reacts from switching the attention from the negative reaction to the AllatRa sign, and Svetlana will share her experience right now. Thank you so much, Julia. Yes, for sure. We were really amazed by the results that we got that was held in Kiev. And the next experiment, we decided to kind of examine how the blood will be changed at distance. Also, we wanted to see whether the red blood cells will be changed depending on the state when the person switches his attention from the negative information to the AllatRa sign. And during the experiment, my blood was taken and it was placed under the microscope on which the video camera was attached to, and the blood changes were filmed throughout the experiment. So first they put the black AllatRa sign on the white background, and during 12 minutes I sat down and focused my attention on it, and after a while we watched as the red blood cells started to move and coin columns started to disintegrate. And then for the next 12 minutes I was watching the negative news where there was information about people dying, whereas like previously I had a really calm and relaxed state. I was in a good mood, and while watching the negative news, my emotional state changed. I almost started crying, and of course it actually affected my blood, and my red blood cells started to kind of get together into coin columns again. And after that I was observing the white AllatRa sign on the black background, and I focused my attention to it. And like at the beginning of the experiment I felt I still had some bad thoughts in my head, but after a while my state changed, and we also noticed that the red blood cells started moving and the coin columns started to disintegrate, and that's the result that we got. So I passed the floor back to Julia. Another great experiment was about the experiment on distance. So there were two people. One was the participant of the experiment and another one was the operator. And the operator would put the bad thoughts into the other person's head. So they were in the same room, but they were at distance. So what we saw that depending on the type of the thought, positive or negative, the blood structure changes as well. And then it was really interesting to see the reaction of blood when we put the participant that was taking part in the experiment near the white AllatRa sign on the black background. And we can see right here that there are really good changes. The operator was in resonance with the person who was participating in the experiment. And the same kind of experiment was taken 4 times. One was male and female, and another one was with of the same gender people, and the fourth one with elderly people. And so, for example, if there was experiment about the negative thoughts, like placing into another person's head, they felt like some tension in their in the back of their head. And sorry, don't put this video yet, please. So then what the operators noticed, that when the AllatRa sign was placed in front of the person, they got an understanding that it was very hard to send those negative thoughts and thinking bad about that person. It was really hard for them. and it took a lot of their effort and energy and attention, and their state was actually really good, and they didn't really want to think about anything. Of course, we have a lot of experiments, a lot of like research about that, and we will continue our research, and we will continue analyzing these changes, and we will examine all the information. And right now I would like to say thank you to all our audience who's watching us right now. And as our viewers asked us, we did one of the experiments with the control group. So in this experiment, there were took part people who were in the same building, but in different rooms on the different distance. Those were so one person was just sitting in the room, and the second person was sitting in front of the AllatRa sign. So could you please show the video? Yes. So please pay attention that at the beginning the blood was the same, pretty much the same, pretty similar, and in operator and control group, and then the red blood cells started to change, started to move. So here you can see the white AllatRa sign on the black background. You see that the red blood cells became positive, got the positive charge, and the control group is still with the same result. The red blood cells are in coin columns. So these are like the evidence of the influence of AllatRa sign on the human body, and we continue our experience. We invite all the scientists to join our experiments, and right now I would like to pass the floor to Dmitry, who will tell us about how you can install the AllatRa sign.
Hello, Yulia. Thank you, friends. After making several experiments with the AllatRa sign, we can see that the sign indeed is working on, and the results are astonishing. And so we would like to say a little bit about the specifics of placing the sign. First, we would like to say a few words about the sign itself. So the sign, the black sign on the white phone background activates or enhances in the person like positive things, while the white sign on the black background removes third-party negative effects on consciousness. So the sign can actually help a person, but this does not negate the fact that a person must control his own thoughts and his own emotional state. So the sign actually weakens external negative impact, but it cannot remove the negative that the person, him or herself, shows. The AllatRa sign works according to the principle of a lantern. So the larger the sign is, the more impact area it has. Okay, so the signs, like when we use the sign on other background colors, they are not working ones because it is important to have the contrast colors like black and white. Also, we shouldn't place the signs of both types, like black on white background and white on black background, because it's like a consumer attitude. In one room, there should be a sign of only one type. In order for the sign to be a working one during the night, it should be highlighted or illuminated with any source of light. Let's examine what should be done in order for the sign to make a working one. So, for example, the sign should be placed at a two-dimensional plane, so it should look like a flat surface, and it should be 2D, two-dimensional image. Three-dimensional image like statues or sculptures are not working signs, they are just symbols. Also, it's not worthy to say that in the contour of the image of the sign there should be no inscriptions or images or whatsoever, because it will also make the sign not a working one. It will just be a symbol. So in principle, we have briefly told you all about the proper placement of the sign, and anyone who got interested with such information and would like to observe the effect of the AllatRa sign or independently conduct an experiment, they can download the working sign on the website Goodness in Action, dobro.allatra.org, and anyone who would have any questions regarding this could also contact us. You will see the email address below the video in the description.
Thank you so much. Yes, this is unique information. I was really amazed of the results of the experiment, about the influence of the AllatRa sign on the blood, and that the blood can actually be changed in the human body and out of the human body. And how easy it is actually to save the people's lives, the humans' lives, using the road experiment results. And let's summarize to make sure that we understood everything clearly. So the AllatRa sign, to be the working AllatRa sign, it must be black or white, and it has to be either on the white background or on the black background. And it has to be two-dimensional, which means like a picture. And it means that, for example, if I have some earrings or patterns, it won't work, it won't protect me, right? So also it has to be illuminated with light, and we will talk about the importance, why is it important in a few minutes. And also if we want to protect ourselves, we need to use the white AllatRa sign on the black background, and if we want to kind of strengthen our spiritual component, we have to put the black AllatRa sign on the white background. And also our viewers are writing a lot of comments about the symbols and how they work, and we would like to say that the signs are not all of them are working, and these are special keys. And as we know from the AllatRa book, there are 18 working signs, and AllatRa sign is active all the time. And guys, if you have any questions, any suggestions, if you would like to participate in the experiments, in the research, if you would like to join the project Kaleidoscope of Facts, please email us to the info@allatra.tv. And right now, let's watch an excerpt from the video with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
While the AllatRa sign is a sign which works constantly, why it's not included in this, well, in the time spiral, so to say, to make it clear. It is beyond it. And why from the time immemorial was it considered to be God's love or God's power and the like? Because it is really a sign that represents manifestation of God's power, right? It was also regarded, for example, by the first Christians as one of the signs that the Holy Spirit manifests. Yes, it was designated. So, well, there are a lot of such. Yet why is it constant? Well, let's figure out how signs work. May I give such a simple, let's carry out a mental experiment in order to make this clear. Guys, let's imagine here is a simple sign. Well, for visual understanding, let's imagine such a drum. Everyone knows what a drum looks like, made of dense dark paper. Inside it, the paper isn't transparent. Inside it, a little lead is on. And there is a thin slit on its side. Right on its side surface, a very, very thin slit. This drum has the property of rotation, but it is placed in a very dark box, which is also non-transparent. And on one of its sides, there is a very thin slit. And so when we place this drum into this dark box, we turn off the light, it's dark in our room. We look through this slit, it is dark, the dark side of the drum is facing us. And when a turn of the spiral occurs, and at a certain moment when this slit cut in the drum coincides with the slit cut in the box in which the drum is placed, what do we see at a certain time? The light, radiated by this lead. Absolutely right. Opening of the portal, meaning alignment of certain conditions, makes the light of the lead visible. While here perception through feelings of this very light that gives life fills a person. That's a simple sign. And what is AllatRa? In order to understand AllatRa, I would conduct such a mental experiment. Imagine that we are in a room where there are a lot of bright lights and all of them are painted in blue, yellow, green, in diverse colors, in red. And for instance, we have a little LED on the table, which radiates a white light. So the bright lights of various colors, if we look cursorily, we won't see because they will be reflected on this LED, and we won't see its white light. In order for us to see it, we need what? Just to focus, that is, to invest the power of our attention into this LED, and we will see that it radiates white light, although there are different colors around. Why? Because we have focused. Having excluded the rest, we've started seeing the white light. That's how AllatRa gets activated as well, meaning if we direct our attention to it, attention intensifies it and brings it back in a much greater amount than we have invested there. Right, and in addition, AllatRa has a very interesting feature. If we invest evil into it, evil doesn't return. Well, a bad thought, negative attention. But if we activate this AllatRa sign with something positive, the positive returns. That's the kind of a portal. Let's give a simple example of what was observed and was observed repeatedly. People have already conducted a lot of experiments when a sign was literally drawn on a paper. Well, how can it affect people, right? So it was hung in the institutions where there were scandals, where there were quarrels, where there were people in general, and a distinct change was observed. Meaning it also affects to the point of neutralizing negativity. Well, a color spectrum also plays a role here, as well as many other such points. Because a sign is a sign, they should be treated with respect.
Yes, so many useful information were spoken today, and I propose to summarize it now. What do we already know? As Igor Mikhailovich said at the very beginning, everything in this world is sound, and a certain sound has its own sign, and a sign naturally has a sound. So everything in this world is a wave vibration in different frequencies, and signs that are also wave oscillations at certain frequencies. I think that after all that we have heard, there is no doubt that everything is a wave, and interaction is absolutely occurs not chaotically, but according to a certain laws, and these determine our reality.
Yes, the experiments prove that these signs are working. The latest experiments that we heard, they actually prove that the AllatRa sign works. And we need to note that the AllatRa sign works from the sixth dimension. And as we know from the AllatRa book, our world consists of 72 dimensions, and 6 of them are regular, familiar to us, and the other 66 ones are like a superstructure that is controlling our. And it is hard to actually, you know, imagine what it is and find out how it works, but let's try to figure it out. So the AllatRa sign can be compared to some kind of a portal that carries the life-giving light.
Yes, and we can imagine such an analogy that we are inside of an aquarium in which, with a dirty glass, and we draw on them AllatRa sign, which through the outside now we can perceive a white light from the spiritual world. And what is interesting, the white light has no specific wavelength, but it is the sum of waves, the full spectrum of colors. Thanks, Alexei. It is very interesting, illustrative analogy, and about the color we will speak a little later. And I would like to read a fragment from the AllatRa book. I would like to point out that the AllatRa sign is a word sign in this very specific with a circle, empty circle, under with a empty crescent. If we put something inside of the circle, we lose it works, and it became just an informative symbol. Why the sign ceased to be a work in this case? Here at the pure physics. By feeling the sign, we lose the emptiness of the sign, and we lose the quantum interaction of the sign with the world. After such conversations, now I have an understanding that the geometry of sign is very important. If we, for example, take musical instruments or lightning figures, it becomes more easy from the osmic. So it comes the multidimensional wave structure. That's why the emptiness is important. Another analogy in the AllatRa Regan brings as at the empty bucket, so we cannot put anything into the full bucket. As we know, the sign works higher than the sixth dimension, and it again confirms that information forms the matter, like the graph and the other experiments showed. We know also that the signs are in the basement of all matter and are fractally repeated at all levels of matter, from elementary particles to galaxies. The activation of the sign is performed by our attention, and this we really can remember that very same letter being an hologram. For me, this again is an amazing thing that our attention is similar to that force that gave birth to our reality. And a hologram, in a comparison with a relic microwave background, I think that is this really some like hologram. And thanks to the power of God, our world exists, and our attention is able to activate signs. And also there are 18 signs, nine of them are positive. They contribute to the spiritual development of a human, and there are 9 negative signs, they reinforce negative manifestations of anger, hatred, and irritation in a person. What also Olga said a beautiful analogy that very responded to me as bridges are built using symbol characters in the way of fractals. You understand how matter is built in the informational plane. Let's now, friends, watch a fragment of an interview with two scientists, Maria Wickley from the UK, and they will share about the science and how they affect the matter.
Sound is integral to ancient sites. They go hand in glove, as we say here in the UK. And there has been very recently Professor Trevor Cox, from the top university here in the UK that has looked into the features of sound. But again, when we look to not just the spoken sound, if we look to ancient sites, they naturally integrate harmonics. And harmonics were first discovered by Pythagoras and then Ptolemy and Kepler, for example. And they coined the phrase, the music of the spheres, because the planets would move in one way and they called it the music of the spheres. Well, in my work, that's been done. And a lot of harmonics have been calculated at the pyramids and elsewhere. So what I wanted to do in my work is look to the harmonics of the earth. Does the earth in her earth energy patterns emit harmonic mathematical equations? Everything else does. If the planets do, well, then why not, here on earth? So with a mathematician, I look very deeply at certain patterns. So what I want you to visualize is concentric circles. That's one earth energy pattern. And like I said earlier, a spiral pattern. Well, when you've got concentric circles, you can start measuring mathematically the diameters. And if the diameters of those circles form a relationship, it can be a harmonic. And that's what the music of the spheres are. They're mathematical proportions and ratios. And it was a wonder when we discovered that some of the earth energy patterns are sound. They equate to sound. They're a harmonic. So, for example, at Stonehenge, the main harmonic there is the third interval. At another ancient site, it could be the perfect fifth or the perfect fourth. So Gaia in her energies alone emits harmonic. And why not? The old adepts used to tell us from the 15th century onwards, and if not beforehand, as above and so below. And that has been a constant. So I think, yes, sound in one sound toning can be very important in an ancient site, and certainly some stone circles were designed for that. And the pyramids, the sarcophagus, the box, if you will, that resonates very well to the Om. Yeah. So we know that certain sounds work in certain places. So what if this is what I say in my work, okay, we've got the harmonic of one place, and let's say that's the perfect fourth. Well, the perfect fourth is quite a higher tone, maybe suited for women. So was that ancient site used with voice predominantly in that key, if you will, for priestesses? So I think by decoding the harmonics of the land, as well as the harmonics of the ancient site, and at Woodhenge, for example, the harmonics of the diameters of all the 6 concentric timber circles match the harmonic in the land. That's why they did that. That's why they built it like that, because they were fully aware of Gaia's silent song resonating throughout that part of the landscape. Because like I said earlier, you had 2 amazing pioneers, Traumery and de Belizal, and they were looking at the light of the sun containing the other color spectrums that are invisible. And I mentioned earlier, infrared and ultraviolet. They said there was ultra white, ultra black, and the negative green. So now you have other colors, and these can interact with a shape. And they can also, they're interacting with us all of the time. For example, just before sunset, the red frequency is at its most powerful because we see the red sun setting. And when we look at the light and we look at an ancient site, it has been long documented since the 1980s, for example, that on the inside of a stone, now that could be the stone in the pyramids, it could be the stone from Stonehenge, that's the nature of stone, it has a lattice structure within it. And when you have a lattice structure that is on the inside of a stone, you get these areas where there's kind of bits of iron in them, so they're called intruders, and they create little islands. Now imagine now that the light is coming down, especially the long wave red frequency. Violet is really short. You get a long wave with red, and it interacts with the lattice structure and becomes almost sort of like trapped for a moment, but then later it can be released. So I think the reason why some of the worldwide pyramids and stone circles were aligned to a sunrise event or a sunset event had nothing to do with, oh, that looks amazing, isn't that pretty, it's aligned to that stone. It was scientific. They were capturing the light of the sun and some of the esoteric colors of the sun, like the negative green or infra white that one cannot see. And that was what was being pushed into the stone and then later released. And there's been quite a few tests on this done by many research authors to see that the light is interacting. So again, it's not one thing. It's the sound, it's the harmonics, it's the light, it's the energies. It's like ticking off a list, I think, with the ancient geomants in the old world, as it were, to say, all of these things come together, then we can distribute that. With water divining and with earth energy, you use a kind of color code, okay? And that color code represents the light of the sun, and it can also represent the colors of the earth. So for example, when we think of a ley line, we think of a straight line linking sites to it. Yeah, that's what most people think. When we think of an earth current that kind of sets a stone setting in an ancient site, because like I said, it's not just leys, you have earth currents that can entwine ley lines in a caduceus manner, like a DNA strand, if you will. They are rich in color. They have what's called the earth colors. So you have all of the color spectrums and a few more of the earth, and you have the colors of the sun coming in as well. So we are all around color. And you may be in a point, for example, with a high frequency color in the pyramids, and you might even be in a color with that. So in terms of dowsable terms, white is the purest. So even if you were dowsing for the possibility of a sacred spring, it would have to resonate to white, because if it was blue, it would be just like normal tap water, for example. And the black and the white emerge in this physics of water divining to create the green shade, which is a kind of grey shade, but they called it green. It's a bit funny. Why would, black and white make green? It makes grey. And that is a healing colour. So in terms of the metaphysical way of looking at it, when those two colours come together, they generate another colour invisibly. So you've got black and you've got white, but black and white generate this hidden frequency colour. And when that frequency colour comes out, it comes out at an angle of 6 degrees, 15 seconds. That's the angle that it is off, and that is healing. That's a very, very healing frequency made up of two colors that generate a third in the metaphysical understanding of water and earth energies. So again, we're looking at the ground and you're thinking, well, everything has color in terms of water divining. A stream will have a dominant color. That dominant color could be violet. It's going to be very healing for you. It could have a dominant color of red. That's going to have iron in it that will upset your stomach. So everything has the color in it. And when these things come together, so using black and white alone, you're generating a third unseen color.
Light is actually, black light is light which is dissipated everywhere, dark matter. Light is there, but it's dissipated everywhere. And white light is condensation of light. You see it as sun, stars, and everything. So between black light and white light is diffraction, the principle of diffraction, the Vibgyurs, the 7 lights. And the 7 lights are the foundations of the gradations of consciousness, starting from red shift to indigo and very dark, kind of almost becoming black. It's very interesting to see that the middle color is green. The middle color is green, and that is why green is the most powerful color of the universe and of Earth. Most of nature is green because it keeps the balance between the white side and the black side. So if this is true, if this is science, then all the colors that we are using is connected with numbers and its distribution. And this is something which was worked by one person who was very famous. His name was Kiro, the great palmist, and there are books written by him in India, on the eastern coast of India, Orissa, in a place called Puri, which is a wonderful sea beach. So that is actually, it's called the Three Ratna, the 3 jewels of India, Three Ratna. I mean, just look at the colors, black. So the black and white is just, it's like a cycle paddle. So the black is going away, the white is coming in the front. The white is going away, the black is coming in the front. And while after you do a few cycles, then slowly you start getting the middle part. And then in the middle, the sun blooms. That is the dot. And then the black and the white converges. So if you go up, it becomes a black, the invisible, and then you come down as a white. So that is AllatRa.
Greetings, friends. Let us talk about the sign of AllatRa and about, we've just heard an interview with scientists who told us about the contrast between the black and white colors. So, what is a photon? According to the modern physics, photon is just some portion of light. And let us now come back to that thing that we are living in multi-dimensional world. And the sign of AllatRa is actually located above the 6th dimension. And we are living in the 3-dimensional world. So we see a 2-dimensional image of the black sign of AllatRa on a white background and white AllatRa sign on a background. In order to activate the sign in our 3-dimensional world, we need attention. Attention is the creative power that a person is endowed with. And so we see signs when it is when they are illuminated, that is, photons fall on it at a right angle, and we pay attention to it. Photons actually play a very important role, and now we are going, as has been said, we need some light to see the objects. And so today's science of physics, just according to the prime model, AllatRa physics, there are photons, 2 kinds of photons, right? Photons 3 and photons 4. And thanks to photons 4, we can see all objects and things. So we receive information with the help of them. So these are different types of photons, photons 3 and photons 4. And actually, photons 4 just bring kind of the dark side of things to our eyes. And now I suggest we watch a video about photons, and you will see how photons 3 get into photons 4. So this video will help us to understand more.
Photon, if considered as a genuine elementary particle, consists of phantom Poe particles. A photon can exist in 2 states, the photon 3 and the photon 4. Most of the photons consist of 3 phantom Poe particles. However, under certain conditions, each of these photons can transform itself into the photon 4. Photon 3 and photon 4 usually move in one energy stream, and it is noteworthy that the amount of photon 3 is always many times higher than that of photons 4. The streams of photons 3 do not carry heat. They generate it by destructing the particles they hit on the way. The greater is the flux of photons 3, which are directed at a right angle to a material object, the more heat is generated. So, due to photon 3, the energy stream is provided, as well as various power interactions in the material world. A human being, for example, feels the heat from the sun and so on. And due to the photons 4, the delivery of information is effectuated in this particular energy stream. That is participation in the processes, making, for example, a human being capable of seeing the sunlight, the sun itself, and the surrounding world. Namely, photon 3 and photon 4 has a unique structure that distinguishes it from any other elementary particle. In particular, it has an unusual first head phantom Poe particle.
If the appropriate conditions arise in the azoismic cell that two head phantom Poe particles enter it simultaneously from two opposite directions, one of which belongs to a photon and the other one to another elementary particle, and they converge to a maximum extent, the following process takes place. The head phantom Poe particle of the photon, due to its high speed in reference to the speed of head phantom Poe particle of another elementary particle, rapidly rotates. Thus, it enables the power particle of a photon, Allat phantom Poe particle, running behind it to capture from the oncoming elementary particle its head phantom Poe particle, which is the bearer of all the information about this particular elementary particle. Photon 3, capturing the head phantom Poe particle of another elementary particle, appends this information particle to its structure. As a result, photon 3 is converted into photon 4, consisting of 4 phantom Poe particles. Hereby, that elementary particle from which the head phantom Poe particle was withdrawn undergoes a destruction, as a result of which the energy is released. In general, when there is a plenty of such photons, they carry the information about a particular subject, object, phenomenon, and so on. Photon exists in this particular state, photon 4, until similar conditions arise in a zoismic cell again, when it is released from the borrowed head phantom Poe particle. That is, the process of information reset occurs. Thus, the head phantom Poe particle rotates again, and due to participation of the Allat power Poe particle in this process, extrusion of the borrowed head phantom Poe particle within the limits of the own septum field of the oncoming head phantom Poe particle of the elementary particle takes place. The photon itself, having undergone the transformation into a state of the photon 3, leaves the azoismic cell. The released head phantom Poe particle discards information into the own septum field of the real Poe particle and into the septum field of the passing head phantom Poe particle of the elementary particle, thus enriching their inner potential with the new information, and irretrievably goes into the azoismic membrane.
After the release of the informational borrowed head phantom Poe particle, photon 4 again transforms into photon 3, meaning it returns to its initial state, where multivariability of various actions is inherent to it.
For example, photon 3 can take part in other interactions, make up the elementary particles, and so on. It can disappear due to a azoismic membrane in one place and appear in another place. That is, move in a azoismic grid at the long space distances almost instantly.
So friends, as you could see in the video, that how the photon 3 turns into photon 4, and it's not only one photon, it's like a stream of photons that is and
in this stream of particles. And thanks to the photon 4, we see the objects. And photon 4 provides us the information. So when we saw a sign, for example, the AllatRa sign, the photons that are kind of highlighted from this sign, they get into our eyes on the retina, and this information transmits into us, and the electrical impulse is being formed. And basically what we saw, so the moment that just happened, it was like an illusion. So let's go back to the fact that our AllatRa sign is located, it's white sign on the black background. And we know that in physics that white color, it kind of highlights, and the black color, it like takes everything on the inside. And all the waves of the spectrum, so the white sign can reflect, and the black color can kind of take those light energy into it. And when we have the black sign on the white background, we have the photons that highlight the information, reflect the information, and the black sign, it takes the information in. So it's like a flashlight, for example. As it was said previously, the black sign on the white background, it strengthens the spiritual component in person, and it is very positive, and it gives the positive effect to the person that is ready to get the information. And the white AllatRa sign on the black background, it kind of acts in the opposite way. So the black background, it takes all the information in, and the white sign is reflecting the information. So the negative information is being taken in and is not being reflected. So the color of the objects that surround us is being created by the reflection of the color waves. And right now we just need to figure out how the signs are working, and what is the what is the reflection of the color. And right now I pass the floor to Olga. Thank you so much, Antonina. So if I got it right, it is important to illuminate the sign, because these photons, they kind of read the information from the sign and transmit it on. And right now I would like to remind all our speakers that we're currently being broadcasted live, and a huge team of translators is simultaneously working right now, a huge team of technical support from different countries, a team of the friends who helped us to prepare the images, designs, who did the video editing, who helped to analyze and gather the information. All this has been done by people voluntarily, and right now I would like to suggest you to watch a short video about the role of photons in the activation of signs. We were able to talk to the Katerina Leonova-Garyaeva, the candidate of Biological Sciences, director of Petr Garayev Center of Linguistics Wave Genetics. We mentioned her earlier today, so we had an interview, and right now let's watch an excerpt from it.
We have a number of experiments that show that it is the light and photons that carry information. In particular, our sound matrices are based exactly on the principle that we read the information from any substance using a spatial laser. In fact, the laser is light. It is the light of it is the field of light. So it's likewise with photons that read information. They subsequently convert into radio sound, and people who listen to it, they experience a very powerful healing effect. And that is, even this shows that light is not just by itself, but the light which allows us to see in the dark also has a more powerful and deeper meaning. It has also been shown on cells, on experiments with animals. I mean, there are many experiments that show that this is primarily an informational component. We have some kind of equipment. This is a special laser, a laser that can read information from any object. I mean, when a laser beam falls onto the object, radiation takes place, and so the photons convert into radio waves, which we register, record, and listen to.
So there is a spontaneous conversion of a photon radiation into a radio wave, right?
Yes, that's right.
Great. So it turns out that the laser falls onto something and it sort of changes. It assumes some features of the object it falls onto, and it gets lowered its frequency by tones or octaves down to the second
Well,
frequency?
yes, you could say so, right? Friends, so as we talked a lot about the fact that the signs and symbols, they carry a lot of knowledge, and it is interesting that the AllatRa sign was often connected to the sun, and we have such a hypothesis that maybe the AllatRa sign is connected to some kind of processes that take place on the sun. So right now, let's watch a fragment from the interview about the breath of the sun and what the scientific world knows about it. The satellite that was launched just a year ago, Parker Solar Probe, hasn't disclosed its data yet, but it found oscillations, very stable oscillations. And so just a month ago, I was asked to think about it, to try to explain these oscillations, stable elastic oscillations. Moreover, they do not change. We thought that these processes originated on sun because the sun is big, it produces big waves. And then there are various mechanisms through which these waves get dumped and dissipate. That was the idea. And then this American satellite detected elastic oscillations which are identical. They are exactly the same both near the sun and near the earth. Nobody understands that, but it is quite simple. I will try to explain this to my colleagues and tell them about the processes, about the waves that are being formed. Let's take a resonator. There's such a thing as resonators, and these they are stationary waves in the resonators. It's either two surfaces, for instance, a sphere or heliosphere around it, or a galaxy is another sphere. And stable state waves can sometimes form such systems with boundaries. Well, these are the kind of observations that have been discovered. This has been the most amazing observations in my field recently. Well, the wave that we have detected, the Solar Probe satellite detected it, has quite a low periodicity of 90 minutes and periodicity of 5,000 kilometers. But perhaps these are even shorter ones out there. Waves, they always exist. Well, they are we are talking to each other, and acoustic waves are propagating here from the sound. They have different lengths. Any disturbance in the medium, it creates waves of very different wavelengths indeed. But there are conditions when a standing wave, stationary wave forms, and it can, well, you can just imagine a picture like this. The wave propagates towards a wall, reflects off the wall, and resonates with itself. And then a steady wave forms with a certain wavelength and which doesn't change. It is a stable wave that remains and might have harmonics. A harmonic is a multiple of frequency of the original wave, meaning you can divide the lengths of the wave by 2 and 4 and get smaller waves. But they are also stable. They remain for a very long time. The satellite actually discovered the breath of the sun, or such a constant wave which has a constant frequency with a rhythm, pum, pum. That's not what was expected. Scientists were studying a lot of details. They were expecting to find a rhythm that will, with a change in frequency, but it doesn't change. And they couldn't explain it. When it was discovered in 2015,
идти от него зов, который могут услышать люди.
Well, this was also said not only about Mahdi, but in many religions, that there would be a call. This is what really exists, and paradoxically, it wasn't there. Just recently it wasn't there, but now it is. And this is even a physical phenomenon. Well, I can tell you the easiest method to hear it. It's not a meditation, not a prayer or some kind of hypnosis. We are sitting here and simply talking. That's because many people might interpret it differently to the dictation of Shaitan. And he doesn't like this because now I will tell about the truth. And the truth is simple, and everyone can hear. The one who wants it to know. You just need to sit down and calm down. Just close your eyes and relax. And try to hear the beating of your heart with your inner gaze. Just try. You can try right now, or after the program, or whenever you want. It doesn't matter whether you're an atheist or whoever you are. Simply try to hear your heartbeat by looking inside of yourself. Be sure to direct your attention inward, and your eyes must be closed. For open earthly eyes will distract, and attention will be directed where it shouldn't be directed now. And when you close your eyes and direct it inwards to your heart, you can hear it beating. This is the first stage. And when you hear your heart beating, direct even more attention to it, so that you hear exactly this rhythm, these very heartbeats. Don't imagine, but feel physically. And as soon as you feel it, immerse your attention even deeper to the solar plexus area. And in the solar plexus area, just listen. At first it will seem to you that Impulses from vessels are also going to the beat of the beat of the heart, but put even more your attention, and you will feel waves traversing from there, which don't coincide with the rhythm of your heartbeat at all. These are elastic waves spreading throughout the body, and the more attention you invest, the more clearly you will hear these waves. With warmth, even with heat, they spread throughout the body, and this physical phenomenon is absolutely real. But as soon as you open your eyes and get a bit distracted, and this will go away, and the rhythm of these waves emanating from the soul is equated to the breath of the sun, precisely to the rhythm of the sun's breath. When I will say, does the sun really breathe? It does. And it has its rhythm, and it absolutely coincides with these waves that come from within. It is the praise of the whole world.
It is precisely what is now seen and felt.
They said that it will reach hearts, and this beat will be going to hearts. Have you tried it? You will understand. These waves are going to the heart and to the back and spread throughout the body. Well, it passes quickly. You get a bit distracted, and that's how you've lost it. Very few people understand what is behind this, and this is not science fiction at all. This is reality, which is basically accessible to any person who is able to calm down shaitans in his head, at least a little bit, and who is able to direct his gaze inwards.
It's just that now there is an understanding why Imam Mahdi was called the solar pole, and what people feel and see when they open their eyes changes them very much, and at once it changes the reality around. And this is really an inner state that cannot be confused with anything, and you understand why there are still so many people who feel here and go towards Mahdi.
It's just because this is eternity, because this is life, because it's everyone's home.
We just heard from the excerpt from the Call of Mahdi video that every person can feel the call of Mahdi and the breath of the sun. And of course, this is wonderful, this is remarkable, because all of us are really connected. We are connected to the breath of the sun. We are connected to every point of this universe, and we are connected between ourselves. As we already know, every wave creates a certain space, and we would like to know what sign is created by creates the breath of the sun. So we kindly invite scientists to study this unique phenomenon and join our Kaleidoscope of Facts. Now let us watch another excerpt from the Call of Mahdi video with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. This excerpt also contains a very important piece of information. Igor Mikhailovich,
when you were telling how a person can feel the call of Mahdi while guiding the person, you were talking about the solar plexus. And it is interesting that I've also recalled that in the Quran, truly faithful people were compared to bees. They didn't accept anything except the good, and didn't give anything except the good. And it is interesting that in the Quran it is mentioned that a drink of various colors will flow out of the bellies of these bees. Well, some people interpret it as various shades, various colors, or as a nectar of various colors that will heal people.
Just like sunbeams. When they flow through raindrops, they split into various colors. The breath of the sun.
What one feels while being in contact with the spiritual world, this is also described.
These are infinite colors. love and joy. These are infinite shades of happiness, which never end, and they overfill hearts of the worthy ones.
For this very reason, in the Quran it is said that whoever Allah wants to guide along the straight path, He expands his breast to Islam. That is, the solar plexus was meant. After all, it is not said there that one's mind is expanded or, say,
of course,
one's brain is expanded, but precisely one's breast is expanded to Islam. That's actually what's being said, yes.
Therefore, our friends, let's live with our breast open, so that Allah may live in there.
I would like to add to this very important information. It's the topic of the synchronization of signs. Synchronization of signs, in translation from the Greek language, it is a simultaneous sounding. And this effect, basically the effect of synchronization, can be observed in various systems. For example, there is a synchronization of the wave oscillations and the synchronizations of some processes in phones or computers, or in the processes in our organisms. And there is an example which can show how it works. If we take the fact that everything in our world is wave, then we can say that synchronization means that we are on the same wave, we work together, we cooperate, interact, and its synchronization of sound is similar to the synchronization of photons. I would like to refer to the experiment which was mentioned by Igor Mikhailovich in the video, Creative Society Unites Everyone. You can check this experiment at home even. You can take a candle, one candle lights the area of about 10 square meters, and if you take the second candle and you move these candles from one another, we can increase the area of illumination up to 40 and even 50 square meters. So synchronization and enhancement, intensification of light, and the increase of the area which can be illuminated. By the same principle, the AllatRa sign is working. Also, I would like to add that in our world, everything is fractal, and each of us has this light inside us, the light of AllatRa. It's the most wonderful, the most beautiful light which is in a human being. It is God's love. It is the truth which was brought by the prophets and which we feel inside ourselves all the time. The AllatRa sign is within each of us. It's this sparkle, and when there is synchronization of inner vibration, we begin to resonate. We start sounding on the way of kindness and love, and around us, so many sparkles get ignited. So together, we are unconquerable power which can flare and ignite this power and this light of AllatRa all over the world. AllatRa is developing all over the world thanks to those who accept it, who multiply, increase, and carry this light, this flame of AllatRa further, because the AllatRa sign is the sign of creation and universal peace. It should shine all over the planet Thank you. Yes, but the example of bees, which was mentioned in the Call of Mahdi video, when from the bellies of these bees, the light of various colors is coming. Actually, it's a spectrum of light of white color. If you have at least one color, you can supplement it with others so that you can merge with God's love. To continue and summarize our physics block, I suggest that we watch the video on manifestation of the AllatRa sign in nature. You can make conclusions on your own.
When people were expecting that the comet would collide with Earth, in particular the comet Shoemaker-Levy 9. Back then, people came to you with these fears, and were concerned that the comet would collide with Earth. You said that it was still early, that it wouldn't happen, and we wouldn't let it happen. Indeed, after some time, it was observed that the comet changed its trajectory, and instead of moving towards Earth, it broke into fragments which collided with Jupiter. Here also, let's say, it was such a mysterious event, even for scientists themselves, because at some point, of course, they say that Jupiter attracts with its gravitational field, acts as a shield, so it protects Earth, such a space safeguard. But those in scientific circles who know the specifics, they understand that what happened goes beyond understanding the laws of physics. When a comet enters the gravitational field and must get acceleration and go towards Earth, it immediately changes this direction. And even one person of authority in scientific circles, an astronomer, said that it was hit like by a rocket, and the comet just crumbles into fragments, which later collide with Jupiter. What struck scientists most of all at that time was exactly the release of energy that occurred out of a fragment. It was so large-scale that according to preliminary data, it was 600 times greater than the entire nuclear potential on Earth. And the immensity was enormous. And to this day, in the scientific community, there is no answer to the question, how did this happen? Although you had told people beforehand that there wouldn't be a collision.
It is interesting that this hurricane did not enter the territory of the continent of the United States, but moved along the ocean's coastline. So on the map you can see the wind speed varying depending on the coordinates, and it can be seen that on the coast the maximum wind speed was up to 70 km/h. and it entered literally little, relatively little on the continent. At the same time, the maximum wind speed of up to 110 km per hour was observed today, and it is localized in the form of a crescent with horns upward, very much like the AllatRa sign. And the localized wind speed is in the ocean, where there are no islands, no inhabited places or cities. And thus, the cataclysms, which should have caused very large damage to human lives, this damage is minimized as much as possible.
Dear friends, we've now seen a very interesting video. In addition to what we discussed today and what we've seen, that the AllatRa sign is practically encountered in many natural phenomena. We also discovered right now that it is manifested in extraordinary situations, which are beyond any clear and understandable laws of physics which humanity knows so far. Is it possible that this is accidental when the destructive action of nature was redirected and humanity was protected and human life was saved? And within the epicenter of all these natural phenomena, we could see AllatRa sign. It is detected in natural phenomena, and from all the speeches which we heard today, we know that the AllatRa sign is working from the higher dimensions. So we can see that thanks to this protection, this love, the love of the spiritual world, humanity is given one more and one more chance again and again. This sign is directly connected with the spiritual world. This sign was conveyed, was given to people by the messengers of the spiritual world and higher spiritual beings. These beings possessed knowledge, the knowledge of physics of this sign, the knowledge of its power and the symbolism. These are the beings who possessed the AllatRa knowledge, and we can see that people surrounded them with the AllatRa sign because they knew and they know today and they feel, subconsciously feel, how this sign operates at the level of physics. So let us talk in more detail about who conveyed this knowledge to humanity. Yes, Mount Belucha, around it there is a great number of interesting places, because on Belucha, according to Buddhist records, there is Shambhala land, and from that place the great Gautama Buddha actually came to India and brought knowledge. According to the Vedic texts, from Shambhala, from Belucha Mount, the last incarnation of Krishna, Kalki Avatar, should come, and one of the names of Belucha is translated as High Sumeru, the highest, the best mountain. The mythological name is the Golden Mountain, where the sun rises, and Altaians understand it as Alt. In Mahabharata, there are several phrases from which we can see the records that in the north there was a sacred peak which is called Shweta Parvata or Shwetagiri, which literally means the white mountains, where mind and this mount is mentioned in Mahabharata many times, and there is also the seventh book Mahabharata which is called the White Mountain. In the fragment regarding the ascension of Arjuna in the Mahabharata, there is the following extract, and when the time comes, The Praha appeared with favorable signs. Arjuna saw himself jointly with Krishna in the heaven, and he moved with the speed of wind, and together with Krishna he ascended to the stars, and he visited the mountain which was attended by Siddhas. And the sovereign of Shambhala touched his hand, and he could watch, he could observe many interesting and wonderful phenomena, and he saw everything from the White Mountain. Also, I would like to mention such a point that the northern country of light, the northern land of light, this complies by meridians with the location of Beluga mountain. The very interesting point and fact is that Krishna is the avatar of Vishnu, the main and one of the main Hindu gods in the pantheon, and the whole term avatar is used in Hinduism to denote the incarnation of a deity from higher dimensions, from higher planes to the human in the human land, in the human world. And the main mission of this deity is to renew the knowledge, spiritual knowledge. Also in Hinduism, there is such a term as Aditi, Aditya, and it's a special group of heavenly gods. In Brahmic texts, they are numeral 7. What we read about them, that they see everything, they are preservers of the universe, they feel the air, space, they have heavenly power, and called the lords, the sovereigns, the owners, the masters of the sky. They protect people from all evil and help them to overcome poverty, overcome hardships, and they provide knowledge for life and provide life. They are enemies of lies, and they are denoted by the sign of the sun and the moon, which is the AllatRa sign. And if we conclude everything that has been said, we can see that there are spiritual beings who come, get incarnated in human bodies. They come from higher planes, and they renew spiritual knowledge. And their sign, the sign of the knowledge which they bring, is the AllatRa sign. So now I suggest that we watch another video which was prepared for all of us.
The seal of Shambhala is the ancient AllatRa sign, stylized as the all-seeing eye of God, or the sun rising from the horizon in a triangle with divergent rays. A territory or place in which Shambhala had an interest was marked by the seal of Shambhala as a sign. Similar signs of distinction were worn by representatives of Shambhala when they temporarily incarnated in this world, as well as by those from among the worthy people who held them. As there have been before and to this day, there are many legends about Shambhala, which are intertwined with legends about the cosmic world mountain. In the legends, it's been associatively said that immortal gods live on the top of this world mountain. This concept is associated with an immaterial place located outside three-dimensionality, which can be spiritually visited by those who are called saints. And this is connected with the processes of significant spiritual transformation of a human being from mortal to an immortal one, and has nothing to do with matter as such, meaning neither with a person's physical body nor with any material place on earth. Possessing this understanding, it is easy to distinguish wheat from Chef.
Yes, this is a great video, and we live in wonderful times when we can openly talk about the fact that this knowledge has been given to humanity all the times by spiritually developed beings. This knowledge came from Shambhala, and this fact is confirmed by various cultures of the world. The fact that spiritual beings were denoted by the AllatRa sign. Also, we have facts and artifacts that indicate how this knowledge was conveyed. Could you please show the slide on the right? You can see information that a highly developed spiritual being, by means of additional consciousness, which is a technology, and we talked about it in the second Kaleidoscope of Facts. You can see, let me just remind for everyone who are watching us for the first time, these beautiful stars in a circle, which is on the right. There is the AllatRa sign, and this means that the spiritual being, the highest spiritual being, brought this knowledge to our world and conveyed it to us by means of the technology of additional consciousness. Also, we can see the confirmation that this higher spiritual being undertook control of his animal nature because he is sitting on a throne with animals enclosed in this throne. And on the left image, we can see other piece of information. It relates to the point that spiritual knowledge was conveyed by means of the technology of additional consciousness. If you remember, we talked about the fact that this sign or symbol of 6 dots, when the 7th one is located to the left, it shows that the additional consciousness was used for conveying spiritual knowledge in particular. And these 7 dots were also enclosed in next to the AllatRa sign, which denoted this highly spiritual being, a bodhisattva. As we saw in the video about Shambhala, there are 7 bodhisattvas, 7 archangels, the born gods. Also, I would like to show you an image. Could you please go back to the previous image? Yes, here you can see on the left that there are also other attributes or components of the additional consciousness. These are watch and the fact that it's a higher spiritual being. We can judge about this by the George's cross, which shows to us that it's a higher being who came from the spiritual world. Also, we know that the mission of bodhisattvas, archangels, they are helpers and mediators between God and humanity. And when they are incarnated in this world, their mission is, among other things, to renew the knowledge and bring the AllatRa sign. And headed by the legendary Rigden Japa, they come here when it's time to come for them, in order to renew, to restore the knowledge, the lost knowledge, which humanity loses, unfortunately, from time to time. And depiction of Rigden Japa, as Olga just mentioned, is known in ancient India. He was called Kalki Avatar, and he was depicted as a horseman on a white horse with a red cloak on his shoulders. We know that Rigden Japa comes every 1,000 years ago, and every 1,000 years, and especially at the turning points for humanity, when the destiny of humanity is resolved, he comes in order for every person to recall his or her mission and do what all of us are born for. The primordial knowledge and the AllatRa sign were also conveyed, transferred by and to the highly developed civilizations. We talked about the Anunnaki, the highest spiritually developed race in our universe. We discussed this in Kaleidoscope of Facts, episode 3. The Anunnakis maintain protection of many civilizations all over the universe, and they transferred the AllatRa sign to our Earthlings, to our planet, many times as well. Now we see artifacts from Sumerian and Akkadian history, where we can see that the Anunnaki, spiritually developed beings of extraterrestrial origin, they transferred knowledge to people. You can see beings with wings, you can see additional consciousness technology, the tree of life, and also watch and the 7 dots. The 7th is located to the left. You can see the AllatRa sign, and also you can see a winged disc, which has always been a sign depicting the higher spiritual being, as we mentioned today. Also, Shambhala provides knowledge to humanity through their messengers, the greatest representatives of humanity. And I would like us to see the next image. Here we can see the story, the history of how the knowledge of AllatRa and the AllatRa sign was transferred to people by Archangel Gabriel, to the best, the most deserved, worthy person among people, Prophet Muhammad. Jesus Christ, the Savior, the Son of God, he conveyed the knowledge to people in pure form in order to restore love, unity, and understanding of the fact that a human being is first of all a spiritual being. So here you can also see that it was an associative depiction of the AllatRa sign. Can we switch to the next slide? Thank you. This is Osiris, the highest bodhisattva, whose activity will be discussed today later, and he initiated many changes in society. Next picture, please. Agapit of Pechersk and his depictions, his portraits. The activity of this great being, Bodhisattva, showed a tremendous influence of him on the history of humanity, and we will talk about him later as well. Also, we can see examples from Zoroastrianism, where it was said that also Bodhisattva came and he conveyed the AllatRa knowledge and brought back the AllatRa sign to people. Next image, please. We also talked today that the AllatRa sign was on the planet Earth all the time, even in the times when there were about 10,000 years ago. We already find the depiction of this sign on petroglyphs. There are no points in the history of humanity when there wouldn't be the AllatRa sign. No matter how hard someone tried to destroy it, to ruin our spiritual grains, to eliminate them, remove them from history, it's impossible to do this, because we will always continue finding this sign all over the world. And everyone who can find, who wants to find this information, you can easily find such archaeological confirmations. People who didn't understand the true meaning of the AllatRa sign associated it with the sun and the moon. But the sign, as we discussed today, is always a conveyance of knowledge. It is always information. And if we talk about those who brought this AllatRa sign, we should say that the depiction A sign is a depiction of what is inside of the one who conveys, who transfers this sign. Basically, the one who transfers this sign was carrying this sign in himself, because the AllatRa sign denotes the divine highest love, and of course it's an associated information about those who brought the knowledge. How can we understand? I would like us to talk about this, and we'll have speakers who will talk about how we can discover whether Bodhisattva is in the world and the sign is already in the world. We can see it by the changes in society, because facts are found how people's values and worldviews are changing, how people are uniting. After centuries and thousands of these great beings, after they came, this spiritual wave of assistance to people continues, and the conveyed knowledge helps people to find an answer to the question, who am I? Why am I here? And the society is changing. Moral norms are established in society. And despite the whole power of the consumerist worldview which exists nowadays in our world, each of us feels the changes, inner changes, which are happening in society right now. And unification, which is happening all over the world, already evidences that the truth has been returned to the world. And this is thanks to the knowledge, the returned knowledge and the returned AllatRa sign. And let us now draw parallels with history and see what happened in the times when signs were brought before, and when the knowledge was brought before in the past, and what parallel we can make with the nowadays society. Now I would like to give the floor to Tatiana Pritulenko.
Thank you, Arina. I would like to tell what I was interested in. There is such an ancient religion, called as Yazidism, combines elements of fourth religions: Zoroastrianism, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. The Yazids believe in the existence of one God and his 7 angels, the most important of which is Malak Taus, Jabrail in Islam. Malak Taus is the head of the angels in the Yazidi religion and is depicted as a peacock. Could you please show it right now? We see the AllatRa sign and we see the peacock with an open tail. God has ensured the whole world with an angel, and with the head of God Taus. We see also peacock with an open wings and beautiful sun at the top. Let's watch what peacock means in different religions, in encyclopedias of science and symbols. In Islam, it is a symbol of cosmos, or the greatest of the visible celestial bodies, the sun and the moon, associated with fertility and immortality. You see on the first picture, on the tail of a peacock, 12 AllatRa signs. And we see ancient manuscripts. Let's find out what writes about it Ibn Abbas, Islamic theologian, interpreter of the Quran, cousin of the Prophet Muhammad. When the peacock went out of paradise, Iblis met him. The peacock had 2 wings. When he opened his wings, he covered with them Siddharthul Mautana, the tree whose roots are in Arshi and whose branches enter every palace of paradise. The peacock had a tail of green emerald, and all these feathers of the peacock were white pearls, and he was the most beautiful of all of birds of paradise. At times the peacock would leave paradise, fly around the heavens, and return back to paradise. As you see, Sidratul Muntaha is the lotus of the, as the literal translation, the lotus of outmost boundary. It's a tree of paradise. So the next religion is Buddhism. On a peacock or peacock throne usually sits Avalokiteshvara, Guanyin. In China, it's one of the most revered bodhisattvas in Buddhist mythology. Please take a look that he has his hands looking up, and in this class of creatures, they have a desire to save all living beings from suffering, to help them to get rid out of the infinity of rebirth, samsara. In Japanese, bodhisattva always sits on the peacock, Kuidzaku Myo. You can see this from the National Museum of Tokyo. We will see it further as well. The next religion is Hinduism. In ancient India, this magnificent tail was a symbolism of all-seeing sun and eternal cosmic cycles. Sometimes it is peacock accompanies some Hindu gods. For example, Saraswati, goddess of wisdom and poetry, come the goddess of love. Krishna and Radha, two hypostases of God Vishnu. Please show previous image. Yes, right now you can see the peacock feather with the tail. You can see their AllatRa signs as well. And in India it is said that when they are enjoying an eternal love, peacocks look at them. In Christianity, the symbolism of peacock, please show the next picture. The symbolism of two peacocks on either side of the paradise tree signifies the duality of a human who draws his strength from the principle of unity. You can see now peacock on the Sviatoslav's collection, and the next is Gospel of Syria, 6th century, the Tree of Life with two peacocks on the sides, and ancient Bible of Ethiopia. The next image is from Ethiopia as well. The next we see is from British Museum, Stella. You can see in the bottom AllatRa sign, and up we can see, above we can see peacock. In Christianity it is acts as symbol of immortality and in mortal soul. As we see, the peacock sits on the sphere and it's personified the ability to rise above the earthly things, mundane things. There are picture images of catacombs. Further we see the Versailles and cathedral, and the next picture is Jesus in the picture of a bird who conquers the snake. So it's the old ancient manuscript, Giro from Spain. And we also see a good deed. On the left side we see the picture that is Jesus. We see also a tree, and behind it the peacock. What is interesting, what the egg of peacock, it is pale and not noticeable, but the seed which is born out of nowhere, it bears a rainbow, and it has 365 colors, as many days as we have in the year. In the Nativity of Christ, two peacocks drinking from the cup indicates spiritual resonance as a system of internal life. In the stele, as you can see, they drink from the cup. In ancient Greece, peacocks are symbols of immortality and total unity, and the peacocks tells us that no matter how hard life is, you should be able to find joy and see positivity in your life because it is always there. Right now we see peacock. Also, I was interested that the peacock always depicted where is the sign of Bodhisattva. That is the AllatRa sign. This peacock was shown in XP Energy video after the words of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov when he says there is no little things, and it is shown the peacock where we see his tail is literally strewn with the AllatRa sign. We understand that this knowledge was brought by Bodhisattva of Shambhala, awakening in us the brightest feelings of love, kindness, joy and happiness, unity, and it recalls a person to listen to a call of the soul. And we see now in these images on the left side, it is well known icon, and it's called the Tree of Life. It also symbolizes the lotus over the outmost boundary. The other one is the from Irish Library, where the Virgin Mary stands on the crescent, and the next one from Spain we see the crescent and separately a circle in the hand. So this is AllatRa sign. If you have seen previous pictures, many Bodhisattvas also had such a gesture and hold a circle in his hand. And next we see this from Psalter in New York Museum. We see AllatRa sign next to the Jesus, and the next is manuscript from the Solovetsky monastery, where we see AllatRa signs. Also, there are icons that I just didn't have time to show an image, and it is situated in Pokrov Monastery in Moscow. I also would like to read out the quote from the book AllatRa. Jesus, of course, was the Son of God, a strong soul, but he also called himself the Son of Man, as the great soul of his had incarnated into an ordinary human body. The animal nature is inherent in a human body. It is its integral part. Therefore, even Jesus, while he was a Bodhisattva, was subject to temptation of the animal mind, of his flesh, of his negative thoughts. He felt the same pain, the same feelings as an ordinary person. So Issa was in the same equal conditions. And for him, it was 1,000 times more difficult than for any of you, because he knew freedom. He knew God. Jesus left for us depicted in text the grain which is remained in all religions for all humankind is to love God, to love your neighbor, and the neighbor is each human being. Let's use this simple truth and unite in one big family. Thank you so much. I give the floor to the next speaker. Yes, and in continuation, the topic of fixed transfer of knowledge, I want to continue and say that the internal knowledge was always, regardless of how it was interpreted by non-perfect human brain. In society, when the knowledge is distorted so much that the freedom of choice of a person was threatened, the knowledge gets renewed by those who was called in different times teachers, bodhisattvas, prophets, messengers of the spiritual world, highly spiritual entities embodied from Shambhala. This is the world of bodhisattvas, those who care about humanity, about the spiritual perfection of souls. From the book Sensei, The Primordial of Shambhala by Anastasia Novykh, I would like to say such words. Bodhisattva, in exact translation from Sanskrit, means one whose essence is knowledge. The Buddha introduced this word. A bodhisattva is a being of Shambhala who has reached the highest perfection and has come out of nirvana, who has the will to plunge into it again, but refuses to do so because of love and compassion for living beings and the desire to help them in their improvement. Having the opportunity to stay forever in paradise, in happiness, in the world of God, they come to this world like to hell, where there is pain, suffering, pride, deception, all this dirtiness of humans, and they know for sure that the true knowledge will be accepted not by everyone, and this is really was said in the last video, what the prophets dreamed of. Igor Mikhailovich tells about in detail, and huge gratitude to this, that this chance is brought again for people to become free again, to gain eternal life. Spiritual teaching of Buddha was described by words and by 100 years without distortion, and was recorded only after 600 years, and it's kind of a record because usually spiritual knowledge was distorted during lifetime of prophets, and thanks to the simplicity and accessibility, especially lotus flower practice, people perceived this knowledge, this teaching, and it was resonated in the inner level, and they got spiritually liberated. Spiritual practice Gautama received from his spiritual teachers, and he got permission to give it to people. You can find it in the books by Anastasia Novykh, Sensei series, and AllatRa. Thanks to spiritual practice Lotus Flower, Gautama became Buddha. Siddhartha Gautama was against, so their followers would worship him. Therefore, his depiction images from his teachings we can't find from the period of his life, but he expressed his thoughts in metaphorical way, and by this way these images still remains to our time, and this way this knowledge was kept in its purity. Buddhism, once it was spreading, it was colored by the traditions of particular country. And if at first we don't see the images of Buddha, later on we see inculturation, depiction of Buddha. At the same time, the essence of signs and symbols remains the same. We see now on the screen symbolic image of Buddha. Truly traditional, he is in a lotus ball, stylized, AllatRa stylized. And what is interesting, that this flower of eternal life, from where also grows AllatRa sign. We see on the next, this is statue of Buddha. And in the place where is the solar plexus, the location of the soul, we see a positive sign, right swastika. Is direct indicator that the spiritual law, the power of soul, is activated, and in this way the primordial knowledge reaches us in Buddhist treatise, we also find preserved grains of truth about AllatRa. Technical support will show us to show several quotes. It's one of the sutra. It's called Lotus Sutra. In the first chapter, it is said that Buddha was named as shining of sun and moon. And when Buddha, no matter what time comes into world, they all called light and moon. That is, in fact, here we see the same transfer of knowledge, that Buddha is AllatRa knowledge. He is called to transfer the AllatRa knowledge. Here we can see another interesting quote. This is 24th chapter. It's called the Bodhisattva Wonderful Sound. I will voice it because it was really resonated with me. At that time, Shakyamuni Bodha imitated radiance from the bulb of the crown of his head, the sign of a great man. And here are also omitted the light sign. Here we see that Bodhisattva is conductor of God's divine love. And like by this way the knowledge reached our days. And I would like to highlight that in its pureness the knowledge is brought in by teachers from the spiritual world. It is knowledge of divine love and how to know it, how to become free and to gain eternal life. And Siddhartha Gautama passed this way, and he gave this knowledge to people. He sowed these seeds, which still gives good shots and knowledge. This knowledge have such a great power that no distortions can't influence the truth, the true purity, since it's light, it's love, and where is light, there is no darkness. I give the floor further, and I will tell a little later about the changes in society.
Dilara, thank you so much. Right now, we will go back to the times of Osiris. Cultures of peoples, historical sources contain descriptions of special people who taught people. And thanks to them, people united and learned to be in unity, in equality, and freedom in the conditions of the material world, with the possibility to feel God in themselves. And they were called wise, talented, strict, and fair. These are not my words. These are the words from different papyruses. And therefore, those were the ones who treated people with love and mercy. And humanity recalls them as spiritual beings. And the image of Osiris that you see right now on the screen is a reminder of God, resistant of dark spirits, the representative of the power of God, which is AllatRa. God's power lies in love. And the eternal life is not material. Eternal life means to be with God. And Osiris had an epithet, which is unifer, he who abides in goodness. So Osiris is of a human appearance. His wife is Isis. He was born to a woman. His younger brother is Seth, and his son is Horus. So the first mention of Osiris is recorded in the 27th century. 3rd millennium BC, and the world was created by Osiris, and he became its ruler. And according to ancient Egypt myth, when Ra left the earth, people were not able to, how to breed cattle, cultivate fields, gather crops, how to cure diseases, and they were always in bloody fights. And Osiris became the king of Black Earth, and he spread the knowledge to the people. He passed the knowledge to the people, and he taught people how to sow grains, grow grapes, bake bread, mine and work copper, learn and study astronomy, mathematics, and other sciences. And he taught people laws and justice, showed and passed the cultural values and knowledge, the knowledge that God is Mad, which is truth. God is life. Thanks to God, life is possible. It's not just satisfaction of physical needs. It was the happy time, a golden age of the life of Egypt, prosperity, sufficiency of resources, equality. What his son Horus also continued to do. When Osiris taught the people from the period of time when begin to call the development of ancient Egypt into a civilization. And in the chapter 125 of the Book of the Dead is devoted to the judgment of Osiris. It is Osiris who is the judge of the soul. And why do you say Osiris? Because, yes, he is the judge of the soul. The deceased declares that he knows the name of Osiris, and as the ancient Egyptian, it was understandable for him. And as Egyptologists have established from the myth of ancient Egypt, men facing south with metal perception. And the right side was ununderstandable for ancient Egyptian person side. So he would go to the right, to the east, to survive. Osiris. So when the person passes away, he leaves the body, and Osiris is always stay eternal. And Alexandra will continue.
And I would just like to highlight the actual choice of a person and the knowledge that Osiris has brought. And we do know that Osiris is not a mythical hero just from the book. And from the Seitzei 4 by Anastasia Novykh is actually highlighted his role, and it's actually being told that he has brought the knowledge not only on the material world, what Natalia has mentioned, and also on the spiritual values, and on the spiritual practices, and in the path to God. And it became so interesting to track it all down, and how it was brought up and how it was spreading. And I started to dig in for the data and information for the Cucutin Tripolia culture. And so we went into this direction, and so we started to dig, and we found scientific papers that says that there is a really familial culture, like Yanshao, Banchang, and Anasazi Mogollon cultures. And so here on the screen you can see the pictures and ceramic meetings that mention that the whole technique of its development and manufacturing, the symbols that they represent, They are really familiar between those cultures, and the scientist has found many similarities on the different signs that they have there. But what I was actually familiarized with and how geographically those cultures are being spread around. The first is the Kukutin Tripoli culture, and the next slide you can actually see that this specific culture, its location on those ceramic meetings, it was actually can be found in the territory of modern Ukraine, Moldova, and Romania, so between two rivers, so the Duna and the Dnieper River. And the other culture is Jiamshao. It was near the China, near the river Khuangke, the Yellow River, and another culture, Banchan, which is in the north of Thailand. And this is the last culture that I mentioned. What's interesting is that it is located on the Northern America and in the west of the modern United States, so Arizona, Utah. And what's interesting is how strongly there is a description that Bodhisattva Osiris, he conducted his activity in the placement of the Altai region, in the valley of Volga River, and near the Dnieper Dunave region, and in the interior of ancient Egypt. So that how much more people has brought this information further and how they preserved it. So it was interesting, and so we made a graph and the diagram. You can see that on the next slide that approximately it was just yet again it's an approximation that partially is taken from the open sources as science has dated different cultures, and so they represented here in blue color, and approximately the time when the Bodhisattva Osiris has came to this planet. And so for how long period of time they actually have this knowledge preserved, and later on they've been brought to the new areas, to the new developments. And there is also scientific papers that they mention that in the territory of China they brought this knowledge to the US lands of the modern USA territory, and or the Northern Americas, yeah. And from also into also South America, we can find the similar findings in science. What was interesting as well is the Australia itself. You can see on the next picture such a like leftovers of like Egyptian hieroglyphs, and the next one, if you can see this pictures, and this is actually a sign. So what does it mean, and was it really conducted at that period of time, and when was it done? And what was even more interesting is that in the local population have similar legends on the world creation and the source of the river Ra. As we know that the Volga was called the Ra River, and then Australia also have the river Ra, but they have such as like naming of the Ra. So how people were valuing this and bringing this knowledge to every continent, not the distance, not the time, was not an obstacle or a border to bring the true knowledge and the truths to the new lands, to preserve the life of the being, or just to create life to the people. And also, I would just like to give the floor to the next speaker, to Alina.
Thank you so much, Alexander. Yes, this is very important information that we heard already today, but for these puzzles to become a bright picture, I would like to remind you one more time that all these facts that we provided you, this is just a small piece of information of the history of humanity. And in this history, there are even more facts, and not all the names, not all the examples that exist were given. That's because we're limited in time, and this is a huge field of research for everyone. So please, dear viewers, join this project, because this project brings the life back, gives the unity of people, and makes us humans, the real humans. And we cannot not touch the topic of the service, because this is very important question, and we understand that Shambhala provided the pure knowledge a lot of times, and the AllatRa sign was provided to the humanity. And we talked about the fact that simultaneously a lot of processes are taking place. A huge spiritual help is being provided, and every person can feel it. And what is it? This is the grace, love, joy that each person can feel inside. And isn't that what we feel right now? Take a look at how many people are awakened and how many people wake up each day. And the AllatRa sign was brought as the help to bring back the spiritual values in each person and in the society in general, because the AllatRa sign is life, and these actions are the implementation of the plan of the spiritual world in this world, because God is love. This is a constant action, and the mission of these messengers is to serve to the spiritual world, not to a group of people or someone else, but to this is the true service to the spiritual world, and not what we are used to. This is not the meaning introduced to us by Allat, the unconditional submission and slavery. So today, the secular world expresses exactly what the powers that we expect from the masses: to work, to serve, to be served, to be in the service, to be on the run. And what is the true sense of the word? After all, in the dictionaries still remain these definitions, which is, for example, in the dictionary of Russian language, there is such a meaning: to fulfill one's purpose. And since ancient times, people knew that the true service is the service to God and to people gratuitously, and which involves the transmission of primordial spiritual knowledge, which gives the possibility to become free spiritually and to merge the personality with the soul. And that is why it is very important to spread this knowledge and pass it to other generations without any changes. And in the English dictionary, there is another meaning of the word the service: the contribution of the welfare of others to the welfare of others. So the service is an inner decision, a need to bring to this world the value of the spiritual world, which is love. This is an internal need to share it. This is a natural need reflecting the essence of the process that happens on the inside of a human being. So today, thanks to the spiritual world, Shambhala has brought the knowledge and the AllatRa sign. Along with this, the service has become associated for many people with the service to the good, to the highest spiritual good, to the victory of grace.
further the happiness of each person and society in general, as before, the times that were before that we talked about, depends on each of us and on our choice, on what will prevail in each of us, angel or the demon. The happiness of the society depends on whether it is built by angels or by demons. And that is why it is this conference, today's conference, is extremely important. This Kaleidoscope of Facts uncovers not only the facts, but the understandings that we lacked, and a huge gratitude to all people who are watching this broadcast right now, to all the translators, all the volunteers, all the viewers who comment and ask questions. And right now, I would like to pass the floor to our participant, Eugenia Prilepa, that will make a very important announcement. Yes, hello, dear friends. Thank you so much for giving me the floor and to continue this wonderful topic of the service of the knowledge from the spiritual world. On the behalf of the participants of AllatRa International Public Movement from Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus, I'm very glad to inform that we have begun the preparation for the next international online conference, the 7th conference, Kaleidoscope of Facts, on the topic about the Holy Spirit, which will be held on February 13th, 2021. The upcoming Kaleidoscope of Facts will gather the most interesting information about such an enigmatic person as the Holy Spirit, about the true meaning of human life, will provide answers to the questions concerning human communication with God and the true role of the Holy Spirit in the beginnings of life. After all, no religion is any sacrament without the imposition of the Holy Spirit. How important is the role of the Holy Spirit in the spiritual formation of a person and as a personality and humanity as a whole? And right now, I'm very glad to invite all the indifferent people, all the experts, researchers to study together. And I would like to invite you to watch a short trailer about the upcoming conference.
The Holy Spirit is the most mysterious personality in the universe. He is multiple in his manifestation, but his essence is one. Maitreya spent among you Archangel Gabriel, Ar-Ruach, the Spirit of Sanctity. What was known about the Holy Spirit since remote antiquity? The Holy Spirit and human personality. What is the connection between them? Ancient knowledge about the dual nature of a human and about its major component. What is the meaning of human life? How does the investment of attention form our destiny? Silent connection with the soul. Direct communication of a human with God. Gaining of the Holy Spirit. Attainment of eternal life. This has always been known. But why have we forgotten it?
Ничто земное не сравнится с той благостью, которую человек получает.
While in contact with the Spirit. This is precisely like a kind of God's blessing when, as they say, the Holy Spirit descends upon one and the person comes in contact with it. This is when everything sings in one's soul.
When a person feels God's love,
when a person feels the love of God,
it can neither be confused nor compared with anything. Nothing can replace true God's love in a person. It's an internal feeling of paradise.
Virgin Mary, the Mother of God and the Holy Spirit, joint worship. What does it mean? The prophet spoke from God, being moved by the Holy Spirit, harbingers of the last days, signs of the Holy Spirit's advent, the fateful role of the choice of every person, as well as of the entire humanity.
The Holy Spirit is among people and He is in every person, but in abundance. And here it is exactly said, pour out. That is, it will be given on top of that. This indicates that people, while still being here, in their bodies, will experience happiness, the happiness of the boundless world, only when they succeed to unite, and when they all become faithful to God, all of them. This is possible, and this is easy.
The Holy Spirit, He is with each of us, and those who have spiritual eyes open know where He is and feel Him. For the kingdom of God is within you. For God is Spirit. February 13th, Kaleidoscope of Facts about the Holy Spirit.
It's a wonderful trailer and wonderful news. Thank you very much for sharing this news. And indeed, this topic is very inspiring and close to every person. And now I would like to introduce and kindly ask Irina to join us again. Irina also has information which she would like to share with us regarding how the AllatRa sign was ruined in history, how the knowledge which gives freedom to a person was erased. Irina, the floor is yours. Greetings again. I'm with you. And I would like to say a few words. In the first part of my speech, I talked about the creating trajectory of signs and symbols which came through centuries and can be traced through various ages. Now, unfortunately, since our world is dual, and I now have to switch from creation to destruction, unfortunately, but we need to understand the reality where we go and what we need to do. So I consider this from the perspective that night is always the darkest before the dawn. So what is happening right now is that we have this total systemic destruction of signs and symbols over the last years and distortion. But distortion of signs and symbols took place since ancient times, and also facts which we don't know were destroyed, but over the last centuries and years, this process is intensified. Especially, it is tragic with the Middle Eastern monuments, because the Middle East is always a heritage of wisdom. The East can preserve all this heritage, and this touches not just culture. That's why it's the cradle of human civilization. You can show the pictures already, especially since the Middle Eastern monuments, these are not my pictures, but they're wonderful. The monuments which exceed even, here, this one is wonderful. They exceed in age even the Egyptian pyramids. There is the Flower of Life, the Melchizedek's book, which describes that in Egypt there was an instruction not to let anyone to the monuments which are older than 6,000 years ago, and this is explained by various cover versions, whether it's a military action or something else. But imagine in the Middle East there are monuments of 10 to 12,000 years old, and these monuments, like a book of facts, books of facts, which tell about what the system does more here. Over the latest time, actually, in order to understand, can you please turn on the next image? In 1911, the so-called Banyansky Buddha were destroyed. It's such a loss for humanity. In 2011, this was the depiction of giant Buddhas was exploded in Afghanistan, and it was interesting, not since it's a heritage, cultural heritage, but actually it was a list of ancient races which existed before our race, our humanity, our civilization. So somebody had to destroy it, so this monument is lost. If we go to Middle East again, to Iraq and Syria, in 2015, and this list is continued by Iran, the cultural heritage of which was not just ruined, but it actually does not exist anymore, and we cannot even evaluate the scope of this disaster, cultural disaster, because, could you stop here, a whole Nimrud city, the second capital of Assyria, was ruined. The temple library was ruined. It just vanished, where very important documents were preserved. Libraries are like terrible dream for the system, because the knowledge is preserved in libraries, and the most ancient libraries were kind of challenged, and the system was hunting for them, beginning with Alexandria Library and the ancient Novgorod Library. Many libraries were just destroyed or moved to Vatican, as it is considered, but nothing was left of them. And the poor Iraq actually got the whole inquisition of ignorance, if we can translate it into modern language. There was a wonderful Mosul city which was almost ruined, the ancient library of Mosul. Thousands of manuscripts, everything was destroyed. And here you can see this relief of a winged bull, which is the symbol of ancient Assyria. It's the palace of Ashurbanipal, and everything was ruined. They not just exploded it, but they broke the monuments with hammers, and this is the bas relief how knowledge was transferred. It's the sign of 8-pointed star in a circle, and on his neck we can see an equilateral cross, a wheel, and all this is destroyed as well. After Iraq, and even in Iraq, we can see that the gate of God, as it was called, it was also ruined. If we go to AllatRa, this is AllatRa. The inscriptions where I discussed the inscriptions in this place. It was descriptions of Allat, goddess, and it used to be AllatRa, which does not exist anymore. We can go further. Here, the ruins, the remaining ruins which no longer exist. Now we continue looking at these photographs of what does not exist anymore. Now it is sorrowful, really sorrowful. And the next image, please. These are the inscriptions from AllatRa, also destroyed. And the next image, please. We have here the monument the gate of God, which are also ruined. They used to protect the entrance to Nineveh, and now we go to the long-suffering Syria, where the oldest city of Aleppo, which is older than 10,000 years, and this city lost tens, hundreds of very important ancient monuments, citadels of 5,000 years old, palaces, fortresses of medieval times. It's the citadel which used to be, now it doesn't exist. Only blue sky remains right now. If we go, the city of Mari was notable in Syria for the fact that there were 25,000 Akkadian clay plates, whereas information, the Mari no longer exists, and artifacts are lost because they were the most interesting for Igil warriors, and basically they ruined some, mostly these ruined, and some of these pieces are sold in the market now. And now we proceed to Palmyra. Palmyra not just contained the knowledge, but it contained energy. It's the Ark of Palmyra, which is also ruined. Palmyra, it is that challenge, that knowledge, which actually was very unpleasant for the system. It just cannot endure it. It's the top of the peak of ignorance which can happen now. We can see this delicate, wonderful, beautiful Palmyra, which no longer exists. They restored it in digital shape, and I hope that we will restore it at least in a digital form, but whatever the real artifacts were destroyed. So actually, it's a whole mausoleum complex, which is these are the temples, Bela and Mira. These are the shrines. The whole actually Palmyra was dedicated to Allat, and this temple contained bas-reliefs dedicated to 12 zodiac signs. All this has been destroyed. The Bela temple, that's how it looked. It no longer exists. And now we go to a very interesting place, bas-reliefs. This is the Allat lion. I talked about the fact that Palmyra was the symbol of Allat. In this picture, we can see that. Can we go back to this? Yes, thank you. We can see that this lion has a marvelous destiny. He was destroyed 2 times. He was found in 1977 by Polish archaeologists. These were blocks in the foundation. They took these blocks out and combined it in a sculpture, and this wonderful lion. We know that a lion is a symbol of Allat as a protector and husband, the power of the sun. Allat, there is this gazelle, and the lion protects her. So since 1977, it was preserved and restored by Polish architects, and he was 3 meters in height and 15 tons of weight, and it was like a relief protruding from the wall. I said that the lion considered to be the fire face of God, as the Egyptians believed. So it's the aspect of Allat. So after the second ruin in 2017, accidentally everything was scattered but was not turned into dust. That's why these objects were collected again and brought to Damascus. And luckily, the second times born Allat is now restored in the mosque. And on the left arm of the lion, there was such an inscription as a warning: Allat will bless everyone who does not shed blood near the sanctuary, but blood continues to be shed. The world is on the verge of tremendous sufferings and hardships on this crossroads period, and so many things are hidden from the public. Any archaeological finds are hidden which evidence the existence of ancient civilizations and exceeded our civilization by many indicators, and they hid the knowledge about the divine physics, the principles of the creating power of Allat, and control of the subtle energies. And of course, this information gave an understanding of the true mission of a human being. But the system of consumerist society is totally uninterested in humanity to go back to their spirituality. That's why we are deprived of the primordial knowledge, while the primordial knowledge gives us a key to our life and provides a guide for us, for our inner structure and divine laws of the universe, which is our place in the cosmos, and many other things. I wouldn't like to conclude with such a sorrowful ending, because I think it's an agony of ignorance, because now we are already uniting here, and we need to continue this life, establish life a certain wave. At the end, I would like to show you a very nice picture. Could you please switch to the next one? This is one of the aspects of the fiery god, a little aspect, a little figurine. This is a lion from Kolchida. Remember this golden bull, golden lion, a rune of a storied legend. The Argonauts went for this one, and actually it's a little piece, a little item, but the essence remains. If we switch to the next picture, you will understand why I wanted to show it to you. Could you please show the next slide? Yes. This image was shot was taken by the Dutch photograph in Netherlands. At the beginning of this year 2021, we can see a circle. If we take on this windmill, this wonderful night sky, and this whole nature gives us signs at the beginning of January, holiday days, and nature shows us that we need to unite. We should join. You know, in architecture, there is such a notion that there are caryatides, the ladies which support the columns in buildings, and there are Atlanteans who support the balconies in buildings. So we really need to spread our wings, spread our shoulders, and unite. We need to create our world, and we need to go forward. We need to know about the reality, the sad reality, but if we are informed, we are armed, and we know what to do next and how to behave. So I would like to finish my speech with the Templar logo or slogan. They said, we are doing what is needed to do, and what will happen is what will happen, because God give us what you're supposed to give glory. Thank you very much, Irina, for joining us today, for for keeping touch with us and being on broadcast for many hours. The information which you prepared is very, very interesting and useful. And all viewers, thank you very much for disclosing this information. We will also go back to the topic of ruining knowledge and artifacts. Now, let's consider what changes were happening in society when the knowledge was brought, when the AllatRa sign was dominating in society. Could you please turn on the video with Denis Fabrichkin?
Friends, now we can see how important the AllatRa sign is for human society, why and who brought it into this world. Now we offer to consider some vivid examples of how people, having accepted the primordial knowledge about the world and a human, applied it in life and reached great heights in their spiritual, social and technological development. The first example is the city of Archaim. We can see the presence of the sign there, because if you look at the city view from above, then you will find that it was built in the form of the ancient AllatRa sign. And how did the society live at that time? We will start with the exact sciences. Astronomy was very well developed. The city itself was built with its orientation towards the stars, having Sirius as the main one, and it reflects 18 astronomical events. Can you imagine that? Architecture. 4 entrances to the city were located strictly oriented to the cardinal points, and the presence of storm and drain sewers shows that the ancient engineers were well versed in geology and geodesy. Medicine. People were healthy. Archaeologists find an interesting fact on the remains. The presence of caries in people over 35 years old is extremely rare, and this is a very good indicator of health. Metallurgy. Metallurgy was at a high level. Ancient metallurgists even knew about the increased volatility of arsenic, which provides strength of materials, and successfully applied it. The social structure of people's lives was at a high level. There were no wars, there was no division based on the property principle, that is, the poor and the rich. There was also no division in the hierarchy into leaders and priests, that is, if there were people who coordinated the relationship among the society, they didn't differ in any way, they didn't have privileges. This shows that society has developed in a creative and constructive way. And what people lived with in the city is very well said by the PhD in history Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. According to him, people put sacred signs on the paraphernalia, which reminded of the most important thing – spiritual development. The next striking example is the Kukuten of the Trypillian culture. Maria Gimbutas describes the society as follows. There is no sign of a patriarchal institution of leaders anywhere. We also see the presence of economic egalitarianism. An artistic language of amazing beauty and grace was created, and this is a sure sign that society was characterized by a higher quality of life. In order to understand what people lived with at that time and what signs they surrounded themselves with, I suggest looking at an excerpt from the video Consciousness and Personality, from Inevitably Dead to the Eternally Alive.
И вот судя по знаковым обозначениям на артефактах и вот особенностям существования данной цивилизации, понятно, что духовные знания там именно практиковались.
Да, и хотелось бы
Yes, and we would
продолжить
like
эту
to
тему
continue
изменения
this
в
topic,
обществе.
a change in society when the knowledge was renewed and brought again. It served the powerful impetus to the development of the civilization as a whole, because spiritual awakening of a human internally liberated a person, and he was able to control his egoistic animal nature and invest his attention in creative activity, and this can be tracked in historical facts. And we can now take a certain slice of society, a period from first millennium BC. It's a time spreading Buddhism to our modern time. There is still certain preserved some schools, Theravada schools, and numerous branches of Mahayana. And today Buddhism is the third religion of the world, and it is contribute to its spread. The Emperor Ashoka is the first emperor of India whom united and spread this idea throughout, and he almost vanished away. The people who was left after Alexander the Great, and since 73 AD, from modern Afghanistan to Bengalia down to the south to Mysore, it's approximately 5 million square kilometers, reaching military battles. The emperor refuses violence. He gives an oath not to fight again, and thanks to the actions of Ashoka, Buddhism's getting spread to territories of India and literally compares with Judaism. At that time, it was progressive process because he was fighting with sentiments in society, and he cancelled sacrifices. In this time, India is flourishing. Its day goes out of isolation. Railways are being built. It's being opened to the world, and many conquerors was cancelled, and it is known to the world as Shravanti, as an ideal king worthy of highest honors. He built during his life 88,000 stupas in honor of Buddha, and the influence of its religion, it was already reaches northwest of India and northeast, the Central Asia, and even reached Egypt and influenced Europe, and of course such also Taoism and Confucianism. And this period, it was a surge of creative activity. People are getting united. Numerous wars between people stops, and discrimination stops. The attitude towards women, children, and slaves was revalued, and it was done really quickly. The feeling is that when the human was a destructive behavior, completely changes into moral high principles, where the value of life is valued, of freedom and rights, and of course it influenced the historical facts. And to the third part of the same millennium, Indian cities already amazed travelers with their size, with their riches and beauty, and of course they have new acquaintances in Middle East and in pantheonal literature. This period was called differently: urbanistic, Buddhist, Maoristic. All these names, they just highlight emphasize these features of this period. During this era, in China, they have such a doctrine named Huahu. It's a doctrine for warriors, and the purpose of which was to nourish Buddhism in Chinese roots. At the same time, they have such a concept of three teachings. Sanchao, which was saying that Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism in their worldview is valued at the same time and complement each other. And I would like to return back to China again at the same period of time, along with Neolithic settings, when the first cities are being built. People started to surround themselves with positive signs, with AllatRa signs. We see right now the collection of dishes. The next picture, we see a huge image of AllatRa sign, and at the homes also was depicted AllatRa sign, was a certain protection. In India, wars was stopped, and in China, channels are being built. And thanks to this, trade cultural exchange takes place, and the first Academy of Science and Arts were being built. The crafts are being developed, and Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism are really similar to each other, and it's similar to Ashoka, who introduced a new level of practical application of teaching in government. He invented laws to which everyone should follow without exception, and the attempt was quite successful when teaching was carried out into the basis of legislation, and thus people had the degree of freedom and conditions was improved for spiritual and intellectual development. I also wanted to read just several quotes. Completely wise man, just like Tao, he gives an opportunity to all beings to live their lives, implementing their nature. In ancient Chinese thesis, in chapter 42, it says Tao is, it means to go back to Tao, to go back to childish stage with this. And the AllatRa sign in Taoism culture was present since that times until nowadays. We can see in traditional wedding ritual, where in man costumes we see on head dresses clearly see AllatRa sign, and this ceremony takes place in Taoist temples, and all columns also filled with AllatRa sign. We see the temples themselves. They also symbolize both the AllatRa sign and the disc in the sun. We know in Buddhism that it's already the depiction of enlightenment, and would also touched upon about Confucius. His also impact, influence in this period, and in 517 BC, we can see the values of Confucianism, that the person should be noble, the spirit of night. The symbolism and science are closely intertwined. Here we see the temple of Confucianism. It also symbolically shows the AllatRa sign, and in this way we see the surge, the splash in this continent, and to the full picture we would also say a few words about other continents, and I would like to give the floor to tell us more about the spirit.
Yes, so now let's switch into other part of the world, to the Mexico, and let's look at such civilization which the city of pyramids remained, which is called Teotihuacan. The name is from the Aztecs, and they were amazed by the greatness of this city. They gave such a name, and this is the ruins of the ancient city, of very technologically high-oriented to the cardinal points. There are also bas-reliefs and paintings which are left on the walls. There are many positive signs, especially AllatRa sign, which you can see on the picture. And now let's go back to the Europe, where in the ancient Greece they were very scientific and philosophical conceptions, and such Atlantis or Cretids that the previous speaker mentions. And here we also see that in architecture signs were also used. We see the circular form, so this culture had a huge impact on the whole culture. And in the book AllatRa it is written that Greece and science are inseparable concepts, and there are many attributes, like in the Balkan Peninsula territory and others. There are bases that are left from the Greek culture when they have this city. They built the cities where they wanted to draw to have the whole world view. And we see lots of cities, and we would like to say also that Greece, they accepted all the ancient we just mentioned very epochal things that continue to influence our culture today, and we see as the social and cultural life influence us. But this is really the reflection of that inner of the Zoosmas, the message which reacted with some people who were there and kept that knowledge for a very long period of time, and despite all attempts to destroy this knowledge, they kept, and they're still existent, will be.
It is great that you said that, and I would like to continue this topic, that several people was depicting the AllatRa signs on specific items, but they did it with a particular purpose. In fact, the usage of several signs helps people to store information about the object of external world, as it's taught by compatibility sign represents an object of reality, reveals properties and relationship between objects, what is meaningful, and it just transfers some message. As we've seen today in Tripoli, the items themselves was transferring message, even ritual, clothing, all these are items, are means of accumulating knowledge, and this knowledge are needed when a person felt some kind of a pressure out of thoughts of the dictatorship of a beast or a system. Here we becomes handy in the difficult situation when a person really needs to step back to the spiritual path to feel this meaning of life, this spiritual development. It's the property of the sign. It serves as a denoting something, so a person was using the AllatRa sign exactly as a reminder of this divine. And Irina and Alexandra was saying about that the sign carries a meaning itself with its depth, and we see the AllatRa sign in archaeological monuments in the period of Russia, 10th and 11th centuries. There is unique monuments, and you can rarely find them, as we see in the picture, in the image. The Oran, we see development of a person in ancient Egypt and the territory of modern Mexico. Why exactly AllatRa sign? Because it inherits the spiritual component in a person and puts it in positive ways. So the positive sign is located in object, and people fix the control of thoughts inside themselves, keeping understanding of meaning of life. And why do we even talk about the spiritual development of a civilization on Earth, in Russia, within Tripoli and so on? Because people put God on the first place. Even though people could be tempted by some other thoughts which take them away from God. And the AllatRa sign is a spiritual sign, as a conductor of creative God's power. It helped people who was walking the spiritual path, and it was influenced favorably the invisible energy structure of a human being, which was already said in the 5th episode of Kaleidoscope of Facts about pyramids. On artifacts of Tripolian culture from the 1st millennium BC, we can see that thanks to signs and symbols, ritual dishes and so on, everything we voiced already today, the knowledge was transmitted to the generations, and it was established by team of archaeologist Igor Mikhailovich. You can find the interview with him on AllatRa TV, Doctor of Historical Science. The AllatRa sign was depicted by those people who understood it is spiritual meaning. Therefore, you can see right now on your screens artifacts where AllatRa sign was depicted. Archaeologists themselves was shown this unique tradition of making figures with female figures. This also triple performance of female images as evidence of these people had experience of being in a state of love for God. And so to say, in the solar plexus, the circle was depicted, the location of the soul. So we see this symbol in Göbekli Tepe culture, and the AllatRa sign itself. Also, the artifact of this complex is 10th, 12th millennium BC. Can you imagine? It's you can be saying it's 14 millennium BC, and it's even older than Egyptian pyramids. And it was also found by Professor Smith, where the sign AllatRa was exactly depicted. Why we talk about AllatRa sign? Because it's really powerful sign. And those scientists with whom we will get acquainted, they also say that the AllatRa sign is able to accumulate and multiply forces of the Allat power, what we've already talked about. So it's God's power, and it can be directed exactly to creation, to implementation of the plan. Why in sacral meaning? It is exactly the implementation of God's power through Allat. The sign is constantly working because it changes the space around him. It's really important because, first of all, I'm a personality, and I apply my professional knowledge to telling what AllatRa sign is actually is or who is. Thank you so much.
If we take it Well, we don't need to go too far. Tripilia, yes, the culture, because there were so many signs. Everything was covered with the AllatRa sign. On the stove, on the house, in front of the house. Why? Because it was precisely for... While we consider times 7 or 6,000 years ago, the time when the system was gaining power, when it began to assert itself in this world, after so many years of Lucifer being driven under the rock, he began to crawl out of there. And it was precisely his manifestations in this world that spiritual people began to feel, and knowing and understanding that, and feeling first of all, that demons started to appear. They began to shut themselves out with working signs. A working sign is an active sign, and nothing drives a demon away as much as the light. That's why they covered everything with these light-bearing signs, housing and everything. And how were the cities even built? Of course, so that all these evil spirits would bypass them and go away. Well, however, it wasn't magic. This is exactly what drove away the darkness. Well, a candle in the dark is not magic. It's physics. And a working sign is also physics. After all, let's take even AllatRa, right? This is the most active sign. For instance, we've just talked about Tripilia. It was used at that time most of all, and before that time too. Well, until the last time. In fact, this sign was in every religion. Many don't know that it used to be one of the dominating signs in all religions. Well, with time, the system has erased all this, of course.
Unfortunately, we cannot hear the broadcaster. Sorry. So the Tripoli culture left us a lot of different symbols and signs. And I would like to tell you a little bit more about the, not such an old artifacts, but about the ones that were found in the 11th century. So I would like to note that these ancient artifacts appeared in the 11th century, sacred symbols and signs, and these are AllatRa signs, Allat, rhombus, circle, crosses, and they appear in clothing, jewelry, especially on icons and in architecture. Let us note that the leading role, you can show the picture. So the leading role of sacred signs in the great grandiose construction, which was embodied by Yaroslav the Wise in the 11th century in Russia. As we said earlier, Alina told that history testifies that knowledge is brought or renewed in the world by bodhisattvas. So who could have brought knowledge in those times as seeds that sprouted under favorably created conditions and gave sprouts of the best spiritual qualities in people. As Alina said that, about this little known fact, the Agapit of Pechirk, our mercenary healer, was Bodhisattva, and the chronicle reports that Agapit of Pechirsk was healer even before he came to the caves, and he unselfishly helped people, inspired them, and gave them an opportunity to listen to their soul, and everything that is connected to the actions of Agapit of Pechirsk is fulfilled with a huge spiritual power, incredible power. And this power still helps people to this day, and I know that there are some interesting facts that Natasha can share. Yes, thank you so much for giving me the floor. Yes, I'm also very glad to tell you that when reading through the manuscripts, one notices that the deeds of Agapit of Pechirsk, and remarkably, the name Agapit from Greek word is related to the Greek word agape, which means love, and it means the love of God. Yes, and many people were recovered through the prayer, and it is known that he possessed a huge knowledge and about his unique medical abilities. There are some historical facts as well that he cured the Kiev prince, and who couldn't be helped by the best healers at the time. And there is also the results of the researchers in Kievo-Pечерskaya Lavra are simply astonishing. Practically strong radiation comes from the holy relics of Agapit, resisting distant heats. They are the source of an unknown scientific energy, which has a positive effect on the human body. And moreover, this energy it's becoming more and more of this energy at the one particular time. And there is one really great video about Agapit of Pechirsk on AllatRa TV. And also there is another amazing fact that during the research and examination of the remains of Agapit of Pechirsk, they found sacred things, and also in regards to the sacred churches in Kiev, there is Sophia of Kiev, yes, and it was built by Yaroslav the Wise, and this is a very important spiritual heritage that came down to us from ancient times. And I would really briefly like to tell you a little bit about Sophia. A lot of information is given about it, but clearly in the corners of the cathedral, at an equal distance from it, there are signs, and as the symbol of soul. Yes, and also I would like to note that the Church of Saint Sophia in Kiev was duplicated in Russian cities of Novgorod and Polotsk, which preserved the sacredness in the architecture, inner spiritual feeling, and icon of the Mother of God, Oranta. Yes, and also I would like to say that till these days, the golden cross with dove on the central dome of Saint Sophia Cathedral in Novgorod, and cross with dove carving the same cathedral before the 1941. And on the picture next, you can see the pigeon, and also it was told that on the fragments there were the signs AllatRa and the Allat sign, and even despite the fact that the top was exchanged, but inside still the the pearl, the 6-meter high, the Mother of God, Aranta, is still there. And currently there are a lot of different churches that are devoted to the Mother of God. And also, I would like to say that in architecture and in painting, stylistically reflect the knowledge of the spiritual component of a person, of a human. And thanks to the spiritual work of Agapit of Pecherisk, there was a renewal of the most positive signs, which naturally reflected the spiritual future of peoples. And in short period of time, Yaroslav the Wise applied the knowledge of the positive signs in the state and created the conditions for cultivating high spiritual and moral values in people. And as we talked about the physics of the sign, and here probably also is something about Yaroslav that and at the times of Yaroslav, they started to cultivate the best qualities in people. And the example by Saint Brothers Boris and Gleb, the values of brotherly love and unity. And please pay attention to before that times there was no there's no historical evidence of such spiritual leap, and people chose the spiritual path. And according to the chronicles, the Kievan Rus becomes the center of education. And on the wax tablets, they prove that in the Novgorod, in Russia, they created elementary schools, and they educated people, so which means that people actually received a good and high quality education. And these birch bark writings in Sofia Kievskaya, we can see these graffitis in Novgorod as well that actually prove that education was popular in the society at that time. And in 1037, the Prince Yaroslav the Wise, specially allocated a certain sum from the income to the priests for teaching people to read and write, because he thought that the more people will be educated and the more love there will be in the society. He brought enlightenment into fashion among the people who surround him, and he popularized it. And this, for the descendants have been made the show chronicles at the Temple of Sacred Sophia of Saint Sophia in Kiev. A brief edition of Russian Pravda you can see on the screen. The word about the law and grace of the Metropolitan Hilarion between 1037-1050 years. So this is the times of Yaroslav and the times of Agapit of Pechерsk in Kiev. And in the chronicle outlines the history of Russia since ancient times. And people from the 11th century had an opportunity to learn their history, to read the facts themselves and draw conclusions for the future. The same thing that what we are doing right now at the Kaleidoscope of Facts. And on the basis of widespread literacy in Novgorod, the first Russian manuscript, the Gospel of Ostromirova, 1056, was written. A description of Constantinople by Dobrynya Yadrakovich, and this actually helped to develop spiritual component in people. Yes, Sophia of Kiev was founded as the first large library of the state level, and there were a lot of books in it, more than 950 volumes. So this is the huge library heritage, and it also is noted that there was the chronicles were written and they were translated, and a lot of books were published. And at that time, people made their conscious choice, and they found the peaceful way to solve their issues, and they actually supported the laws of the legislation by Yaroslav the Wise, and they did everything together, united. And thanks to the literacy, diplomacy, the relationships between neighboring states were actually put on the good level, and everything was resolved in a peaceful way, and they tried to avoid different types of conflicts. And as an example of the Kievan Rus, the ancient Rus, thanks to the knowledge, there were conditions created for the revival of the spiritual and moral qualities in people worldwide, and thanks to the choice of the people themselves and the service to the truth of God became associated with the service of the good and the victory of the grace. Thank you so much, and I pass the floor to the next speaker.
According to the chronicle, in the 11th century, in the center of Kiev, in honor of his victory, Yaroslav the Wise built St. Sophia's Cathedral, unique at that time, where Our Lady Oranta occupied the central place.
In particular, you have mentioned Oranta, and everyone knows very well what Oranta is. It is symbolic AllatRa. After all, when they started removing AllatRa as a sign from everywhere by the system's will, and this is really so, my friends, then smart people who truly served God began to conceal it in symbols. Well, that's how that very Oranta emerged. Allat, with its essence,
under the veil. By the way, in history, it's exactly this way. The AllatRa sign was well known in the territory of Slavic countries before the adoption of Christianity. Before the 17th century, numerous tops of St. Sophia's Cathedral were decorated with the signs of Allat, and the AllatRa sign was located at the central place, which is confirmed by relevant documents that have been preserved. However, these tops were replaced with crosses, although the Aranta symbol has remained.
A wonderful video, and thank you so much to the previous speakers, to Natalia and Nadezhda, for telling us about the actions of greatest Bodhisattva Agapit of Pechersk. And I would like to add some information that when Bodhisattva is in the world, his actions are spread not only in one particular area, but it is spread all around the world. And once Bodhisattva leaves this world, his actions are still being active, and no matter the different situations that lead to the destruction of the AllatRa sign, and the AllatRa sign was included into Aranta, the Mother of God picture. I would like you to pay attention to the Aranta in Greece. These are the periods of the 12th and 14th centuries. This is Greece, Saloniki, and Kiev, Sofia. This is the first Aranta that we were talking about. Just pay attention to the geography, where Kiev and where Greece. And the next one, please. Cyprus and Serbia. And the same Aranta with the AllatRa sign, and with the hands pointing upwards and the circle. And also in the stone, the same Aranta, the same Mother of God was depicted. This is Turkey and Constantinople. And the next one, please. This is Russia for sure, Yaroslavl, 13th century, and also Italy, Cortona, 10th century, Byzantia, 11th century, and ancient Russia, 14th century. And this way, and this is the North America, we have another picture, the same Aranta and Serbia. And if you paid attention in the video, there also was said that in the area of the ancient Rus, this picture of Aranta was called as the signification, and which comes from the sign. So in the Mother of God Aranta, there is this symbol of AllatRa inside as the remembrance of the knowledge that people have. And could you please show the next picture? Maybe you couldn't download it. Well, I wanted to pay attention to
Аранта, они очень похожи друг на друга, то чем больше проходит времени, тем больше проходит изменений.
So the more time passes, the people add something to the real knowledge. They either put the crown over it or put the cross somewhere, and that is why it becomes destructed a little bit. So I would like to mention the importance of saving the knowledge, and right now I would like to pass the floor to our next speaker from United States of America, Jason. The floor is yours.
Hello everyone, Jason. It is a pleasure to speak with you all. So I'm going to jump right into it. All right. Today we're discussing the AllatRa sign. And the AllatRa sign itself is an active sign that denotes the spiritual knowledge of man, okay? The love and power of God, Allat, the crescent, and the circle, the spiritual being, and signifying that this knowledge was brought here by a spiritual being and restored by a spiritual being. And this sign is found in areas that I could find related to the Nabateans, the Sabbateans, and different cultures in Iraq, Syria, Iran, Anatolia, Turkey, Armenia, Lebanon, Jordan. Much of what I focused on was around Petra and all the way up. So from Jordan all the way up to northern Syria. And what I had found is our material understanding is that this sign is only related to some, either it's considered related to fertility gods. Okay, so I'm going to talk about that. Because we have this understanding even today that water gives life. So what are they referencing with this sign when they say life-giving waters? Well, life-giving waters is those very Allat powers that restore a human being from dead to alive. And, thankfully, in the AllatRa book, we have that understanding, and that's the purpose of this Kaleidoscope of Facts, is bring this understanding to people and invite you to join us. But first, I would like to talk about why we don't have all the information. Since the early 80s, history has been destroyed purposefully. And prior to the 80s, well, history was destroyed accidentally and sometimes purposely. And when I say accidentally, I mean because of our lack of understanding of how to use tools, or our lack of understanding how to excavate and things like that. And luckily some of it has survived, but the purpose of me speaking with you all today is to share that little thing about the life-giving waters, and to invite every single specialist that watches this and cut this fragment up, send it to your colleagues. We invite you to bring forth your information related to sun gods and goddesses, your information related to life-giving waters or fertility goddesses. Write us at info at AllatRa TV, and it has been an honor to speak with you all, and I hope you enjoy the rest of this Kaleidoscope of Facts as I will. Thank you.
Yes, dear friends, Jason has just mentioned about the distortions which were done, and now we will refer to the Sassanid dynasty in Iran. And at that time, symbols were the main purposes of power and means to psychologically influence people. For this purpose, Sassanids took the AllatRa sign from Zoroastrianism, and we see how they use these symbols in order to intensify their country and to show that they have the power. And as Natalia said, when a person is looking at the sign or symbol, people have images in their mind. And in the Sassanid case, these were the symbols, the images of power, control, etc. They called themselves kings of the kings. And these symbols are reflected in the monuments, in rock paintings. The dynasty proved the logical connection between the royal power and the divine symbols. And Zoroastrianism was the traditional religion at that time, and many symbols were related to this religious system. Coins were used for propaganda of were used for propaganda of certain ideas, and we can see on coins and silver plates which were made during the times of Sassanids, and on the last plate we can see another substitution. A king is depicted as a spiritually free person who controls his lateral essences and stands and tramples on the third animal. This is the symbol of a spiritually liberated person who's controlling his animal nature. On the example of Sassanids, we can see how spiritual concepts and notions were substituted and changed for the material ones. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Nadezhda. And this is a very important topic, friends. I would like to once again let everyone hear about this mechanism, how this distortion takes place. It is very important to remember this and not to make such mistakes in the future. At first, the essence, the meaning of the sign gets lost in society, because every sign is, first of all, transmission of knowledge. And when the meaning of the sign is lost, then people begin to change the sign into symbol. And once the sign and symbol are changed, the meaning totally changes from positive to negative. And now Nadezhda has given a bright example of how complete substitution, replacement takes place. Let's go briefly and look at the facts and examples, what was the destiny of the AllatRa sign in our civilization. First, the AllatRa sign was definitely depicted on archangel images, and of course on the baton of the Saint George the Victorious. But now you have spent a lot of time to find these depictions anywhere. In the past, an archangel was always depicted with the AllatRa sign, as you can see here. It's the image of 1191, and it's Archangel Michael with the AllatRa sign, and George the Victorian was always depicted with the AllatRa sign. Crosses used to be equilateral for sure, and in the middle of the cross or on the image of the cross, there used to be a AllatRa sign of obligatory, and the cross could rest on the crescent. This is the right form of the cross, which used to be initially. But now, look what we see nowadays. We can see these archbishop crosses, which are not the symbols of the highest love and freedom. It's a full substitution, full replacement with material attributes, and the main substitution is whom actually these people serve, who associate themselves with these crosses. In the past, crosses with the AllatRa sign was a symbol of a person who's dedicated to the spiritual world, but now it is the one who serves the material world. Let's go further. Let's see such a wonderful religion as Islam and how the changes were happening in Islam. Initially, as we mentioned today, the crescent was always with a star or circle above it as the AllatRa sign, but now substitutions are already here. There are no circle and crescent or star, and the crescent is turned. It's not such a harmless substitution. As Eldar mentioned, the direction of the crescent into one of the sides means activation and strengthening of the animal component of a human being. And if a star is depicted, as we can see on the right, it is intensification of what the sign conveys. So it's enforcement, strengthening of the negative meaning. Although in 1150 AD, there was the right symbol of AllatRa. Next slide, please. Here we can see a very interesting image. We found it in the book by Joe and Renata. It's called Monotheism. It was published in 2006, but he refers to an earlier source, to another book, Tabistan, which was published in 1645, and this medieval book shows how the black stone in Mecca looked, what the black stone in Mecca looked like at that time. Of course, they didn't have photographic images, and it's not the only image which evidences that the Kaaba and the black stone depicted AllatRa sign, but now it's no longer there. So we are very interested to invite researchers. Probably some people already studied this topic, because we would like to ask a question. If the sign was on the stone, where the sign went? Where is it now? Because we studied two versions of how the AllatRa sign disappeared from the black stone. According to one of the versions, at that moment when the stone was stolen and returned in a broken form, the pieces did not contain the AllatRa sign anymore, but another version shows that the sign was burnt out or erased, and now we can see that on the black stone there is no AllatRa sign anymore, and the images which evidence that this sign was there, we do have such images, and it's very interesting for scientific research, because at every Kaleidoscope of Facts we mention that it is time to bring the truth back to people. Could you please turn the next slide? Sikhism is the monotheist religion. It originated from the northwest of India, and up to the 20th century, as you can see, the AllatRa sign was used as a component of their main symbol. At that time, the swords were directed downwards, and it depicted the service But currently, the AllatRa sign is removed and swords are turned upwards, which denotes resistance to the spiritual world. The next image. The Om symbol, which was described today, is the sacred symbol of Hinduism and metaphorical depiction of God's name. In the past, it used to be denoted with a clear symbol or a sign of AllatRa, and now you can see the changes. It is depicted, and you can see different kinds of, it looks even like a card, like playing cards. You cannot even recognize the AllatRa sign on this symbol. Another depiction from Hinduism. Also, we can see clearly that there used to be the AllatRa sign and how it was changed. Next, let's look at Buddhism, pagodas. Dilara mentioned this. Pagodas were always depicted with AllatRa sign on the top, but lately the AllatRa sign has been removed from the tops, or it changed to such an extent that it's unrecognizable. Now it's a contemporary pagoda in China, no AllatRa sign, and on top there is just a needle, and we know that this needle is the symbol of power if it is placed on the tower. In the past, all saints of Buddhism used to have AllatRa sign, but then they started changing it with anything possible. On Buddha, there used to be the AllatRa sign, but then it was either removed or replaced with something totally different. Now let's look at Judaism, which is among the most ancient religions. In the process of development of Judaism, a number of items became cult items. One of them is menorah, which used to be depicted with the AllatRa sign, but now, look, it looks more like a candle frame, but they already say that it's actually a candle, a frame for 7 candles. And as Irina also mentioned today, it's a sorrowful example of the fact that the signs are destroyed not for some reason, and it's a work of some people. It's Eritrea and the sacred obelisk, which is dedicated to God with the depiction of AllatRa, and this obelisk was destroyed by Whitman, who was a scientist. It was sort of accidentally, but he was the chief of the German expedition. The next picture, please. One more image, please. Probably it is uploaded. It's Ethiopia. It's the ruins of the great temple of Piecha. And the temple was also destroyed. There was some fire, and exactly when the Exum German expedition was working there in the 90s, and now they restored something, just plain walls with no traces of the AllatRa sign. But in museums, we can see part of the decorations from this temple, which each of them contains the AllatRa symbol. So for people who live nowadays, it is very important to remember this mechanism, that first of all, the meaning of the sign is lost, then the sign loses its meaning and the meaning of the knowledge which it used to convey. Then people start changing it into symbol and then into a completely distorted symbol, and then it is either removed or changed to the negative aspect. And this is sorrowful, but as we discussed today, the fact is a fact. We should know about them in order to do it in a different way, in order to behave the way we should. So I now would like to give the floor to Polina.
Yes, thank you so much, Alina, for sharing this information. After your speech, I really understand that there is a huge number of artifacts with the AllatRa sign, but knowing what has been said, we we understand that this is just a small number of what has remained. But even for now, we can see that AllatRa sign is everywhere, and this sign is on the inside of each person. And even on an intuitive level, people surround themselves with the AllatRa sign, and
This is this light which unites all of us. Yes, you are right. And you know, we are living in a marvelous time thanks to the assistance of Shambhala. The knowledge, the primordial knowledge has been given to humanity again, and the AllatRa sign got back again to humanity. And everyone who resonates with this sign can open this truth. This truth is within every person, and every person can reveal it. This is feeling with happiness, with joy. It's this inner comfort and feeling of freedom. But how is it manifested in the outside? A person begins to radiate this internal component and this light which is inside. She begins to share it. It is manifested in communication with other people, and the actions of a person change. They become more creative, more kind, and of course more uniting. And indeed, every one of us knows this state since childhood. Yes, this spiritual surge lasts for several seconds, but every person looks for it throughout his or her life. He or she looks for it, for this inner freedom, and thanks to this power of love which is transferred by the AllatRa sign, thanks to this, every person nowadays has an opportunity not just to get in touch with the knowledge, but to live with this feeling of love, with this in this highest understanding, because the AllatRa sign is life. Yes, and since a person starts investing her entire attention in the feeling of love and creativity, he or she begins to do more of this, comes into this circle. And but this just a point that people nowadays waste their attention on consumerist format, and each of us act separately. But if each of us invests attention in one and the same goal, in one and the same common goal for the entire humanity, our society will change very fast. And this is very simple, because for this we already have everything. We just need to maintain the desire of everyone in unification. Yes, you are so right. But the choice is up to us, whether we will spread this light further or we will let it go down. But what makes us happy is that a tremendous number of people already support this light, and humanity has a joint goal to build a creative society. How is it happening? As an example of our actions is such unification of people as it is happening right now, or such a grandiose unification of humanity which happened on 20th of December 2020 at the International Online Conference Creative Society United We Can. This gives hope to the entire humanity that the AllatRa sign will shine all over the world, inside every person and in the external, because when a person and when people together make the choice to act, when they ignore negative thoughts, they make choice in favor of unification, understanding, searching for something common, and they start sharing. They begin to act together in order for these changes to happen around. And when people see this example, and you see this example, what happens? It provokes a tremendous inner response and gives an impulse, and this impulse is transferred to other people, and it's a constant, permanent action. The essence of the AllatRa sign is the reflection of the internal, and every second you make a choice of AllatRa, of God's love, here and now.
Yes, truly. It is so great that right now people are waking up, and a lot of people have felt this great power inside of them. And because right now our society needs this knowledge, our consumerist format of society has led us to numerous crises. And in order to find a way out, we need to unite, we need to build the creative society. And this is not just a dream, this society is being implemented every day. And our conference today is a bright example of the creative society. And the conference that was held on the 20th of December 2020, Creative Society United We Can, was also a great example of that. And it was simultaneously translated into 35 languages and was broadcasted into numerous platforms. People gathered together in order to discuss vital questions. And as Igor Mikhailovich Danilov said in one of the programs, without you, my friend, we can do much less than with you. And that is why it is very important for each of us to take an action and start spreading the word about the creative society and about AllatRa. And we will watch a fragment from this conference right now.
Today, millions of people have gathered together to take the responsibility for our future, the future of our children, and the future of the whole civilization.
And we desire a creative society in which we can build it all.
And do it now, putting human life above all else and allocating resources accordingly is the only way to go forward.
We're sick and tired of living in a society where we're always afraid of something, where we have fear.
We, the people of planet, unite to create a distant world. Together, we can overcome everything humanity. A creative society in the world in which no one will be afraid to face a cataclysm because the value of human life. Main idea, the main trend is human survival, and for this we should inform people all over the world, and all people should know about this project. And we need only you, dear friends, your relatives, friends, and everyone whom can be informed by you.
This conference changed the direction of the history of the whole civilization, and I was honored to be a part of this conference. And I can say that this was a turning point when people united and speak out loud the truth. They spoke sincerely without hiding the truth. They didn't hesitate because they have AllatRa in the inside, because they have this desire to build the society and the creative society, and it is worth living. Yes, I will agree that this is the goal that worth of a human being, and it showed that people want and people strive for it. And I was participating in the preparation of the conference, and for me, it was very precious that the fact that people have duality on the inside, and everything that was voiced on the conference on the December 20th, and people who did it are responsible for that. But we are responsible for building the creative society, the society where people will be able to live in happiness, joy, and because AllatRa, this is everything the best that we have. This is love. Why don't we build such a society where each person will be happy? Let's do it together. Only together we can build such a society, such world. And for me, this conference was an example. It was a great example because it showed that we don't need to be afraid of speaking the truth. We need to talk about it. It shows that people, if they have the same goal, if they're united by the same goal, they actually get together from all over the world. And I was informing all my friends, all my colleagues and relatives, and we united in chats, and we helped one another. I was so inspired by this, and I can say that I was sharing this information even at work, and everyone actually took this information in a proper way. So everyone wants to live in a better society, and everyone wants to live a better society for their children, and we can do it together.
Friends, I cannot be amazed more every time how much we can do together, because everything that surrounds us is done by people, and together we truly can. We are doing one kaleidoscope of facts after another, preparing for the next conference. The main thing, the most important thing, is just to do and move forward. What cannot be done by one person, it's absolutely possible to do it together. So when you're constantly moving and just going forward towards your goal, this is the most important thing. This is the most important thing, to be shoulder to shoulder and move towards the goal. And we have repeatedly seen this, like more than once, that together by putting attention into a common goal, there is nothing impossible, and we can truly build the society that we can pass on to our children, our grandchildren, and this is something that we have to do. It's just impossible that we can't do it. We will do it. So let's, friends, do this together and strive for new achievements together. Thank you. It's also very close to me what all the guys mentioned, and I have just remembered the motto of Templars, do what you must and be what may be. And truly, the AllatRa sign truly unites all cultures. And when you study this in detail, you realize that all these boundaries are illusory. And us people, nothing separates, nothing divides on earth. And in this impulse and this striving, when you are living with this fire of AllatRa inside, all the boundaries disappear, and you understand that we can and we must unite and build a world in which this fire will be inside every person. Thank you.
Thank you so much, friends. Today we really saw and understood, thanks to the information gathered, that AllatRa sign was everywhere and at all times, and uncover this topic deeply during one kaleidoscope of facts. It's impossible. That is why we would like to invite everyone who wants to find out for himself what is AllatRa sign to our research. We would like to pay huge gratitude to Igor Mikhailovich Danilov for his support and help, and for the fact that he brought the knowledge. And we would like to pay big gratitude to each speaker who participated in today's conference, and to all the participants who took part in the gathering of all the information, because without them our conference wouldn't be held today. And of course, to our technical support, to all people from all over the world, thank you so much. And to our huge team of simultaneous translators, because without them we wouldn't be able to pass this unique information to the people worldwide. But friends, indeed, our joint efforts are really important in building the creative society, where the main priority, the main value will be the human life. And this is what our prophets dreamt of. Thank you so much, and we will watch the video right now.
Remember one thing, friends. Now we have a chance. While the spiritual world is helping all of us, but this is the last help. Don't doubt that this is the last. All your prophets have talked about this, about our times, in which we have the honor to live. Yes, we have the honor, because we can make their dreams come true. So, as long as the spiritual world is helping us, we must take a step towards building the creative society and making the dream of our prophets a reality. If we are humans, if we are really believers, and if we truly love our God, and we must stop dividing among ourselves, stop serving people and mundane interests of certain small groups. We must remember one thing: there is no one higher than our God, and His messengers, our prophets, wanted one thing. So we should take an example exactly from our prophets and listen only to them and not to people. And if we don't take that step towards each other, then Shaitan will take that step, and he will checkmate the whole humanity. Let me put it this way: a sick man can be cured and can be saved, but a dead man cannot be saved. We can only sympathize with him. So as long as the spiritual world is helping us to recover and to be cured, we must help it and do everything possible in order to prevent the spiritual world from sympathizing with us as humankind when recalling us. Let's simply do what the prophets bequeathed: love one another, really love one another, stop serving Shaitan, and start serving our Lord God, and honor our prophets and listen to them. This is simple, and let's start with the simple thing. Let's simply respect and love each other. Thank you for being with us. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, friends. Everything is really simple. We can build a creative society, but all together. It doesn't contradict any of our religions, because all religions are streams from one source. And all of us who love God are droplets of these common waters. Thank you, friends.